Here's the recent forecast advisory from the National Hurricane Center. It just came out at 7 a.m. All right, this is the big news. It is no longer a Category 4 hurricane. It has been downgraded to a Category 3. That means it's starting to weaken. Good news for us. And of course, as it makes its way on land, it will continue to weaken. It will no longer be able to feed off of the warm Gulf waters. Sustained winds are now down to 125 miles per hour, which means we're not letting our guard down whatsoever, okay? The change was 5 miles per hour. We're not focused on this category number. What we're focused on is staying inside and staying safe, especially if we are in southeastern reaches of the Big Bend as Idalia starts to make its way on shore. I noticed the pressure is also starting to rise a little bit, and that is another sign that it is starting to weaken. Now, I heard we have a live shot out of Horseshoe Beach where we did see a wind gust over 80 miles per hour, so let's check that out. I don't see much visibility at all. I'm guessing that is, oh, so that's covered in water. The island is underwater from storm surge.
Where's that?
This is Horseshoe Beach.
Horseshoe Beach, it's all covered with water.
This checks out.
Yep.
Horseshoe Beach was forecasted 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. And that's what you're seeing right there on your screen. That's what happens when you have a powerful hurricane wrapping around with those winds coming out of the south and out of the west. On the east side of it, the water has nowhere to go in the bay, so it piles, and it piles up onto the shore. And that is what you're seeing right there. That island is inundated. That is why evacuation orders were put in place. And unfortunately, I think there's going to be a lot more scenes like that over the next hour or so as Idalia is continuing to pour water up into the shoreline. So Horseshoe Beach is going to be right around there, and the winds are coming out of the south right now and out of the west because this thing has a counterclockwise rotation. We'll go ahead and play out the rest of this forecast track. It's going to continue to move inland. Our central South Georgia counties, we're talking about spots like Lowndes, Clinch, Eccles, Lanier. We're keeping a very close eye on you. A powerful hurricane is still going to move through. It's still forecast to be a Category 2 storm by that time with sustained winds of 100 miles per hour. That is no joke once again. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on conditions there. Lots more powder outages expected. Lots of damaging wind gusts. That's going to bring down a lot of trees and leave a lot of debris down there on roadways. We do not want to be outside right now for at least the next few hours, especially if we're in the eastern third of our area right now. Well, good news is it's a fast-moving storm. It's going to continue to race off into the Carolinas, and eventually it's going to exit out into the Atlantic. By the time we get to this evening, you're going to notice much nicer conditions that will start to fall into place. So here's some of those wind speeds, all right? I noticed they're a lot higher. Now we're seeing sustained wind speeds now in the 20s, some spots in the 30s. Sustained winds in Tallahassee right now at 23 miles per hour, 35 in Perry, 23 in Cross City, 17 in Bainbridge, 16 in Thomasville. South Georgia, I'm not too concerned about you right now. Things look good there. Appalachia down to 21 miles per hour too. Definitely the main concern right now in terms of wind is going to be our southeastern Big Bend counties. I'm not getting a reading out of Live Oak right now. Hopefully we get that one back online, but we might not. Here are some of those current wind gusts. These are definitely starting to pick up. Check this out. Tallahassee, 35 miles per hour. Out goes the power. It's out at my house. I checked. It's already gone. 48 mile per hour wind gust in Perry. That's definitely starting to pick up. Now we're starting to cause some damage down there in Taylor County. I'll tell you this, those wind gusts are going to be a whole lot higher directly at the coast compared to what they're going to be even a little bit further inland. That's why we were telling people, hey, you know, if you live on the coast, just go inland, all right? If you don't want to go past Perry, that's fine. But the thing is, the winds are just so much more powerful while they're still offshore and as they slam onto the coast. That's why we're starting to see all of that storm surge as we saw there at Horseshoe Beach. I think we have a live view down in Wakulla where the winds are starting to pick up there a little bit. Let's go ahead and check that out. Yep, those trees are moving. Now's the time that we're inside. That is quite the view down there in Wakulla. Yep, it's going to be a couple more hours of that. The worst of it is pretty much about to move onshore. And as long as it's offshore, it's still got some really, really powerful winds. As soon as that core starts to move onshore, then we start to see it weaken a little bit, especially for our offshore winds. But of course, we're still going to be very concerned for this general area as it continues to move towards the northeast. But yes, well, there you go. Now we got a wind gust of 40 miles per hour in Tallahassee. We're up to tropical storm force wind gusts there. Lots of 20-mile-per-hour ones, 25, 30 as you head your way into South Georgia, 31 there in Quincy, 38 down at Lafayette High. Cross City no longer reporting any wind gusts. I guarantee you they're very high there as well. So here's the futurecast in terms of what can we expect for wind gusts moving forward. Over the next hour or so, we're talking about spots like Live Oak, like down in Lafayette County, like Madison County, especially Perry, even Jefferson High. We're looking at wind gusts 60, 70, 80 miles per hour as Idalia continues to move onshore once it does that. And still, other spots to the west like Thomasville, Tallahassee, we're talking about wind gusts of 40, 50, close to 60 miles per hour. More trees down, more debris, more power outages expected over the next couple hours. And those continue to stay pretty high wind gusts around 20, 30, 40 miles per hour across most of our area. And of course, the trouble spot is going to continue to be where Idalia continues to track across. By the time we get to later on this morning, like say 10 o'clock, Valdosta, keeping a very close eye on you. Hamilton, Eccles, Clinch counties, we're talking about wind gusts once again, 70, 80 miles per hour, very damaging. Continuing to move off towards the northeast, eventually spots like Homerville, and then eventually, by the time we get past, say, 2, 3 o'clock, is when we finally start to see things start to calm down by the time we get to this evening. But it's going to be a long next few hours. It's going to feel long because it's going to be a lot of sitting and waiting and watching these damaging winds really cause some havoc outside. We've got the flood watch as well. We've got lots of concerns with heavy downpours. Here's the rainfall totals so far. Lots of spots getting 2 to 3 inches with those really heavy rain bands. Isolated spots getting over 4 inches of rain. A lot of spots west of Tallahassee and northwest of Tallahassee around ½ inch to 1 inch so far. I'll show you that futurecast one time. Once again, this has a pretty good look of things. It's going to continue to dump heavy, heavy rain, especially on the north and the west side of that center of circulation as it works its way across the state line into our south central Georgia counties, eventually starting to exit by the time we say probably 4 o'clock. Sounds like a good time, 4 or 5 o'clock. But we've still got some scattered showers and a couple thunderstorms that roll through from the backside of those feeder bands of Idalia. Once again, some of our rainfall totals, I like how this shifted. This makes a lot more sense. We're talking about, once again, 5 close to 10 inches isolated in some spots along this path, including Thomasville down through Jefferson County, a little bit into Leon and Wakulla as well. A little bit less once you make your way further north and to the west. That was a lot of information to take at once, I know, but we're sifting through everything. We're still here. We're going to continue to walk you through this thing over the next several hours.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much, Josh, for that current breakdown. And it's good to hear that with the 7 a.m. update that it's been downgraded to a Category 3 for the moment. So.
Yeah, and it's good for the nerves, I feel like, although they made it clear that it was just a small actual change just from one category to another. And the threats are still out there. So this is the most crucial time of this whole week as we've been tracking Idalia. So we're keeping a close eye on that. And we're continuing to stay in touch with emergency management officials across our region. We did want to pass along a message from Suwannee County, the sheriff's office there, reminding folks that emergency services, including law enforcement, ambulances, fire trucks, they're all not able to respond until winds return to below 45 miles per hour. You just saw that map that Josh was showing of those wind speeds. They are in that danger zone for folks. So you're not going to get any help if you have an emergency, and that's across the board. But Suwannee County wanting us to mention that again, that they will reach you once it is safe.
Yeah, once it's safe for those search teams or the first responders to get out there and help. And remember to don't call 911, especially if it's not a true emergency.
Absolutely,
so,
for sure.
We can't have them going out there anyway.
Right. And again, as we are in the middle of the storm happening, it's still also a good time to go ahead and look ahead.
It is. There are some steps you can take now to prepare for the legal side of hurricane recovery. It's important to keep your important documents on hand. You know, we forget about that sometimes, but try to keep those things secure. That includes ID, birth certificates, marriage licenses, a social security card, or even your passport. Make sure to have easy access copies of your insurance policies. That stuff is important.
And proof of ownership for a home or a property, also very important, especially if you need disaster assistance. And if you still can, and at this point, I think it's safe to say you cannot. But if you have an old phone you have a phone with old photos, you can try to find some of your home and property to help prove what damage was caused by the storm.
Right. It may not be a good idea to get out there now and trying to take photos and video outside, but also some other important notes. Florida licensing on wheels, also known as FLO. The mobile units are ready to deploy to affected counties after the storm to help with replacing lost credentials.
And the Florida Department of Transportation has 700 team members staged across the state. If you were with us when we took the governor, he did go over a lot of these numbers. 64 bridge inspectors. FDOT crews are equipped with almost 250 pieces of major equipment. That includes 140 dump trucks, 59 pumps, and lots of other essential heavy equipment that can help in recovery. They also have 1,100 generators staged and ready to go.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those numbers and all the things that are available. You know, sometimes you may not realize what goes into all of this, and it's like, oh yeah, they have this, that, and the other to make sure to be able to step in when they can.
Yeah, and we've been showing a power outage graphic every now and then. I don't believe we have that, but I do have some new information coming in. Suwannee has 3,200 outages now. Wakulla almost at 9,000.
Wow.
Lafayette 1,400. Taylor County 4,200. Leon at 4,400. And Wakulla County alone now over 10,000 customers without power. So those are the kind of numbers we suspected we would see around this time of the morning.
We knew that would happen. That
Absolutely.
would be a big thing dealing with today, those power outages.
And if you do lose power, it can mean obviously losing communication. We mentioned, it seems it was a few hours ago we talked about this, but if your friends are watching from afar, your family's watching from afar, and you need to let them know that you are okay after Idalia comes through. If you lose power, you lose cell service, that can be difficult, but Xfinity does have a lot of free Wi-Fi hotspots available. You can see this map of Tallahassee and surrounding communities. That's all the hotspots there. They are free. You do not have to be an Xfinity customer to use them. And if you want to find one closest to you, you could probably pull out your phone and start seeing if there's a network there because there's so many. But you could also go to finder.wifi.xfinity.com. The website's on your screen. And again, free, and you don't have to be an Xfinity customer.
All right, so that's pretty neat that they're doing that because, again, one of those things that you may not realize, like, oh, wait a minute, what if I do lose connection? So that is available for anyone for free. So that's pretty good there.
Yeah, and of course, we've hoped you've had the First Alert weather app on your phone for not just this storm, but for all others. But also, you can sign up for emergency alerts in the county where you live. And it might be too late for this storm, but there could still be some very important messages coming your way. But for the next one, for sure, we have a list of all the different counties in our viewing area. You can click whatever link applies to you, and once you go there, it'll take you to a website where you can then sign up for some important alerts. Counties use different companies with different apps to help keep folks in the loop, and this is one of those in Jefferson. So really good stuff to know for the future as well as for right now.
Very good stuff. As you can see, we had Florida and Georgia counties on there. All you have to do is go to our website, WCTV.tv, and you can find all of that information. We've been talking to everybody about the alerts and our weather app forever. So even if you still haven't uploaded that yet, do that as well. You can find that information on WCTV.tv.
Absolutely. And we have reached sunrise in our area, so the weather cameras might start to show more clearly the impacts. Let's go to St. Mark's, one of our favorite weather stim cameras to take. You see the lighthouse there staying strong in the torrential rain and wind. This weather stim camera showing just that.
Right, a live view right there. And yeah, you see those trees blowing. Things are happening out there. And as you said, you know, with the sun starting to finally come up, we can see a little better out there. And to note, but, you know, as the governor mentioned about an hour ago, that even if it may seem calm where you are, don't go out there. You know, a lot of people may be interested to kind of see what's happening. Let us show you, and try to stay as safe as possible.
For sure, and we haven't seen anything in our region that matches what Cedar Key looked like. If you were with us several hours ago, a pretty dramatic shot there in Cedar Key. So we haven't quite seen that yet, but it could still be on the way with that eye wall approaching the coast, and we are tracking that very closely. Rob, take it away.
Yeah, how are things right now, Rob?
Yeah, plenty to watch out there, and kind of interesting, you know, the shift to the east made a huge difference for St. Mark's. A couple hours ago, before it was starting to swing east, it looked like St. Mark's might have been more in the crosshairs, but now it looks more like Keaton Beach is, and that shift of, you know, 40 miles or so makes a huge difference. So the 7 o'clock information did downgrade the storm to a Category 3. It's got winds at 125 miles per hour sustained. The pressure went up to 947 millibars after being around 942, so that's a significant rise, indicating some of that weakening in that eye. Now, also, the motion is to the north-northeast at 18, so it's picking up forward speed, so it's getting closer and closer to the coast. As it gets over land, the weakening should continue, hopefully even faster than indicated here. And I think by lunchtime, we're just watching to see whatever's left. We still have the same sort of hurricane and tropical storm warnings. More of the extensions were to the north and to the east, not to the south and to the west, simply because the track of the storm is changing just a little bit. And it's getting harder and harder to see that eye. Now, like I said earlier, if this were 100 miles or so south over the waters, not getting close to land, this could have been going through one of those eye wall replacement cycles, which is sort of one at a time, and it kind of weakens a little bit just to get stronger. But that's unlikely to be able to complete itself because it's running out of time moving up towards the coast. So hopefully this weakening is what's going to continue. And it's getting harder and harder to see that distinct eye. I think if I draw it on for you, it's right there. I mean, that's real close to the coast. So we're not at landfall yet, but we're getting really, really close. It's going to be happening within the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes, if it takes even that long, but certainly within the next hour. So landfall is on the way, and it's going to be south of Perry, maybe just a little bit north and west of Keaton Beach, and then it will continue to race on off in that direction. As it does, it gets over land, it should continue to weaken once it gets cut off from its fuel supply. It'd be nice to see some of this drier air wrap into it too and really start to weaken everything. Now, here's what it looks like on the radar picture, and you can certainly see that circle get more open looking, almost more like a comma now, or an upside down comma, or a frowny face, and not the distinct circle like it was. And that's because it's encountering some of that resistance. And as it's getting closer and closer to land and it gets cut off from its fuel supply, it should continue to weaken. So we've got all that things working in our favor, but that is not to discount how dangerous this still is, how strong the winds still are, and how heavy the rains still will be. And of course, with all that surge we are going to continue to deal with up and down those coasts. So we've got a couple of pretty significant bands of rain just north of Keaton Beach, just south of Perry, maybe another one between Perry and Mayo. So a couple of areas where the rains are going to be harder than some of the rains that we've already been seeing. We are still expecting those really high surge numbers, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 feet, especially for Taylor and for Dixie County. That rainfall bullseye still probably needs to move a little bit more to the east. This is a little bit of an adjustment from what we saw earlier, but I think the heaviest spots are going to be in that 5 to 10 inch range, and we'll see some areas, a lot of areas in that maybe 2 to 4 or 3 to 6 inch range, and then it quickly drops off to the north and to the west. Kind of winds are we looking at? Well, right now, not much. We've got a lot of 20 to 30 or 35 mile per hour winds. I do think we saw there, maybe by 8, 9 o'clock, we could see some 60 mile per hour winds near Keaton Beach for sure, close to that core. Remember, the strongest winds are going to be right there near that core. That core is tiny and opening up, so it may not be as strong as it would have been if it held together. And then once you get more than 20 or 25 miles away from that core, those winds drop off immensely. So totally different, maybe 30 miles away from where that core is crossing land, especially if you're west of there as opposed to east of there. Here's a look at some of those future cast winds, and by the time we get to 10:30, most of the activity is really calming down, even down towards the coast. But over near Live Oak, up towards Valdosta, that's where we still expect to find those winds maybe sustained near 50 or 60 miles per hour, and that is scary, that is dangerous, and that is treacherous. So at least through lunchtime, we're going to need to watch this move off and move away from the area. And then as we get into the afternoon, we're still going to need to proceed with caution, because there's still going to be dangerous stuff out there and dangerous after effects with all the flooding potential. And of course, it's still going to be breezy out there, and you always got to be careful if any power lines are down. You always got to treat those like they're live, so don't touch them, don't get near them. Okay, so as we get into the morning hours, these next 2 or 3 hours, we certainly want to make sure we're just staying where we are. Once we get to after lunchtime, even if it seems like it's okay, don't be venturing too far. Don't be on the roads if you don't need to be. Let the emergency crews and the first responders get to where they need to get to so they can start cleaning things up and getting things set up so we're able to start returning to more normal by tomorrow. And I do think things will be winding down later on this afternoon and this evening. So it's the next couple of hours are the biggest ones. That's the prime time. And once we get past lunchtime, things do start to wind down. Some of the wind gusts that we've been seeing, saw a couple of up over 40 in spots, Perry, maybe close to 40 at a couple of times. There was one 48 just recently at Perry. So yeah, we're going to find some of those wind gusts that could get 70 or 80 or 90 miles per hour. Those gusts, those 2-second bursts, are the ones that are going to be really scary. So be careful. Flooding concerns, a huge, huge thing all across the board. I think especially from Wakulla and Leon and Thomas County east. But that flood watch still does include Decatur and Grady and Gadsden and back through Liberty County. So we still have those watches we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Here's what the radar shows, and we've got some significant rains through much of Leon County, down through Wakulla, all around Crawfordville, some pretty heavy rains. There's a lot of orange here from right around Monticello straight back down to the coast. It gets lighter as you head north, but we're still getting some decent rains from Moultrie to Thomasville. So all around Highway 319, some significant rains. Up Highway 27, all the way up to Bainbridge, we've got some significant rains here too, and then you get north of there, much weaker. And of course, the biggest rains are the ones that we expect to see moving through parts of Taylor County, and from Taylor they'll push into Madison and up towards Brooks and Lowndes and up towards Hamilton and Eccles counties. Now we've got that extreme wind warning for coastal areas and inland areas of Taylor, of Dixie, and of Lafayette County now. We've got the tornado watch because you can get those spin-up tornadoes, and that is for Taylor, Madison, Lowndes County, and areas east. But that doesn't mean we can't get some tornadoes in other spots where some of these spiral bands continue to circulate. And I do think those spiral bands will continue to circulate. So we're going to be expecting lots of rain and the threat for some of those bigger thunderstorms, and there could be those spin-up tornadoes. So please keep checking in with us. We'll have updates. If there are any tornadoes, we'll break into whatever we're doing to let you know that they're happening. Now, as far as those rains go, you can see Highway 84 from Bainbridge through Cairo and through Thomasville and through Quitman over to Valdosta. It's pretty significant stuff. There's even more as you head a bit farther to the north up Highway 319. We've got some significant rains all the way up to Moultrie. Down Highway 19, past Monticello, down to the coast, even down towards Wassissa, we've got some solid rain coming down there too. And that's closer to where that core is. That's going to be a little further to the south and to the east into parts of Taylor County. And then there's this pretty significant stripe right here that comes through Wakulla County and will circulate around that core and wrap around to give more areas more rain. So these next couple of hours are going to be the wettest, they're going to be the windiest, and they're going to be the most wild. So we've got plenty to keep our eyes on, but I do see at least a few breaks in there, like between Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach. Not much rain coming down. Let's take a look. We've got the camera dialed up from near Steinhatchee, and we'll see what that looks like as the storm is making its progress. And yeah, while there's definitely some wind pushing some whitecaps on the water, it certainly doesn't look like the crazy rain's coming down there. I see one lonely truck out in that parking lot. I hate to be that truck right now, but I definitely see quite a bit of wind blowing across that water there in Steinhatchee. So that's what we see down that way, and that's in that one little slot that is not seeing as much rain right now as areas both sides, north and south or east and west of it. So yeah, we can certainly pick out where some of those breaks in the rain are, and some of those breaks hopefully start to become more numerous as the eye of the system itself gets on land over there near Keaton Beach, and I think that's going to be happening any minute now. So I think we're going to be talking about landfall probably sometime very, very shortly. And as that happens, it continues to push off to the north and to the east. And as it continues to move out of our way, now we'll start to look for improvement this afternoon. But for these next few hours, this is when we just have to watch and wait it out, guys. We'll have more updates for you as we continue through the morning. We'll see when that landfall happens officially, but it looks like it's starting to happen now, guys.
All right, just minutes away perhaps from a historic landfall,
Wow.
unfortunately, in the Big Bend. Rob, thanks so much.
Coverage of Hurricane Idalia. It is approaching Florida. It's expected to make landfall very shortly. In fact, it might even be doing that right now. It has been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane as we have a look at Gainesville, Georgia. WCJB in Gainesville showing us these images. As you heard from our station in Tallahassee, you got that one lone car in the parking lot. It does not look like it's going to be in good shape. This hurricane downgraded to a Category 3, but that does not mean we're out of danger. In fact, there still is significant concerns about this storm as it makes landfall there in Florida. So we bring in LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan. Sandra, downgraded to a Category 3, but still very dangerous, of course, recommending everybody stay inside, stay away from the storm, as it looks like it is potentially making landfall soon.
Yes, we'll take a look at the radar here just a little bit, and I can show you that, it may be making landfall now, if not very soon,
Sure.
like you just said. But, we are still, we've already had reports of flooding, tornado warnings up in Georgia. So, we still have quite a ways to go. Now, here's the latest forecast track, and it is a Category 3 at this time, but a Category 3 is still a major hurricane being a Category 3, 4, or 5, but a Category 3 hurricane, and it is moving towards the northeast at about 18 miles per hour, and it could be making landfall with maximum sustained winds right around 125 miles per hour in the Big Bend area. So it is at this time projected to still be a Category 2 hurricane as it moves over Georgia. So we're talking about hurricane force winds as it moves over Georgia, possibly into southern South Carolina, right around Charleston. It is expected to weaken down to a tropical storm. These systems do weaken as they move over land, but they also slow down, and so again, that's just going to increase that threat for flooding. Now, this forecast track does have it moving offshore before it gets to North Carolina, but again, this forecast track could fluctuate in time, and so this could change, but again, we will continue to monitor that all throughout the day and tomorrow for you as well. So here is the radar. We can zoom in a little closer, and it does appear as though it is making landfall at this time. You can see the eye there. It looks like it's about ready to move on shore. It looks like just around the Perry area in Florida. So again, some very heavy rainfall. You can see these rain bands wrap around, rotate around that counterclockwise motion of this system as it continues. But it does appear, though, now that it is making landfall right around Perry in that Big Bend area. And so we've been talking about the threat for flooding, also storm surge, coastal flooding. When the system is moving towards land, that counterclockwise flow, those winds pushing the water like a wall of water onshore, so that leads to that coastal flooding. We've already had that reported in some areas, and so again, we are seeing those outer rain bands extending into southern Georgia, and so Albany looks like your rain is going to start to pick up quite a bit here in just a few moments. Brunswick, Georgia, seeing some moderate to heavy rain at this time, and this will be the case. We'll see some heavy downpours because it's got a lot of moisture in that tropical air mass with this tropical system. So again, this is going to continue to move northward. It does appear as though it is making landfall. If not, it's going to do it within minutes, but it does appear right around Perry, Florida, making that landfall, Ryan.
And Sandra, you mentioned it's not just the hurricane, it is also tornadoes are impacting some parts of this area as well.
Yes, Georgia's already had a couple of tornado warnings, and this is typically the case with tropical systems as they move onshore. As those storms move from water to land, it creates some friction, it slows it down, so it creates wind shear. And so we get these short-lived tornadoes that typically spin up with these tropical systems as they move onto and overland.
Well, Sandra, we'll keep relying on you for updates. We appreciate that one as the hurricane, now downgraded but still very dangerous to a Category 3, makes landfall there in Florida. And we're going to head back to our great TV station in Tallahassee for their continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia. Let's go back there now.
We may have lost Sheriff McNeil there, but yeah, that's the telltale sign, right? But
lost connection.
I'm sure he's off to do important things as we near 7:30 here, or we're past 7:30 here on this Wednesday.
Right, we really do appreciate him taking time to speak with us, though.
Absolutely.
All right, well, right now we're going to go ahead and speak with Brianna Shaw, our reporter there, who is at one of the shelters in Leon County, the Lincoln High School.
Yeah, Brianna, we've checked in with you periodically throughout the morning as the sun has started to rise. We are being told we lost her shot. You know, lots of things in flux because of the current weather conditions. So we're doing our best to work around the technological boundaries. But perhaps we could take a peek at a weather camera or two, or we can continue to talk about the current situation. As all right, we're going to go back to the shelter. Is that what I'm hearing? We have we have the sheriff back on the phone.
The sheriff is back. Okay.
All right, Sheriff, you hear us? All right, we lost him too. We could probably let the sheriff get back to his duties at this point. But yeah, I think it's the bottom line from everyone, from every county, is that even if it looks like the sun's coming up and there's not a lot of rain outside your window, that could change quickly, Josh. And it appears we're just minutes away from an official landfall.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jacob. We're really keeping a close eye on that right now. Here's the current radar loop. Yeah, I mean, this is a large, powerful hurricane. Look at all of the moderate to heavy showers stretching across much of the Big Bend in South Georgia right now. Lots of them still heading into Leon County. I see some in northern Madison County, exiting portions of Thomasville right now. But of course, the most dangerous and concerning section of this storm is going to be the core. Right there, now making landfall in Taylor County. It looks like right there is where we can see our center of circulation, which is pretty much in line with Keaton Beach right now. That's where we could be seeing our eye. No official landfall yet, but it does look like that's pretty much happening right now. But I'll tell you what, the winds in this section right here are very, very, very dangerous. There's actually an extreme wind warning out. We'll get to that in just a second, but I just want to let you know, if you're along this portion of Taylor County, especially near the coast, if you're in Perry, Lafayette County, now's the time where you need to act like this is an active tornado warning, or you need to head to the lowest level of your home, away from windows, and ride this thing out, because this is very dangerous. Here's that extreme wind warning right now. We've got one for coastal areas of Taylor and Dixie County. That's going to be in effect until 9:15 a.m. So we've got about a little less than 2 hours for that one. The one that's a little bit more inland, that's for portions of Perry and Mayo in Lafayette County. That's going to be for an additional hour, 10:15 a.m. That's because the core of Hurricane Idalia, the strongest winds, which still have sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. That's the last check. But remember, that's not everywhere. That's just one spot in the storm above the surface. But we're still dealing with some very, very dangerous wind gusts. So that's why we got to go ahead and stay sheltered and acting in that area like this is a tornado warning. Speaking of, we actually do have a tornado watch in effect as well. It's going to be in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon. The reason why we have that is because some of these feeder bands that are coming up from the south, they can become tornadic. Look at this one right now near Brunswick in southeast Georgia. That's a tornado warning. These kind of interact with the land. They start to get a little spin, and then, yeah, you can see something, funnels come from the sky. And that's when you're going to start to see some of these tornado warnings pop up. That's what we're watching really closely right now, in addition, of course, to this core, which does seem to be forming a little bit better than what it was before. But yes, it's already started weakening. That's the good news. It will continue doing that once it gets on land. It's not going to be able to feed off the warm water anymore, so it doesn't have any more fuel at that time. Here's the latest forecast advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This one came out at 7 a.m. Sustained winds still at 125 miles per hour. This is still a powerful major Category 3 hurricane, and it's moving towards the north-northeast around 18 miles per hour, so it's still moving very quickly. Where's it headed next? Well, it's headed to our inland southeastern Big Bend counties. It's going to maintain its strength as a hurricane, most likely still a Category 2 hurricane by the time it crosses that state line into our central South Georgia counties. We're talking about spots like Valdosta in Lowndes County, over into Clinch, Eccles, Lanier. We're keeping a very, very close eye on you, even over into Berean, Colquitt, down into Brooks as well. it is heading that way next, but it's going to be about another hour or two by the time it gets there. For now, the main concern is going to be spots like Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, Hamilton, and Madison counties as the core of Idalia begins to move on through southeastern reaches of the Big Bend. By the time we get to this evening, conditions are going to rapidly improve. That's the good piece of news that we get with a fast-moving storm like Idalia is. It's going to continue to race off towards the Carolinas. It's going to dump a lot of rain, still bring some gusty winds there before it eventually exits off into the Atlantic Ocean. Here's our current wind speeds across the area. Definitely the highest winds are going to be near spots like Perry at 39 miles per hour right now. Tallahassee sustained at 23, Moultrie at 24 there. Bainbridge, I see 16, 21 in Apalachicola. I bet you a lot higher right now in McCullough County, where we just saw a couple of those cams there. 23 right now in Cross City. I see 16 in Valdosta. Here's some of those wind gusts. I see a very dangerous wind gust right now in Perry, 64 miles per hour. That's that core getting very, very close to Perry proper right now. 43 down there at Lafayette High, 38 in the capital city, 28 in Thomasville. There's a new one in Bainbridge, 31 miles per hour, 29 here in Valdosta, 36 in Moultrie. That's going to continue to leave debris out on the roadways. That's going to continue to add to those number of power outages as well. Let's look at one of the models just to get an idea of what kind of wind gust we're going to be dealing with throughout the next few hours. All right. First off, right now, we know the core of the storm is right here. So the most damaging wind gusts are going to be for coastal areas in southeastern reaches of the Big Bend. Over the next hour, that threat is going to move inland in our southeast Big Bend counties. Spots like Suwannee, Madison, and Hamilton. You're going to be up next for these very, very damaging wind gusts. Then after that, it'll continue to move across the state line. Spots like Valdosta, over into Clinch, Eccles, and Lanier County. A little bit further off towards the west, we're still expecting wind gusts in the range of 40 to 50 miles per hour. That's a pretty safe bet at this time, although I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe one or two spots get to that 60 mile per hour mark. But for now, we should definitely be preparing for at least 50 mile per hour wind gusts over the next couple hours, even if that core isn't coming straight through your area. That's like spots like Tallahassee, like Thomasville, like Jefferson County, where that core, yes, it's not making its way through your county, but those tropical storm force winds extend very, very far, and at some points they can become very gusty. Remember, those hurricane force winds, they're extending about 25 miles outside of the center right now, so that's not going to cover a whole lot of ground, but where it does, it's going to be very, very impactful. By the time we get to late this afternoon, the storm is making its way out of places like Clinch County. Then by the time we get to tonight, everything starts to calm back down. Remember, we've got the flood watch. We've got lots of concerns right now with the amount of rainfall that we're seeing across the area. Here's some of our rainfall totals as of 7:41 a.m. We've got several hours left to go. I see lots of spots now starting to total up to 3 to potentially 4 inches, all the way a little bit further off towards the west. Those spots are starting to gain some more rain as well. We're talking about a lot of spots at least an inch of rain now. These totals will continue to climb. Here's one of the future casts. This is showing pretty accurately where that center of circulation is right now with the rain bands surrounding it. It's going to continue to surround that north and west side, dumping rain across the Big Bend in South Georgia before it eventually starts to lift by the time we get to early this afternoon. Then we'll get a few more of these isolated showers and storms on the backside of Idalia by the time we get to later on this evening. And yes, we've been keeping an eye on this rainfall forecast. I think they're going to be updating it right now. That's why it's empty. So there's lots of information coming in. We're going to continue tracking this. We're going to let you know if we do get an official landfall spot. Rob will be back here soon with some fresh updates.
All right, we do like fresh updates, Josh, and yeah, this is the hour, this is the time where we might see that historic landfall.
Yeah, indeed. All right, thanks, Josh. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Right now, you know, as we've... All right, we're going to go ahead and take a look outside to see how things look in Steinhatchee. All right, Taylor County, you know, we've kind of been looking at this view a few times over the morning. And so, wow, look at there.
Yeah.
Now that the sun has come up a little bit, you can kind of see the water better now.
Yeah, and this is not supposed to be an ocean view. This is supposed to be a river view, right? The marina is on the river there in Steenhatchee. So this that just shows just how that storm surge is starting to come on into the shore there. I mean, that's the dock there, which I suppose they're floating docks, right? So they would rise with the storm surge. I believe I'm correct in that. So that's why they're not.
That's why they're moving.
That's why they're still visible, I believe.
Right.
So it's a little harder.
They would be covered if they weren't floating docks.
Right. And this camera's mounted to the top of the marina there in Steenhatchee. So you can there's the roof there you can see. So you can see the building next door though, and that the water has definitely reached the building. So this is the storm surge threat we predicted, and it's coming to fruition for sure.
Yes, so glad, you know, that the whole area has been cleared. Every time we did look out there, you know, we didn't see anybody out there, anyone doing anything. The boats have been long gone. People making sure that they took those preparations and got things out of the way. It's very important.
We were at Keaton Beach yesterday, and we're talking to folks who were really taking this seriously. And if the landfall ends up being Keaton Beach, then of course they'll be very grateful that they did take every precaution.
Indeed. All right, for those university students new to our area, of course, being in a situation like this, I'm sure is nerve-wracking, even for the parents.
Oh man, for everyone involved, the students and the parents who might live elsewhere in the country, they've just dropped off their child to Florida, and they're like, oh, you might experience a hurricane one day. Well, it turns out the very first week of school, you're dealing with something that this area has never dealt with before. Well, we talked to some students who said they were grateful that the university decided to close, so they didn't have to stress about class today. They could just hunker down in their dorms or their apartments. Here's a little bit of what they had to say.
I am also a little bit anxious about it, but overall, I'm just praying for areas that are going to be more affected than Tallahassee, and just kind of getting ready to hunker down and preparing for the worst, but also staying positive. So.
And students who had family nearby, they helped them get groceries and fresh supplies. And of course, some chose to go home if that was driving distance this week. But others, of course, if they're from far away, they had no choice but to hunker down.
Yeah, to hunker down, stay inside. But I'm sure everyone was scared, or you know, but hopefully they're keeping those nerves in check.
Right. Once you're in the middle of it, I think it's the waiting that's the hardest part. And then once you're in the middle of it, of course, if you're in Perry right now, it's still probably very frightening. But if you're in Tallahassee, the winds are still serious, and you shouldn't be out on the roads. But it's probably more manageable now that you know that you can survive it, right? Yeah.
So those students, they're very grateful. We know FSU and TCC closed through Friday, and FAMU closed until after Labor Day, through Tuesday. So
I believe we have a look at a road closure. This is in the Tampa area. I believe that's what we're looking at. I-275. This is near St. Petersburg. And our Cody Butler in the Emergency Operations Center got word from Kevin Guthrie, who directs the Department of Emergency Management, that a part of the interstate had either fallen off or was no longer structurally sound. So you can see it looks like they've roped off a bridge there, one lane of it. So that's obviously not in our viewing area, but a sign, and they dealt with the effects much earlier than our region did. So.
So they're working on that. You know, of course, here our roads are still dangerous. We've already seen at least 2 crashes that we heard of, and that was early this morning on I-10. It is wet out there. That wind is blowing. So everyone, please be careful. Stay inside if you can.
Absolutely. All right, Rob Nucatola is back and ready to go. Rob, have we received word yet of a landfall, or are we still awaiting that?
Still waiting for the official word to be disseminated, but if you look at where it is, it's over land now. And I think we're about 10 or 12 minutes away from the 8 o'clock update, so we'll see what goes on with that. Nothing changed since the last time we spoke. Still classified as a Category 3 with those winds at 125 miles per hour, but encouraging that before landfall we saw some weakening, and I do expect that to continue now that the core itself looks to be over land. We're still going to talk about those same areas for the hurricane warnings, but most of that is going to be shifting a little bit more towards the east. Those tropical storm warnings a little bit more towards the north and west. Let's get to the nuts and bolts here, and we see the system itself making its way up towards the Taylor County coast, still with that little bit of an east twirl to it. And if you get a little bit to the north and west, really things start to drop off in a hurry, and there's a pretty clear back edge to all the rain from like Dothan, Alabama over towards Panama City. We'll zoom in, and you can see maybe right there, just south of Perry, that's where it looks like the core is, very tiny core, and it started getting smaller and smaller for maybe like the last couple of hours. So as we zoom in even farther, looks like just north of Keaton Beach, just south of Perry, that's where the landfall most likely occurred. We'll get the official word at some point from the National Hurricane Center. And now that it's over land, cut off from its fuel, those warm Gulf waters, over the next hour and 2 and 3, we should watch for some steady weakening, hopefully rapid and steady weakening, so that way things start to calm down. But for the next hour or 2, still significant rain, still significant wind. I've seen some winds sustained in the 35 to 40 mile per hour range around Perry. So that's been the strongest sustained winds that I've been seeing. As far as the water vapor imagery goes, we can see more of like an oblong blob out there. It looks more like a jelly bean or a kidney or something than that real concentric circle that we saw earlier. And that's because it is cut off from its fuel source and it is starting to weaken a little bit more. The tropical radar will show that there it goes right up near Keaton Beach, and you can still see some pretty significant bands of rain. I mean, this one just north of Keaton Beach, just up to Perry right now, along the highway, maybe right along Highway 19, that's going to be a spot where there's some significant rain coming down, some of the heaviest, because that's where that core is. So this is going to be the area maybe between Perry and Salem, heading up over towards Dowling Park maybe in the next 45 minutes or so. That's going to be the spot that I would expect to find the most significant rain, the heaviest rain, the frequent lightning, and of course those strongest winds. And we'll see what kind of information we can get for you from those areas. Now, some of the accumulated rainfall over the past 12 hours, we're going to find some of the bigger rainfall totals, of course, offshore, closest to where the storm spent the most time. But we've got a lot of this blue color, which is that 2-inch range. And I think we're going to start to see more of that spread out to more areas. I think when all is said and done, there'll be some spots up over 5 inches. But I think at this point, we're going to see more widespread, maybe 2 to 4 or 2 to 5 inch rain. And that's certainly going to be enough. That storm surge, no joke. It was good that this happened when it did, when we're talking low tides, but that water is still piling up and it's still going to be way above normal. We saw some of the video from Horseshoe Beach and some of the other areas where there was just so much water up over those docks, going to be up across those roads too. And on many of those roads down near the coast, you know where I'm talking about, always has some trouble when you have landfalling systems anywhere nearby, especially when it's real close by. At Keaton Beach, those 28 mile per hour winds, maybe a couple of spots over the next few hours, they get up over 50. And for most of the area, that's the kind of winds that I'm expecting. I'm not expecting 100 mile per hour sustained winds. We may get some gusts to 80 or 90, but I think for the most part, we're probably going to be in that 20 to 50 mile per hour range, maybe 30 to 60. And that is certainly enough to cause all kinds of trouble and all kinds of damage. So we'll certainly continue to monitor that and bring you updates as we see more of those wind gusts and more of that as we go through the day. But once we get past lunchtime, things should be starting to calm down. Here's a few more of those futurecast winds, and you can see a lot of the higher numbers shifting a little bit more to the east as we get to 10, 11 noontime. And then once we get past lunchtime, most of those numbers getting into what we'd call a breezy range, right? I like to call it breezy when it's between like 10 and 20 or 12 and 24 miles per hour. Once it gets up over 25 and gets close to Thursday, that's when we start calling it windy for a mile. So I think that's going to be the range that a lot of us are in after lunch. But from now until lunch, these next 3 or 4 hours, that's where we're going to be more prime time. You got something? Official landfall. 7:45 a.m. Keaton Beach official landfall. All right, there we go. And now what that means for us is we can expect some weakening, hopefully rapid weakening. Now this is in Steinhatchee. We're taking a look at this. That's a lot of water. Look at that house. Look at that structure there. The water's climbing up the walls, up those trees, and still streaming in from the Gulf. So yeah, we're going to find lots of spots like this. And can you see the dumpster sliding across the screen? Wow, that is some significant rain and water there. And all of those areas along the coast, especially Taylor and Dixie counties, but I think into parts of Jefferson too, those are going to be the areas where we see those highest amounts of surge and so much water out there. And that is going to be a problem for several days to get cleaned up. So hopefully folks in those areas are in higher ground and in shelters and away from those mobile homes that may be a little bit more susceptible to the damage from this kind of surge. I do expect to find plenty of those wind gusts over the next few hours. Look in Perry, the forecast maybe up to a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust coming in recently. That's got to be closest to where that core is. So without a doubt, that's going to be the area that's going to find some of the strongest winds and some of the most significant rains. Flooding is going to be a real potential across much of the area, and you can certainly pick out where that comma is, where that core is, right south of Perry right now. That is going to be the spot that not only has the heaviest winds, but those heaviest rains, but the strongest winds. And as that continues to lift off to the north and to the east, areas into Madison County, especially southeastern Madison County, into more of northern Lafayette County, and into western Sewanee County. These are going to be the areas where what's left of that core is trying to hold together will bring with it the strongest winds and the most significant rains. Now, further west of there, especially through parts of Wakulla and Leon County and into South Georgia, there's still going to be quite a bit of rain, and there's still going to be quite a bit of wind, and it's still going to cause problems in many areas. It's just not going to be as vigorous as some of the winds that will take closest to that core, because remember, it's the stuff near the core, and this is a very small core. Sometimes you have systems that have a 100-mile core. This has got like a 10-mile core, so very, very different with a system like this one as it works its way north. We still have that extreme wind warning for Taylor, Dixie, and Lafayette counties, and of course we are expecting strong winds moving through more of Sewanee and Hamilton and Eccles County, and probably for Madison and Lowndes counties as well, because that's where those winds are headed. If we look back a little bit more to the north and to the west, we're going to find away from the core still some significant rains, right? Around Monticello, over towards Asheville, up towards Quitman and Valdosta, some more of those moderate rains, and they're going to continue and persist for a couple hours. So that's going to really pile up those rainfall accumulations. And there we've got this stripe that's wrapping around the core, almost like a second core, but a much weaker one that extends out maybe 50 miles from where that main core is, from Wakulla County up through Leon County. Those are some significant rains too, and that band is going to wrap around the system, so it's going to find more areas as the system itself moves more to the north and to the east. So all that is what we're going to be dealing with for the next couple of hours. These next couple of hours are going to be the wettest, they're going to be the windiest, but hopefully the system itself will continue to weaken, and quickly. It is going to continue to weaken, but the speed at which it weakens is certainly going to be something that areas from Taylor County through Lafayette and Sewanee and Hamilton and Eccles counties are going to be the most interested in. And yeah, I do think that's a real possibility. Kind of crazy how that back edge is so sharp and so abrupt from near Dothan, Alabama towards Panama City, where it's barely raining, if at all. So it's not that far back to the west where there's not much going on, just slightly breezy day. But a lot of our area close to that core getting the full brunt of this storm. And you can see that the Futurecast has taken a lot of that rain each time it updates. It takes a little bit more of the rain a little bit further north and a little bit further east, away from more of our area. We've got a couple hours left to go through with this, and once we get past that, then we'll start to see some improvement. I still think there'll be some wraparound showers, part of the forecast later on this afternoon and this evening, but for the most part, before lunchtime, that's going to be when we have the most rain, and really, it's like the next 2 hours that are going to be the busiest times. Looks like the 745 update is in, so that's going to be the one that updated the landfall. Still Category 3, 125-mile-per-hour sustained winds. The pressure's at 949, and it's moving to the north-northeast at 18. So not a lot of change with it yet, but like I say, we get that next advisory at 8 o'clock. That's a more intermediate advisory. We'll see what that one tells us. And as we go through the next couple of hours, guys, that's when we can start to expect some changes. It'll be interesting now that the sun is up. Not only will we be able to look at the visible satellite imagery, but we'll also be able to see more of those cameras from all around the area and see what actually happened with all the wind and all the rain and all the surge, because that's going to really give us a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with in all those areas. So it'll be a pretty good time now to start cycling through all those cameras and get an idea of what's happening now that the sun is up and we can start, or not the sun is up, but now that the sun is out and we can see more things, guys.
Yeah, Rob, historic landfall, as you mentioned, officially 745 near Keaton Beach. So unfortunately, Keaton Beach will be one of those communities remembered for a landfalling hurricane right in their backyard. So it's still tough to kind of hear out loud.
Right, yeah.
And we saw that camera out of Steinhatchee. We'll have to, of course, wait and see the impact for all of Taylor County.
Exactly. Taylor County already knew that,
Yep.
that this was coming, and so they took those precautions ahead of time with the evacuations they had in order, getting people out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we have a camera we're trying to pull up in the Taylor County area. Let me know if we did lose it, so that might be a sign of the conditions in Taylor County. We were trying to show you US 19 and US 98. We have a still image, I believe, from that camera
let's take
shot.
a look at that.
So this is, yeah, US 19 at US 98, right there in the heart of Perry.
Wow.
So, yeah, still image, still worth 10,000 words, right?
Indeed, and hopefully those roads stay just like that as far as with no cars on them. You know.
Absolutely. And we've seen reports on social media of power flashes in Perry, power, of course, going out. We've been keeping track of the power outages all morning long, and they've skyrocketed. I just checked the city's website in Tallahassee, where there are over 1,100 power customers without power, or 11,000 rather, I believe, in the city of Tallahassee.
You're watching coverage of Hurricane Idalia on Local News Live. I'm Brian Pierce. For the latest on conditions and current track of Hurricane Idalia, we have LNL meteorologist Sandra Broken this morning. Sandra, what are you seeing right now from this hurricane?
Well, you know, we were just hearing from WCTV, our Gray station in Tallahassee, Florida, and they were talking about the power outages. And yes, that is a big concern. We're already seeing power outages in parts of Florida. Now, here is the track on Idalia. Now, Idalia did make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane near Keaton Beach in that Big Bend area of Florida around 7:45. It is showing now a Category 3 with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. So this has just updated. It was 125, now it's 120 miles per hour, but still a Category 3 hurricane as it's moving over land, and it is going to be weakening as it does so. However, it is going to still bring hurricane force conditions to Georgia. In fact, a Category 2 hurricane as it moves over Georgia, and then from there it is expected to move over South Carolina, right around Charleston. South Carolina is expected to start to make that turn towards the northeast and then out over the open waters. And so with that said, it's going to slow down as it makes its way over land, which is going to increase that threat for flooding as the heavy rain kind of slows down and falls in those same areas. So again, we will continue to watch that for you. But again, it did make landfall as a major hurricane earlier this morning. So as it continues to make its way over land, we're still seeing the heavy downpours with this system as it's moving northward. And again, you can see those rain bands kind of rotating around the center of the storm, around the center of circulation there. And it's going to continue to bring some heavy rain. And with these systems, you'll usually get like a really heavy downpour, and then it'll lighten up just a bit, and then another heavy downpour. But again, like I was saying earlier, as these systems slow down, those heavy downpours will stay in the same area. And again, that could lead to some flash flooding. We're already seeing some coastal flooding with the storm surge with this system. And we're still going to have that potential for storm surge, even though it's already made landfall. We still have this rain bands and the winds still wrapping around that system. And so still it's going to help to bank that wall of water on shore.
Sandra, it sounds like from what WCTV is saying, the next 2 hours, they're going to see heavy rainfall, strong winds. Is that what you're seeing right now for that part of Florida?
Yes, you know, they are seeing heavy rainfall, those winds, you know, still, you know, like I was saying, even when it makes it up to Georgia, could still be hurricane force. So they've got some strong winds. They're likely going to see more and more of those power outages as that system moves over more of Florida and also up into Georgia.
Well, Sandra, thank you for that update. We'll continue to go to you throughout the rest of the morning and into the afternoon as we keep track of Hurricane Idalia. Now, this storm's expected to unleash life-threatening storm surges and strong winds, as Sandra was mentioning. Those living in vulnerable areas have been ordered to evacuate. This morning, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis stressed just how dangerous this storm is.
The National Hurricane Center expects storm surge to reach up to 16 feet in some areas of the Big Bend region. That level of storm surge is life-threatening. Do not go outside in the midst of this storm. If it's calm where you are, it may be because you are in the eye of the storm, and those conditions will change very, very quickly. So wherever you are, hunker down and don't take anything for granted here. This is a very, very powerful storm.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in Tallahassee, Florida, of course, the capital of the state, right there in line for Hurricane Idalia. Let's go back to WCTV in Tallahassee with more of their coverage.
Josh, that we talked about, that is simply not survivable once you get to a certain level. And that's really what we're seeing, right?
Dangerous. Josh.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. You can see it right there. We actually looked at that camera earlier this morning when it was still dark out. You could see that whole building. None of that water that was out, extended beyond the docks, that wasn't there before. That's what happens when you have these winds piling up water. The water has nowhere to go. It fills up on the coast, and you're left with a lot of life-threatening storm surge like it was predicted and like we're seeing right now. Here's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This just came out at 8 a.m. Also, if you missed it, we did have a confirmed landfall. It has moved onshore around the Keaton Beach area around 7:45 a.m., so just about 15 to 20 minutes ago, it did finally reach the Florida Big Bend coast in Taylor County. Now, this new update, it seems like it is continuing to weaken. Sustained winds now at 120 miles per hour. This is good news. This is things that we want to see, and it will continue to happen as it continues to make its way onshore. It's not going to be able to have any more fuel because we know tropical systems, they need warm water. That's how they operate, and without it, it's going to continue to weaken. But the thing is, it's moving so quickly, 18 miles per hour, that it's going to be able to hold its strength pretty well as it makes its way across the rest of our southeastern inland Big Bend counties, also our south central Georgia counties. Don't worry, we're watching you very closely. I'm talking about Lowndes, Clinch, Eccles, and Lanier County. You're going to be up next after Idalia gets through the rest of the southeast Big Bend. Let's put in that forecast track. It's moving pretty quickly. We're talking about getting to the edge of, I'd say, Lanier and Clinch counties by 2 o'clock. But still by then, there's a good chance that Idalia could still be a Category 2 hurricane. So it's still going to be packing some very, very damaging wind gusts. It's going to cause lots more power outages there. It's going to leave a lot more trees down and a lot more debris in the roadways. But once again, the good thing is it's going to move on quickly. It should be out of our area by the time we get to later on this afternoon, especially into this evening. That's when we can start to get out there and figure out what we need to do. And we can do that even earlier, the further south and the further west that we are. But of course, we still got to give it another couple of hours. This is a powerful storm, and it is still very close. By the time we get to Thursday, it makes its way off the coast of the Carolinas, and it's out into the Atlantic. Here's Idalia. On the radar picture right now, you can clearly see this is the center of circulation. It is onshore. The worst of it is in Perry right now. If you're watching in Perry, there's a good chance you don't have any power right now. These are some very, very damaging winds rolling through, powerful thunderstorms, heavy, heavy downpours. So if you're watching us right now, maybe you're on your phones, maybe you're on your laptops, stay inside. Stay in the lowest level of your home. Stay away from windows. This is the worst of this storm right now, what you're going to be experiencing over the next hour or so as the core of Idalia continues over portions of Perry and the rest of Taylor County and to Lafayette County too. Mayo, I'm looking at you. You're on the outer edge of these really, really strong hurricane force winds. All right, so once again, just like folks in Perry, if you're in Mayo, you need to stay inside on that lowest level of your home as well. We've got some of those extreme wind warnings out. We'll get to those in just a second. I just want to talk about how large this storm is. I mean, we're talking about moderate to heavy showers extending all the way through Valdosta across all of our South Georgia counties until you get to, say, Miller and Seminole counties. But still, I still see some of those moderate showers now working their way towards the west. Tallahassee, up through, I'd say around just to the north there of Greenville is where we see that one strong band continuing all the way down into Wakulla County, starting to wrap back around. So Wakulla, especially coastal portions, seeing some real bad wind and definitely lots of heavy downpours still. We've got a couple hours left to go. And of course, yes, this is the core. This is the strongest part of the hurricane, and it's moving straight through Perry proper right now, including Mayo. But once again, it's racing towards the northeast. Just stay hunkered down, folks, for another about an hour or so. Then we'll get to reassess, and if we're in the clear, then we can let our guard down for folks in Taylor County and Perry, but not yet. We've got the extreme wind warnings out. We've got one for coastal portions of Taylor and Dixie County until 9:15 a.m. So that's got about another hour left to go. This one's a little bit further inland. This includes Perry, Mayo. This is new. It now includes Suwannee County. So it looks like they're adding on these extreme wind warnings in the path of Idalia. So if you are in Mayo, if you are in Suwannee County, including Live Oak. That means you're up next on this. This one might have a different expiration time. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but same thing. What this extreme wind warning means is that what you need to do is treat this like a tornado. You need to act like a tornado is coming through. It's a tornado warning. It's an extended one because it's a lot longer. It's going to take longer to come through, but the winds are just as damaging. So you need to be inside, once again, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Just ride this thing out, wait till it passes on by. Remember, the one by the coast is set to expire at 9/15. This inland one, I'm not sure if that includes Suwannee County yet. I'll get a check of that soon. That expires at 10/15. We've also got that tornado watch out for the eastern third of our area because of some of these feeder bands that are going to come up off the east side of Idalia. These could have some tornadic cells within them. You see one right there near Brunswick in southeast Georgia. That's a tornado warning. If we have a tornado warning pop up in our area, we're going to cut in to no matter what's going on, and we'll get you the latest information on that. Good news is I don't see any of those right now. Unfortunately, what we're seeing a lot of is storm surge. This was the potential peak storm surge forecast that we had, this 12 to 16 feet. That's where we're seeing a lot of inundation stretching all the way down, especially that shot there in Steinhatchee. We're expecting that to definitely get the worst of it based on where Idalia made landfall with those winds out of the south and out of the west, just piling up water onto the coast. Here's some of our current winds right now across the area. They're still getting up high. 28 sustained right now in Tallahassee, 49 miles per hour in Perry. These aren't gusts. These are the actual wind speeds. Now, I think we're going to get another view of Steinhatchee right now just to check on in and see what's going on. I don't think it's a good scene out there. Wow. The wind is roaring. You can see all the palms. Look how far the water goes up the power poles. We're looking at least several feet here. Obviously can't tell for sure an exact number, but based on how far up these trees and these power poles, look at the house. That is what we call unsurvivable storm surge. It's up to the roof of a house. That's verifying that 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That's what happens when you have a major hurricane come through in one of the most storm surge vulnerable sections of the United States. It's an unfortunate situation that it's unraveling. I just do hope that most folks in those evacuation areas did go ahead and get out, but I'm sure we're going to get a whole lot more information over the next several hours. Let's continue to move on. Let's look at some of these wind gusts around the area. Perry, definitely still the most concerned about you right now. We just got a wind gust of 71 miles per hour. Once again, that's because you're in the worst part of the storm right now. Wind gusts of 41 in Tallahassee, 43 in Valdosta. That's only going to get worse for you folks in Lowndes County. 33 there in Quincy, 28 right now in Bainbridge, 33 in Moultrie. So we're going to continue to see more of those power outages with wind gusts like these. Let's look at the futurecast to get an idea of where the bad winds are going next. Right now, the center of the storm is in Perry. As we move on, say later on this morning, then we're looking at spots like Live Oak, Hamilton County, Valdosta, the rest of Lowndes, over into Clinch and Eccles County as well. Madison County too, watching very closely there because you're going to be very close to that core of the storm where those strongest winds and wind gusts are. Once we move on into earlier this afternoon, that's when it just could start to exit portions of Clinch County. Then the further away it gets by that point, by the time we get to this evening, the winds have noticeably calmed down across the area. And lastly, of course, we've got the rain concerns. We've still got that flood watch out. These are some of the updated rainfall totals. More and more spots are now up to 2 to 3 inches. Everywhere that you see in blue is about 2 to 3 inches of rain so far. And these darker blues, once you start to get the purple colors, that's upwards of 4 inches in some isolated spots. So these rainfall totals continue to climb, and they're going to continue to climb as well. We've got a whole lot more rain left to go. Look at the futurecast. There's the center of circulation. We've got a lot of precipitation on the north and west side of this system, and that's just going to continue to stream across the Big Bend in South Georgia. Eventually, by the time we get to this afternoon, we're looking at less rain for the Big Bend, but still a lot for some of our South Georgia, especially our South Central Georgia counties. And then once it moves on out, remember, later on this afternoon and this evening, If you're going to be out there doing some recovery efforts, there's going to be a few more scattered showers and storms on the backside of this thing, so be prepared for that. If you're going to be outdoors, bring a rain jacket. But remember, we're not outdoors yet. We've got a few more hours left to go. As soon as things start to look a little bit more safe out there, of course, we'll let you know. But now, send it back to Jacob and Lenitra.
All right, thanks, Josh. Yeah, like you said, we're not out of the woods yet, just because that landfall did happen at 7:45 officially in Keaton Beach, but there's still a lot to make sure we keep our eye on.
Yeah, a lot we still don't know. We've tried to pull up that Perry camera and it froze, so we don't exactly know how our friends in Perry are handling it right now. And Keaton Beach, where it made landfall, unfortunately, there's no live camera opportunity there. But we did see Steinhatchee not far away and the surge there, so we can only assume the surge isn't a good situation either in Keaton Beach.
All right, we'll go ahead and take a look now at the 8 a.m. power outage map. And yep, those numbers have gone up. Tallahassee, last time it was about 6,000 the last time we saw it, now at 12,925. Talquin, 16,370. And of course, that Talquin is their entire coverage area, which does cover Gaston and Leon counties there. Then the Tri-County area, 9,857. Ooh, and look at Thomasville, Jacob.
Yeah, it finally showed up. Yeah. And that's what we figured as the storm, moved inland. Georgia and Colquitt there, 1,900. Georgia Power checking in here, Swanee 7,200, and Duke Power, Duke Energy, for Franklin County and Wakulla County over 6,000 for sure. So this is what we expected, and we heard the governor say earlier for Southwest Florida, 100,000 customers lost power and got it back on less than 24 hours, really, less than 12 hours, I believe. So that timeline would be great for our area, and they have a lot of help to get it done.
That is the good thing, that mutual aid that they have with other states, people even coming in from Louisiana and other states coming in to help the city of Tallahassee when it comes to the utilities. So they were already on standby, and hopefully they can get the power restored as quickly as possible. Yeah,
and if you're just joining us and you haven't been with us all night, we did want to just remind you that Xfinity is offering free Wi-Fi hotspots, not just in Tallahassee, as you see there, but all over the area, Panama City, and that's mostly to the west. Thankfully, they're out of the worst of Idalia, but from Tallahassee, and perhaps if we could go east and see if there are any east of Tallahassee, if that's west. We're doing our best here. All right, yeah, so there are a few in Perry even, I believe, and in Madison. So yeah, that's good to see that those Wi-Fi hotspots will be there for those hard-hit areas, so you can join them without being an Xfinity customer and for free. Important.
Yeah, it is for free, so it can help you make those connections you may need to make, communicate with people that you need to communicate with, give them those updates, and let them know what's going on, because we know a lot of people have been anxious and a little nervous about what's been happening. So that's why we've been doing our best to keep everybody informed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a frightening situation for every one of us.
From
us here on the desk, to our meteorologists, to the folks living on the coast. So having that communication is helpful.
And officials are asking people to still stay inside. We know we talked about a landfall already happening, but that doesn't mean, everything's over. So be careful out there, because they're saying there's no help coming, right? It's still a lot going on. Franklin County said if winds reach 45 miles an hour, St. George Island Bridge will close. Alligator Point, no emergency services if this happens. So that wind is still out there. So that means those emergency personnel, they cannot be out there doing certain things in these types of conditions.
Absolutely, and I believe those conditions were met. Now, Jefferson County, very similar situation. They've actually they've suspended their emergency service at 8:30 this morning, or rather that would have been 8:30 yesterday, or they're planning to at 8:30 this morning. So there's a lot of fluid with the timeline, but the bottom line is that if you need emergency assistance, it might be hard for them to come to your home.
Yeah, Wakulla County, once the winds reach a sustained level of 35 miles an hour, it is unsafe for emergency services to respond to those calls. So emergency personnel, they won't be able to get out there. So still some touchy and risky conditions out there right now. I can still hear the rain here in our studio. It is kind of interesting. I've been sitting here, it's like the sound of the rain on the studio has been just that sound, a constant sound over the past several hours. So please be careful out there, everyone.
For sure. We ran through the list of road closures a few minutes ago. If you hadn't seen that, every big road in town seemed to have some sort of closure, from Capitol Circle to Thomasville Road to Meridian Road to Crawfordville Highway. So lots of road closures down. You know, here locally, we've heard thunderstorms over the summer come across our roof and sound even more intense than what we've heard here in Tallahassee. And someone tagged me on Twitter showing some of their damage in a Tallahassee home, and it was minor. And folks are saying this seems minor, which could be true at the moment, but that could always change with a tropical system. And that's what Rob and Josh have been hitting home, that even though it shifted to the east, it made landfall in Taylor. Leon maybe didn't get the worst of it, but it's still dangerous, especially because of those road closures.
It's still dangerous, and you know, minor, be grateful for that minor.
Sure.
You know, we were preparing for the worst, and I know it gets frustrating for some people. You know, they're like, oh, I did all of this preparing for nothing. You guys told me to do this, you told me to do that, and get this and get that. Yeah, because wouldn't you rather be prepared and not need it than to need it and not be prepared?
100%.
Right.
Absolutely. This is a camera we've checked in on a few times, the WeatherStim camera at St. Mark's, and yeah, the trees there are dancing with the wind, I'm no expert. It doesn't look like there's a surge issue going on here, and maybe Rob, once he's joining us again, he could fill us in. I know there was a surge threat in the St. Mark's area, and the lighthouse there is right on the coast, but it doesn't appear, especially nothing like the Steenhatchee camera we saw.
Right. Yeah, but we do know that St. Mark's, they do have a history of flooding.
Sure.
So hopefully everything around there is okay. Oh, we got a shot from Perry. All right, this is a live view, apparently courtesy WPLG.
So you can see they're riding out the storm in Taylor County, and so this would be some of the worst and still some of the most significant wind threat and rain threat. So you can see this is no joke.
No joke at all. I see someone holding a camera phone out there.
So, you know.
That's what happens. And it sounded like we just had a wind gust here. Not sure what that sound was. We just heard
weird sounds. That's not unusual when the storms come up blowing. So I think we've kind of seen a good survey. And Rob, I don't know if you can break it down from that St. Mark's camera, if you think that's a surge situation or not. Or,
you know, one of the things, like at St. Mark's, is this different wind direction, right? The winds in St. Mark's circulating around the storm are actually should be helping to push the water away from the shore, not towards the shore. And that makes a big difference in that surge potential. So as long as the winds continue circulating around the storm, for areas like St. Mark's and areas in Franklin County, that wind's coming from the north. It's not coming in from the south, and that makes a big difference in that surge. But areas of Dixie County, areas of Taylor County, that's where those winds are coming in from the south or from the west, and that's going to pile that water up against the coast. So that's going to make a huge difference. We're watching the latest situation here with Idalia. It's moving to the north at 18, with the northeast at 18 miles per hour, still with 120 mile per hour sustained winds. This is going to go back to the 8 o'clock advisory. I suspect that over the next hour, when we get that next advisory, things are going to drop even more, and that's going to be excellent news, but this is by no means over. We've got a couple hours of serious water, serious wind, especially in some of our easternmost areas. Here's what it looks like, and that core struggling, but the storm itself still maintaining plenty of circulation and still maintaining plenty of wind and rain. That back edge is very distinct, and it's starting to move a little bit more towards the east, so maybe some of our western counties will start to see some of those rains calm down. But it's those areas with the darkest colors right around that core, and that's going to include Perry. That's where we've got some of those strongest winds, and that's going to maybe get up to the city of Madison across I-10, maybe right over towards Live Oak right now and right near Mayo. These are going to be the spots where the winds are going to be the strongest, the rains are going to be the most impressive. That video that we saw from Perry just a little while ago will certainly show us that too. Here's that back edge and that drier air that's trying to work its way from west to east. And when you put it all together on the radar, what you end up seeing are very few showers out once you get past like Dothan and Panama City. You still have a pretty good stripe of pretty significant rain coming through parts of Thomas County, Leon County, and Wakulla County. But the most vigorous rain right now that we're seeing is this stuff right here. And that's what's coming down from just north of Perry, just north of Highway 27, maybe over towards Dowling Park. So some of those areas that are going to be in Taylor County and then lifting towards southeastern Madison County and trying to slide over a little bit more towards Hamilton County and into parts of Lafayette and Sewanee. This is the bullseye right now where that core is, or what's left of that core, and that's where we're going to find the most significant rains and some of those strongest winds. Now, so far, the rainfall accumulations over the past 12 hours are mostly in the 2 to 4 inch range. Got a couple of spots a little bit more than that, but most of that's offshore. Now, as we go through the next 2 hours and we continue to see these heavy stripes of rain, we're likely going to see some of those spots get up over 5 or 6 or 7 inches worth of rain. And as far as those peak storm surge potentials go, it's still going to be our easternmost counties where the wind is pushing the water towards the shore, as opposed to our westernmost counties where at least currently the winds are pulling it away from the shore. But we'll certainly keep our eyes on all of that. All right, the forecast winds and the winds that we're seeing, how about around Keaton Beach, up over 60 miles per hour? That's absolutely no joke, but much different when you go farther to the west. Look at Apalachicola, forecast to stay below 20 miles per hour. And then we get past lunchtime, and even Keaton Beach, we're talking around 20 miles per hour. So very big difference, maybe 2, 3, 4 hours from now. But this is the time that everything is going to be at its biggest. And as a matter of fact, some of those winds around the area, especially in our eastern spots, are going to be up over 35, maybe up over 55 to near 60 miles per hour. So that's where that core is for the next couple of hours. And as it moves its way up towards Lowndes County and into more of southeastern Georgia, that's where the strongest winds will go. The rest of the area by lunchtime, we're talking about a breezy day, and that's it. But for these next couple of hours, windy and wet for sure, and those strong winds are absolutely going to be part of the forecast. Here are those current winds, and we see most of the area with those north winds as the storm itself is a little bit more towards the east. And check out Perry. The sustained winds, 62 miles per hour. So that's why the trees are bending the way that they're bending. That's why it looks the way it does there. That's closest to the core, but that's the only spot right now reporting winds like that. I'm not getting a report from Live Oak, but I do suspect we're going to see some stronger winds moving in that direction over the next little while. So yeah, plenty to watch with those winds, and some of those wind gusts that I've been seeing. Definitely saw some of those 40-mile wind gusts earlier in Apalachicola, but how about the ones in Perry, up over 70 now, and 85-mile-per-hour wind gust in Perry. So that's where that core is. That's where the dangerous, or the most dangerous stuff is. And of course, that's where we're going to be watching until this system moves further away. Hopefully it happens sooner, not later. I don't see much. No, we're going to talk about the flood. What did you say? We're going to go back to Perry. Let me see the camera from Perry. All right, so there we go. That's a road in Perry. That's Florida 501, and you can see the wind pulling the rain in sheets across the road. That doesn't look like anything you want to be outside in for sure, and that looks like it's going to be something that's going to cause all kinds of damage for the next little while. I mean, that is constant waves of rain being blown across the street in sheets, and that is going to be something that hangs until the core itself moves on a little bit more. Flood watches across the board are going to continue to be something we're keeping our eyes on, especially eastern parts of the Big Bend. Here's where we are on the radar, and we only see one area where we're more than yellow. And what that tells us is the most intense rain is in that one spot, and it's between Madison and Perry right now. So that's where the most intense rain is, just like the video we showed you. But we still have some pretty moderate rains falling through more of Wakulla County, much of Leon County, up through Thomas, past Moultrie, all the way up towards Adel and Tifton. So that's the spiral band coming around the core. The core itself very small, but those areas maybe just north of that core right now experiencing those strongest rains and winds, and that will continue to be the location that we're most concerned with. It looks like they've extended the extreme wind warning now to include parts of Madison County, Lafayette, and Sewanee counties, because that's where that core is headed. So yeah, a lot to watch with that core as it works its way more to the north and to the east. And that does mean areas into Hamilton County, Eccles County, Lowndes County, the I-75 corridor, maybe just south of Valdosta over the next couple of hours. That's where this core is headed. So that means that's where the worst of the weather is headed. It should get weaker as it moves to the north and to the northeast, but it's certainly going to still be packing a punch. Eventually, in a couple of hours, these more moderate rains to heavy rains that are falling across central parts of the area should start to taper off, and those areas to the west that are only getting some light rains should continue to taper off. So there's good news for western areas before it's going to get better for eastern areas. You can see how the storm has moved. It had that swing to the east around 3 o'clock this morning or 4 o'clock this morning. That made a big difference for where the landfall was going to be, and that made a huge difference for areas like Wakulla County and Jefferson County and Franklin County. But now it puts the bullseye over much of Taylor and Madison and Lafayette and Suwannee and Hamilton and Eccles counties. So that's where we're going to be watching this storm to continue going and to take the biggest rains and the most significant winds with it, and seeing those wind gusts up over 80 miles per hour, seeing those sustained winds up over 60 miles per hour. And that's at the surface. That's the measurable stuff. That's really dangerous and really scary. No joke with this system whatsoever. Here's a look at the futurecast by 11:30. A lot of the activity to the west is weakening. Some showers still lingering along Highway 84 and north, but should continue to pull away from the area by lunchtime and shortly after. And then by later on this afternoon and this evening, we're tapering off to just some showers and just some breezy conditions. And then things should start to quiet down for the next couple of days. And hopefully we bring in a little bit of cooler air. I mean, if we're going to put up with a big storm, it would be nice to get a small reward of a little bit less humid, a little bit less hot, right? And I think that's a real possibility over the next couple of days. Haven't been looking much at the future forecast part of the weather today because we've been focusing on the tropical system. But maybe I'll start putting some of that together so we can start looking at that more extended forecast, and maybe we have some better news to look forward to heading into the holiday weekend. I'll get to that, guys. As a matter of fact, I'll send it to you, and then I can start working on that now.
Sounds like a plan. We'd love to start talking about a brighter tomorrow, literally. But of course, many communities still really under the gun here, so we'll of course keep that in mind. Now, we've been checking in periodically throughout the morning.
You're watching live coverage of Hurricane Idalia. That's WCTV in Tallahassee. We'll get back to them in just a second. But for the latest on conditions and the current track of Hurricane Idalia, we have L&L meteorologist Sandra Brogan in with us this morning. Sandra, what are you seeing right now?
Well, you know, it did make landfall earlier this morning around 7:45, but we still have a ways to go as we'll continue to see hurricane force conditions even as it moves up into Georgia. So it is a Category 3 hurricane now. It is moving over land. Part of the storm, the outer rain bands, still out over waters. But again, we are seeing it continuing to move towards the north and expected to be a Category 2 hurricane even as it moves over Georgia and then moves into southern South Carolina. It is going to weaken to a tropical storm as it starts to make its way off of the South Carolina coastline. So this track from yesterday is actually a little bit farther southward than it was yesterday, but still it looks like by Thursday afternoon it should be out over the open waters. Could still have some wraparound showers and storms making their way into North Carolina, but again the center of circulation should be back out over the waters Thursday afternoon. But again, Florida still dealing with heavy downpours, also strong winds with those heavy downpours. So just some sheets of rain. You don't want to be out there in it, reducing visibility quite a bit. So again, it did make landfall near Keaton Beach earlier this morning, which is near Perry, Florida. It's in the Big Bend area, and it's going to continue to move northward. We've seen the heavy rain. You can see that moisture, those rain bands wrapping around that center of circulation. And so we're still concerned with storm surge. We're already seeing flooding, but we're still concerned with storm surge, even though the center of circulation is over land, because these bands are in the wind is actually still pushing up against the coastline. So still kind of pushing that water onto the coastline on the east side of that storm as that wraps around counterclockwise. So again, as we go in a little bit closer, you can see that heavy rain, that moderate to heavy rain, and you can see we'll get some heavy downpours and then it'll lighten up just a bit and then some heavy downpours again. And that is typically the case with tropical systems as those rain bands rotate around that center of circulation. So again, flooding is going to be a big concern, not just along the coast with the storm surge, but also when we get those heavy downpours and the system starts to slow down as it moves over land, that could lead to flash flooding because those heavy downpours kind of linger over the same areas a little bit longer. And again, some very heavy rain. This is a tropical air mass that we are dealing with, this tropical system. So we've got some heavy downpours with it, and also still some strong winds. In fact, tropical storm force winds still possible as it moves into the Carolinas, and we could even have hurricane force winds as it moves over portions of Florida and Georgia. And again, storm surge is a big concern. Even now, they've added storm surge alerts up along the southeast coastline up towards North Carolina. I was talking about those winds earlier. So tropical storm force winds are 39 mile per hour to 73 mile per hour winds. Once you get to over 74 and over, that's hurricane force winds. But you can see we are still anticipating anywhere from 30 to 40 mile per hour winds as we look ahead to later this evening as it moves over Georgia and into South Carolina, which means more power outages. So we're looking at the possibility for widespread power outages in portions of Florida and also Georgia. Right.
Even sticking with WCTV, and thank you, Sandra. That's where Tallahassee, Florida is. That's where most of the storm is hitting right now. You mentioned going to be a Category 2 hurricane as it moves up the coast into Georgia. What you mentioned a little bit, the down power lines, heavy winds. What will that look like when it moves into Georgia? You said around 7 o'clock tonight. Did I hear you right when you said that?
Well, it looks as though it's going to be moving across Georgia this afternoon. So It's really just going to kind of, the worst of the storm, I would say, will be over Florida for probably in the next couple of hours, and it's going to move into Georgia as we get into the afternoon. Now, even with that said, I said the worst part of the storm, it's still going to have some showers and storms possible in Florida after the worst part of the storm moves into Georgia. But again, Georgia, it looks like the worst of it will start to move in as we get into the afternoon. They'll be dealing with it then, and then as we get into the evening, it looks as though it'll start to make its way towards South Carolina.
LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan. Sandra, thank you. We'll keep in touch with you throughout the morning and potentially into the afternoon as well. Yes. Thank you for stopping by. So Idalia has already been bringing damaging winds and rain to the Appalachia Bay region. When the storm settles, it could be a major blow for states as it is still reeling in certain areas from Hurricane Ian just last year. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has issued an emergency declaration for 49 of the state's 67 counties, and 5,500 National Guard troops have been deployed, ready to help.
As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby should that be necessary.
As you heard Sandra mention, Florida isn't the only state that will feel Idalia's wrath. Damaging winds and heavy rains will likely move into Georgia and the Carolinas late Wednesday into Thursday. Let's go ahead and go back to Tallahassee, Florida, right in the middle of this storm. WCTV with their coverage.
This is that center of circulation. This right here is the worst part. Heavy, heavy downpours, lots of lightning in this little area right there, now entering southern portions of Madison County, about to get to that I-10 corridor. I think, Jacob, Lenitra, you guys just gave a report about I-10 closures westbound in Jefferson County. It's about to get a whole lot worse right now in Madison County. This is the worst of the storm right here in terms of wind and heavy downpour, so we'll have to see what comes out of that. But I'll tell you what, we were talking a whole lot about storm surge. We've still got some ongoing right now. Not only do we have the winds going onshore still in portions of Steinhatchee down through the rest of Taylor County, still down to Dixie County as well. But on the flip side of things, where the winds are coming out of the other direction, this is where you're probably seeing water getting sucked out of the bay right now because the wind is flowing from inland down into the bay. And we've seen this happen sometimes where the water starts to recede. It just depends which side of it you're on. This side, you're good to go. This side, as we've unfortunately seen, not at all. Here's a zoomed in view of that core right now. I've kind of given you this red little circle so you can tell where the most dangerous part of this storm is right now. Coastal areas starting to improve right now. The worst of it is now exiting out of Perry. Madison, if you are in Madison right now, this is your time to make sure that you are inside, lowest level of your home, away from windows. You've got some real gusty winds on the way to you right now. We've also got a tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 3 p.m. And the reason why is because we've got these feeder bands coming in on the southeastern side of Idalia. These have a history of producing some tornadic thunderstorms. What I mean by that, you're going to start to see some of those spin-ups. We've seen a couple tornado warnings. I'm keeping a very close eye on this. So is Rob. If one of those tornado warnings do happen to pop up in our area, then we're going to immediately come on and get you the latest information on that. Here's a new little graphic I want to show you. This is wind velocities. This shows us which direction the winds are moving, either away or towards the radar. Now, we know these winds like to spin counterclockwise. Now, see this little dark area right here? That's indicating very, very strong winds, the strongest winds out of anything else on this map. You can see some very strong winds right now pushing now offshore out of Wakulla County, probably adding into that storm surge. But this right here is the most concerning, and this is heading right towards Madison right now. So once again, if you're in Madison, now's your time to get inside. This is fair warning. You've got some very, very dangerous conditions on the way. That's just to the south of I-10 right now, about to pass over. We've got the storm surge map here. We've pretty much already seen the effects of it, right? The worst of it is where it was anticipated along that Taylor County coastline down through Dixie County as well. Some of the water actually getting sucked out of the bay on this side just because of how the winds are positioned. And yes, we've seen that happen before. Speaking of winds, here's where we're at right now across the area. Wind speeds in Tallahassee are at 29 miles per hour. These are sustained winds, not just wind gusts. 25 in Moultrie right now, 51 in Perry. We're not getting the reading in Live Oak, and we don't have one in Madison, but I tell you, it's going to be very, very high right there. 20 in Valdosta right now, 22 in Bainbridge. I see 15 in Apalachicola. Here's the current wind gusts. That's bad. Perry, 78 right now. Once again in Madison, it's either going to be that or probably higher when that really burst of wind starts to move on through, as we saw there on the wind velocity radar. 39 miles per hour there in Tallahassee, 37 in Quincy, 39 in Valdosta, 67 still down at Lafayette High. This thing is still churning across southeastern portions of the Big Bend, creating lots of damaging wind gusts out there. Let's see where the winds are moving off to next. Right now, the worst of it, definitely right here. Southeastern portions of the Big Bend where that high wind warning is out right now. It's going to continue to move towards the north and towards the east. Spots like Valdosta and some of our south central Georgia counties. I'm talking about Brooks County over through Clinch, Eccles, even Lanier. We're talking about over the next hour or two, even as we head towards 11, maybe 11:30. That's when the worst of it is on the way to you. Then it will continue to move off towards the northeast. Once that happens, we're going to start to notice these wind gusts finally start to die back down. And by the time we get to this evening, everything is good to go out there. Still got your flood watch. Let's check in on some of that rainfall amounts right now. Yep, they're continuing to pile up. More and more spots now have a cumulative 2 to 3 inches. That's what you see in that blue there. Other spots a little bit more like in that purple. Now we're talking about 4, upwards of 5 inches of rainfall. Here comes your futurecast. I think this is reading it pretty well right now in terms of where the center of circulation is, as well as the rainfall bands. We're going to continue to see some heavy rain across the Big Bend, most likely until around lunchtime hour. Then you're going to notice things start to lighten up a little bit out there. It's still going to be windy. We're still going to be seeing rain in South Georgia, some heavy rain as well, until this thing starts to move out of places like Clinch County by the middle of this afternoon. And then remember, we've got some of these scattered showers and storms that are going to be arriving on the backside of Idalia as well. That's what we've got so far in the latest update. We're going to continue to track this. We're watching very closely, especially those in that direct path of that center of circulation with the strongest winds right now. And once again, this thing, it's going to move on out by the time we get to Wednesday. But the thing is, if you're going to be out there during these recovery efforts, keep in mind there's going to be some more. And some of these storms could definitely pack a punch. I mean, the Futurecast is picking up some pretty heavy downpours with some of these cells that want to form late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Here's one more current view of that radar loop. Yes, this is still a large, powerful, dangerous storm. There's that center of circulation now entering Madison County. Lots of lightning, lots of heavy downpours, damaging wind. It's now leaving Taylor County and Lafayette County, so you'll notice conditions there are going to improve. So if you're in Perry and you just saw the worst of it there, things are starting to improve. Things are definitely improving if you're down by the coast. Other than that, we've still got some moderate to heavy bands of rain and constant wind gusts of around 30 to 40 miles per hour across a lot of our area right now, including Tallahassee, up through Valdosta, down in Thomasville as well, and especially still down by the coast on southwestern reaches of the Big Bend. Spots like Wakulla County, down through Franklin County as well. The good news is in Franklin County, I think we're seeing the winds kind of move further enough away where they're not having too much of an effect. But we're still seeing some pretty damaging wind gusts right now in Wakulla County as well. That's pretty much all we got right now for this update. Rob's going to be back soon. We'll talk a little bit more about the details.
All right, Josh, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And if a tornado warning comes up or something, just let us know, and we'll get right back to the weather team as we watch those very concerning bands enter our area like we thought they would.
Exactly. Those conditions are still, you know, iffy out there, making their way through the area. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some information from Wakulla County.
Yeah, we're getting word that they have officially suspended all emergency services in Wakulla County, again, because of the high winds that are now out across our viewing area, but especially for those in the coast that now the storm's moving inland. So that's the reason why no emergency services are available. That's coming from Jeff Yarborough, who we spoke to a couple of hours ago, and he said that was certainly most likely the scenario that would happen, that it would not end up working out where they could still get to people if there was an emergency.
Right. And also along the coast in Wakulla County, we're starting to see some reverse storm surge already happening at the St. Mark's Wildlife Refuge.
Yeah, we have that camera. I don't know if it's possible to pull it up, but it shows kind of the opposite of what we saw in Steenhatchee, right? Instead of the water coming in, it's this, right? So it's kind of out to the bay, right?
Right,
so.
Yeah, the water being sucked back in.
All right, so we're going to continue to monitor our views here, and we're going to pivot now to Tallahassee Mayor John Daly. He's going to join us over the phone. In fact, he's going to join us over my phone. So I'm going to put him on speaker here. Little rudimentary, but it gets the job done. So.
Hello?
Mayor Daly, is this you? This is Jacob with WCTV. How are you?
I'm doing great, Jacob. How are you?
Good. We are beaming you right into our viewers' living room right now, if that's okay. We're taking you live. We just wanted a quick update on the situation as you see it from Tallahassee's perspective. Hopefully you've been okay overnight. And yeah, just give us a rundown right now on how things are looking in town.
Sure. I'm down at the Emergency Operations Center right now with our team. And first of all, let me say the men and women that work for the city of Tallahassee are absolutely fantastic in the county, and I appreciate all the hard work they're doing to keep us safe. Look, the storm's hitting us right now. We now know that this has the potential to be the worst hurricane to hit Tallahassee in the history of the city of Tallahassee and the Big Bend. So we have to take this seriously. Shelter in place. Do not go outside. High winds, a lot of rain. And then once the storm passes, we got to give everybody, the professionals, the opportunity to get out, allow first responders to check on those in need, allow our utility crews and stormwater crews to get out and clear the streets and start putting the electricity back on. But yeah, we're feeling the effects right now.
Yeah, and Lenitra Bennett's with me as well, and so she might have a question for you too.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us this morning. You know, you mentioned the crew members, everyone is ready. What message would you like to give to the residents who, you know, some people may be anxious to get out, but of course, we don't want them to do that, right?
Right. Now's the time to stay in place, shelter in place. Now, I know in Tallahassee, our major concern is when we lose power, how long is it going to take to restore the power? And I want you to know that we've prepared for this. We are actually tripling the size of our electric utility response. Not only do we have the great men and women of the City of Tallahassee Utility Department, but we have mutual aid agreements coming in as far away as Nebraska, Oklahoma, Ohio, Kentucky, Mississippi, Louisiana, Those assets are staged all over our community, and we have a couple of more private contractors coming in as well. As soon as it is safe and the wind speeds die down, they will be out repairing the infrastructure because, like I said earlier, this will be the largest hurricane, it looks like, to hit Tallahassee in the history of the city, and we will sustain damage to the infrastructure, but we're prepared. Stay inside, shelter in place.
Yeah, and I know Michael and Hermine taught valuable lessons for the entire community, right? And that those have been put into place for Idalia. And I know we had gone over some road closures earlier with our viewers in the community. Anything else that has caught your attention over the last couple hours that our viewers need to know, or any final message you have for our viewers?
Yeah, I mean, we're experiencing extreme heavy rain and high winds, and so, you know, we're keeping an eye on the flash flooding situations in low-lying areas, and of course, looking at the infrastructure and road closures and road blockages. Look, again, the best thing that the citizens can do right now, we've prepared for this, just stay home, shelter in place. If you're in a shelter, you're going to be taken great care of, and as the winds die down and we can assess the damage, we will immediately begin repairing Tallahassee.
All right, Mayor. Well, thanks so much for carving out a few minutes for us. I don't always cold call you and put you right on the air, but we do appreciate it this time around, and we'll stay in touch, of course.
Yeah, appreciate your coverage, and thanks for keeping the citizens informed.
All right, take care, Mayor. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, that is Mayor John Daly keeping tabs from a Tallahassee perspective.
Right.
And he did say it could still end up being some of the worst tropical storms that we've ever seen in the city of Tallahassee in terms of effects. And of course, once all the dust settles, we'll be able to compare Idalia to Michael to Hermine to even Kate back in the 80s. So I think we had a shot from Madison County, if that's correct. So yeah, this is Boot Hill, one of the shots we normally take on a normal day at Madison County High School.
That weather stem camera there, just looking, you know, gloomy, of course, but not too bad.
Yeah, there might be some ponding there on the field. It's hard to tell, but the sky's certainly ominous and gray, and I believe that's where we're concerned about what could come with Idalia in Madison County and farther inland.
Exactly. You know, things are still passing, so we still want everyone to be careful, and we'll go ahead and check in with Rob to see where things stand. You know, we've already had that landfall about an hour ago, but we're still bracing for some effects. Rob, how are things right now?
Yeah, and that video, by the way, was probably looking like it was buffering a little bit. It was kind of behind and slower because the rain's coming down a whole lot more than it appeared to there. And maybe you could see it just in a couple spots if you got real close to the screen. It's serious rain in Madison County now. North of Perry is where that core is still lingering. And I think it's going to be Madison County up towards the state line into parts of Brooks and Lowndes that we're going to be watching at least whatever's left of this core that's still trying to hold together. That's where we're going to find the most significant rain and wind. That back edge is getting more and more pronounced and is trying to move a little bit more east as the storm itself moves to the north and east. And if we zoom in, you can see those darkest colors from around Perry up through Madison and maybe up towards Valdosta, so up into parts of South Georgia now. So that's where the area that is we're going to be most concerned with for the next 60 minutes or so as this center continues to make its way there. We go upstairs in the atmosphere onto the water vapor imagery. We're looking for these oranges to indicate some of that drier air maybe trying to get pulled into and help to weaken it even more. But I think here on the radar picture, you'll be able to point out and pick out where some of those most significant rains are. And you can see that they're now north of Perry, maybe just north of Perry, but certainly north of Perry, near Shady Grove, getting up to I-10 around Madison, maybe up to Cherry Lake, not quite into South Georgia yet, but awfully close. And where we've got some of these pockets where we're seeing these reds and purples, that's going to indicate some of that really heavy rain. And maybe that's just north of Dowling Park right now, lifting to the north and to the east. So some really significant rain in that area. And that's where we're seeing this little stripe, a little splotch here of that purple color that's indicating maybe 4 inches worth of rain accumulating, at least by radar's estimation, of just the past 12 hours. A lot of the area in the blue colors are probably going to be closer to 2 inches already from just the past 12 hours. And we've got a couple hours of rain still to go through. So lots of rain in this mix. Here are the current wind speeds that we see. And in Perry, those current winds from the north and west, 51 miles per hour. That's the sustained wind. That's like the 2 or 3 second average, not a 2 or 3 second burst. So that's the 1 minute average, not a 2 or 3 second burst. So 51 miles per hour sustained is serious wind. And we're going to see more of that try to work its way into parts of Madison County and maybe even into parts of Brooks and Lowndes County, especially southern parts of Brooks and Lowndes. Hopefully the storm itself will continue weakening while most of the area it's in that 15 to 25 mile per hour range. We've had some days behind a cold front where we have breezes this strong. But when you are in those areas nearest to that core, it is much more significant and much more dangerous. And take a look at this. Some of the gusts over the past few hours. If we get into Perry here, we see those gusts that got up over 60, up over 70 to 85 miles per hour. At Lafayette High School, a gust that got to 67 miles per hour. Now, those are those 2 or 3 second bursts. So, yeah, some really significant things there. That is the one that's going to cause danger. That is the one that's going to cause power outages. Those are the kind of gusts that are going to knock tree limbs down. Even in Tallahassee, a 44 mile per hour wind gust. So that's going to cause some problems in many spots. In Thomasville, a 32 mile per hour gust. Already a 40 mile per hour gust in Valdosta. So there's certainly been some strong gusts. And the most recent ones in Valdosta are up to 45 miles per hour. So windy for sure, gusting winds absolutely, and that is what's going to cause more issues in addition to the rain that we're going to continue to see. Here's the radar picture one more time. This significant stripe from Moultrie through Thomasville to Tallahassee to Crawfordville, the whole Highway 319 corridor with moderate to heavy rains. Get into Madison County, northern Taylor County, between Perry and the city of Madison up to I-10. That's where the extreme rain is now. And as this continues to lift to the north and to the northeast, it's going to bring those batches of heavy rain. It's going to bring those instances of the most dangerous and strongest winds with it. And I think those areas next are going to be up to Highway 84 near the I-75 corridor into parts of Brooks and Lowndes counties. So that's what we'll be watching for that. We'll see if those extreme wind warnings continue to get extended. They're now into parts of Madison. They're now into parts of Lafayette and Suwannee. That's set to go till 11:15 this morning. And then, of course, one of the first areas that I've seen some flood warnings, and that's going to be right through parts of Wakulla into Leon County, and that's going to go till the afternoon. So some flooding already beginning, and that does line up with where we've got that stripe of the heaviest rains in southern Leon County, northern Wakulla County, down towards St. Marks, so near the St. Marks River. So that's where we have some of those flooding concerns. And we certainly do see those batches of rain north of Perry. That's going to continue moving to the north as the core of the storm itself continues to move more to the north. And that's where we're going to find those heaviest rains. So, yeah, it's going to be areas in Madison County, and it's going to get across the state line into spots of Brooks and Lowndes counties. Now, here's what it looks like kind of on a bigger perspective. And the expanse of the entire system, it does go from Liberty County all the way over towards I-75. So covering a large area. But, man, that core stayed really, really small, and it kept those strongest winds in just that smallest area. So that was one of the better things that could have happened with this system. Instead of seeing that core really expand and get deeper and stronger, to really spread out those most dangerous winds and the most of the serious rain. But you can also see so much rain spiraling through many areas. And I do think as we get through the next couple of hours, those rains will start to taper off to showers and then taper off from the showers to next to nothing. And then we'll have some wraparound moisture lingering, I think, later on. Well, back to the west, the air is much drier, and we'd like to see some of that take over the next couple of days. And I think it's a real possibility. So there's some better and brighter news coming. We just got to make it through these next couple of hours first for many of our Florida areas, and maybe got to get just past lunchtime in some of our South Georgia areas before we can start to wave goodbye to the bulk of all this. And then it's going to be about the aftermath. All right, we're coming up on 9 o'clock. I don't think I have 9 o'clock information just yet, so we're still going with the 8 o'clock stuff. The air pressure at 950 millibars, up from a low back in the 940s, and then we can see the winds still around that core, still coming in as of 8 o'clock at Category 3 at 120 miles per hour. I suspect that's going to come down a little bit more when we get the 9 o'clock info. And then as we go to 9 to 10 to 11 and we get that next full advisory, hopefully we'll see a real big drop in all of that, as the storm itself should really kind of continue racing off to the north and east and getting out of our area. But it's going to be a couple of more hours still. You can see the size of it, and there's plenty of wind and rain that still has to make its way through our area, lifting from south and west to north and east. And of course, that surge is still going to be a real thing now as the backside of those winds wraps around and helps to push that wind up against the Taylor and Dixie County coast, while maybe the winds and take the water down from Franklin and Wakulla County's coast, but it's really going to start piling it up on the Taylor and the Dixie County coast. So that's where those storm surges up over 10 feet are going to be. We've had some of those cameras where we saw some of the water in some of those marina areas that are way up the sides of those buildings and up over the sides of those vehicles that were out there. That's a lot of water, and that's what's going to continue to be one of the major storylines in those areas, in addition to the wind and the rain. And even when the wind and the rain start to calm down, it takes a while for those waters to recede again, especially considering that the high tides are the next round of tides later on this afternoon, this evening. So we'll be watching for all of that as we go through the day today. But the next story right now is a couple more hours of this wind and this rain, guys.
Thank you so much, Rob, for that latest information. And yeah, every minute, every hour is so important now, as one community after the next is in the line of fire. Some of the strongest winds with Idalia, so very important. We wanted to show you several different views here. This is a live, or not a live look, of course, but this is a video recording from outside our studio back before sunrise. You can see in Tallahassee bands of rain and wind, kind of what you would expect to see with a tropical storm.
And that must have been taken during one of the downsides, because, man, I tell you, there were moments where it sounded much louder than that just sitting inside here in the studio. But right now, this is a video from Perry, the traffic camera there.
Yeah.
Ooh, and you can see those strong winds. Well, speaking of, our lights
are
just
flashing
flashed.
here in the studio.
So
Not
yeah, that video we
surprising,
just saw was nothing compared to what's been happening. But yeah, again, Perry right there, and yeah,
that was
Taylor County. They already knew that it was going to be a lot of action in that area.
Yeah.
Ooh, the lightning.
Lightning.
Oh man.
Yeah, and that was about 30 minutes ago on US 19 and 98 in Perry. And then, of course, along the coast, Lenitra.
Oh, yeah. We've been talking about that coast most definitely. This is towards Taylor County's coast. The streets in Steinhatchee submerged in water. That's a look there, the conditions. And, of course, we'll continue to monitor that area, but we've been looking out there over the several hours. And it's just amazing to see how the water, it seems to have been getting higher and higher and higher. That particular house right there, boy, when we first saw it a few hours ago, the water wasn't that high.
Water wasn't that high, and there was still a truck, I believe, that was just parked on the road there. And so who knows if that truck that's underwater has been swept away. It's so hard to tell. And as I had mentioned earlier, that's a river. That's not an oceanside town. Steinhatchee is a river town, but that just puts it into context.
Yeah, and taking a look now, this is Crawfordville, just the rainfall there. You can hear that sound. It doesn't seem too bad as far as the winds are concerned. No bad winds right now, at least not in that spot, because we have seen a lot of wind blowing and with that rain happening there. But Crawfordville doesn't look too bad.
No, it doesn't look too bad. And, that's the thing about tropical systems, right? You can take one moment in time where it's a lull or it doesn't seem so bad. And then the next thing you know, it does get way more intense. Or it's one community just has a nice morning rain, and the other community, like Taylor County, dealing with some intense stuff. This is a live view now of a WeatherStim camera down at St. Mark's, which we've been viewing.
Oh, yeah. And as you can see, a different story with that wind. Look at those trees right there. Yeah. Man, it is blowing. The rain has been coming down in that area. So, but no matter where you are and what it looks like at the moment, even if it seems calm, they are asking everyone to please stay inside.
Stay inside.
To be safe, because it may be that moment. It may be calm right then, and then the next thing you know, no telling what can happen, because we are monitoring a lot right now.
Absolutely. And this another example of that reverse storm surge that our weather teams talked about, where the wind is pushing the water into the bay and not towards land. So, and we've seen that before on this shot for prior storms too. So a fascinating phenomenon. Of course, we're following a lot of things, and we're going to keep a close eye on Madison County for live pictures out of Madison, because they're under the gun right now. And Josh can rejoin us now and give us a
9 o'clock update.
9 o'clock update and a lot of really important information, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hey, I've got some more good news as we continue down the line. We have seen more weakening. We are no longer at a Category 3 hurricane. We are now at a Category 2. This is going the trend that we're going to continue to see because Idalia is now on land. And with these tropical systems, they need warm water. That's their fuel. That's what drives them. It's like gas. It's like gas for a car. If it doesn't have the gas, it can't run. So it's going to continue to weaken. So we've seen it get downgraded again. Sustained winds right now at 110 miles per hour. So yes, this is still a strong hurricane. This is still something that we are tracking very, very closely as it continues across our now eastern third of our viewing area. So we'll go ahead and play out this forecast cone. It's continuing to move towards the north-northeast at a pretty quick clip, 18 miles per hour. And it's still forecast to be a Category 2 storm by the time it crosses over the state line and it crosses over spots like Lowndes, like Eccles, Lanier, and Clinch counties before it then exits our area by the time we get to later on this afternoon. Then we get to this evening and it's all gone. It's going to make its way across the Carolinas. It's going to be a problem there. But then by the time we get to Thursday, it's then going to exit and make its way out into the open Atlantic. Now, we've still got these extreme wind warnings in effect. These ones down by the coast are set to expire at 9:15, so we've only got about another 10 to 15 minutes. I think the worst is now past the coast. Perry and Mayo, you guys just pretty much saw the worst of that the center of rotation where the strongest winds were. Now we're getting into spots like Madison and Live Oak that are starting to see some real gusty winds out there. So once again, if you're in Madison, if you're in Suwannee County, especially the northern half of it, you need to be inside. Lowest level of your home, away from windows. We've seen some very high wind reports with Idalia as it's continuing to move across our area. It looks like we have a new flash flood warning that popped up. That includes Perry and Greenville and Madison as well. And that's because this little section of that, the northwestern quadrant of where we're seeing the center of circulation, there's a whole lot of rain. That is very, very heavy rain. Also some lightning here passing on through just to the north of I-10 now throughout Madison County. That's pretty much where we're seeing the strongest winds. So it's now approaching the state line, but it's not there yet. Madison County.
You're watching breaking news coverage here on Local News Live. Hurricane Idalia, WCTV there. What may be the worst hurricane ever in Tallahassee, Florida. And for the latest on conditions and the current track of Hurricane Idalia, we have L&L meteorologist Sandra Brogan in this morning. Sandra, sounds like the hurricane's still incredibly dangerous, downgraded to a level 2.
Yes, but still, a dangerous situation, even though it has been downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. And it could still have, hurricane force conditions as it moves into Georgia later this afternoon. Now, I just want to take a quick look at some of the storm reports that have come in over the past 12 hours in association with Idalia. Now, we're likely to see more of these storm reports coming in later, but this is what we have right now. We did have a report of a tornado in Highlands County in Florida, and that was earlier this morning. Just before 2 a.m. Also, flooding, a big issue with this system, reporting floodwater in the vicinity of the Port of Manatee on Piney Point Road, and that was around just before 5 a.m. This morning. Also, wind. It made landfall at 7:45 earlier this morning, and at 8:30 after landfall, University of Florida reporting wind gusts of 51 miles per hour. So again, we're dealing with the wind, the heavy rain, and also the storm surge, of course, already seeing some of that impacting the coastal area of Florida. So here's a look at the past 6 hours, looping on the radar. You can see it. Here's Perry near Keaton Beach. That's where Idalia made landfall earlier this morning around 7:45 as a Category 3 hurricane. It is now a Category 2 hurricane, and all of this is going to continue to move northward. And I just want to point out that even though the center of circulation has moved on shore, we are still going to see that potential for storm surge as we get into, as we continue to see on the backside of that system that the rain bands rotating around still on the east side of that system, still pushing that water on on shore. So again, here's the latest forecast track. Again, it just recently downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane. Sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast at about 18 miles per hour. And the latest forecast track still maintains that Category 2 hurricane status as it moves over Georgia. And it looks like it's going to move into Georgia this afternoon. So we're still dealing with the worst of the storm in Florida for the next couple of hours. But even after the worst of the storm starts to make its way into Georgia, Florida will still see some showers and storms on the backside of that system. And then it looks as though it should weaken down to a tropical storm as it makes its way into South Carolina. And then for tomorrow afternoon, the center of circulation should be out over the open waters. However, we'll still have, with that counterclockwise flow around it, we'll still have those rain bands wrapping around into North Carolina. So still, even as far north as North Carolina, could be dealing with some flash flooding as we look ahead to tomorrow. But again, for today, we could continue to see the flooding concerns, also with storm surge as well. And then those strong winds, we could still have tropical storm force winds even as it moves across, or not just tropical storm force winds, but possibly hurricane force winds as it moves across Georgia. But tropical storm force winds possible later this afternoon, I think, as it moves across Georgia and into South Carolina later tomorrow, late tonight. Ryan?
Sandra, we were watching, and thank you for that update. We're watching coverage from WCTV in Tallahassee, Florida. Their new studio, the lights were flickering. They showed images from outside, heavy rain, wind. It seems like Tallahassee is right in the middle of that storm right now.
Yeah, they're actually, Tallahassee itself is kind of on the northwest side of the center of circulation, but again, very close to the center of circulation. So they're getting some heavy rain, some very strong winds, and we were watching video earlier that WCTV was showing, and it was just showing sheets of rain because of the heavy rain and the wind. So, it looked like you wouldn't hardly be able to see when those sheets of rain pass by. So hopefully no one is out in that. Hopefully everyone has taken the proper precautions and staying indoors.
Well, Sandra, you're helping out a lot. We appreciate you stopping by the studio and keeping us updated throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Now, the Hurricane Center warns of potentially life-threatening storm surges, as Sandra mentioned, up to 16 feet coming as late as noon. When the storm settles, it could be a major blow for the state, as it is still reeling from certain areas from Hurricane Ian last year. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has issued an emergency declaration for 49 of the state's 67 counties. Officials in Leon County are warning people that power outages are imminent and to stay safe around downed power lines or generators.
We are encouraging citizens, of course. We expect power outages, but again, our providers are working around the clock to shore up our utilities. We're advising people again to stay away from downed power lines. Very important. And if you use a generator, again, we can't emphasize enough to ensure that you have proper ventilation. A generator in a enclosed area for just a few minutes can be deadly.
Florida isn't the only state that will feel Idalia's wrath. Damaging winds and heavy rain will likely move into Georgia and the Carolinas late today and into tomorrow. We'll keep you updated on all of that. But for now, let's go back to the area getting hit hardest, Tallahassee, Florida, and WCTV.
On this afternoon, then the main piece of energy leaves us, Idalia, but then behind it, we've still got some of these feeder bands on the backside. That's going to leave us with some isolated showers and storms, something to keep in mind before we head out later on today and even this evening to start some recovery efforts. Here's one more check of that current satellite and radar loop. This is the most dangerous part of the storm right now. Made landfall around Keaton Beach, 7:45 a.m. this morning as a Category 3 hurricane. It is now downgraded to a Category 2, but is still packing some very damaging wind gusts as it heads towards that Florida-Georgia state line. We're going to continue to monitor this closely, guys, but for now, we'll send it back to Jacob and Lenitra.
All right, thanks so much, Josh. Still got that new information coming in.
Yeah.
Another downgrade to a Category 2 But as he mentioned, it's still a strong storm.
Yeah, we are not done yet. We have to wait for it to move through our entire viewing area, and of course South Georgia will be next in line to feel some of those strong winds, if not already. So a lot of new information we're getting into our newsroom, and we're going to do our best to share some new information to you. And I just wanted to pass along some notes that we just got in from the Madison County Sheriff's Office. They say it's no longer safe for first responders to be out on the roads. Trees and power lines are coming down in Madison County, and they even say that trees are falling on moving vehicles on the interstate, presumably I-10, of course. So that's not what you want to hear.
Exactly.
We told people hours ago that I-10 was not your friend, that you should not be on it, and unfortunately, that's not good. We don't know any injury situation or blockage. I believe we had seen in Jefferson County. I-10 had been shut down earlier today.
Yeah, there were some parts shut down, so they're asking stay off the roads. As you see, you know, if they're saying it's not safe for first responders to be out there, that means it's not safe for you to be out there. So if you can, please stay off the roads because they aren't able to come and help.
Yeah.
You know, not at that time. They have to wait until conditions improve for that. We're going to get another update, though, from the shelter that's open at Lincoln High School in Leon County.
Yeah, I believe, I'm not sure if we have them live or if we're just passing along this note. Yeah, this is just some info we want to let you know. Apparently the lights went out at Lincoln High School, the shelter there, and the generator didn't quite kick in. It failed, so they're in the dark right now, the 50 or 100 so people at Lincoln. So not the best news, but of course, the volunteers, the school staff members, everyone's working around the clock to try to make sure things like this, if it does happen, that we get a rebound quickly.
Right. Yeah, and right now we're seeing the power outages in Tallahassee right now at 22,564. So we know that number has been climbing over the morning, which was expected, but we did talk to Mayor John Daly just a little while ago, who said they are working on it. And of course, not only do they have great men and women with the city of Tallahassee working with the utilities company, but as well as help from other states, even as far away as Nebraska.
Right.
So they are ready, and they're out there working and trying to get it done.
Very impressed to see the coast-to-coast outpouring of support, and whether it's Tallahassee or if it's areas to the east with all those power outages, yeah, they'll be put to good use for sure.
Right. Yeah. So hopefully everyone's okay out there. Just kind of stick it out, and those with the power outages, hopefully they can get those back up as soon as possible.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we'll do one more plug, one more reminder for those Xfinity hotspots. They are free and available to non-Xfinity customers, so you can see all those different spots across the Big Bend and in South Georgia too. Should point that out. And so those you might see normally on your phone as available for Xfinity customers. Well, these are for everybody right now. It's a service that Xfinity is providing. That website is finder.wifi.xfinity.com to find the one closest to you.
Right, and it is free, so that is good. You know, being able to being in those areas with the hotspots allow people to communicate and connect and let folks know what's going on.
Yeah, and as this storm progresses county to county to county, it's good to have your own county's alerts on. And again, we're approaching the point where it's too late for this storm, but it's still worth doing. We have a link on our website that shows all the different counties in our viewing area and the link to access the alert page for each county. Right,
just go to WCTV.tv. We have the Florida and Georgia counties there. We're scrolling through just so you'll see what it looks like, and we can click on one of those and it'll let you know information that is important. There's Taylor County right there, so you can sign in and get the information you need.
Yeah, so helpful tips perhaps for the future or the present, because again, we are not out of the woods yet. And we saw at the governor's press conference a couple hours ago that it was the Coast Guard, the National Guard. There's so many different groups of people, an army literally is basically ready to go into where the hardest hit areas are. And so it's just going to be really impressive to see that come to life. Right. Heartbreaking, of course, given what's going on, but it'll warm your heart for sure as well when you see that happen.
Just to see everybody coming together. You know, as you mentioned, the Coast Guard is one of the entities that is out helping, and there you go. This is video of the Coast Guard there. I believe we're in Central Florida, maybe
Tampa.
And okay, St. Pete, Tampa, looking good there. Oh, that's video of yesterday. Okay, as the Coast Guard moved to respond with their vessels there to the south. So that's good.
Yeah, a lot of equipment needed, and I'm sure they're already in action. The effects of Idalia in Tampa kind of come and gone at this point. I believe there's still some effects as well. So we're going to continue to follow updates. We did want to go back to that really impressive shot out of Perry, frightening shot, really. The traffic camera. Do we have that we can pull up? Let's see if we have that available to us. It's just bands of rain. Okay, so this is the view live from Perry, and you can see still lots of rain and what appears to be debris, a fallen road sign there on the side.
Right, and that's what makes it scary. You know, having that debris out there. First of all, you never know when things could fall, and then after they fall, you have all types of debris and everything on the ground. And so another reason why they're asking people to stay off the road, because not only are you dealing with the wet roads, but you have to deal with that debris that could be scattered in different places as well.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on the cameras, and we'll send it over to Rob as we continue to keep a close eye on where this thing heads.
Yeah, and those cameras were rocking and rolling, right? You saw it moving around. Those street lights were too, so really dangerous stuff. Not the time to be on the roads anywhere in the area. Give it another couple hours, let things quiet down. You made it this far, you can make it another couple hours without getting into trouble by going out on those roads right now with all the dangers that are out there. Now, the 9 o'clock information does continue the steady weakening of the system. The internal pressure up to 957 millibars. The wind speed's down to 110 miles per hour, so we're back down to a Category 2 storm. And this weakening should continue as it moves more to the north of east or east of north and continues to work its way out towards the Carolina coast. And now when it gets out into the Atlantic, we'll see about what's going on there. We've got plenty of time to watch it after it gets away from our area. That back edge is starting to become even more pronounced, even farther to the east. So that's good news from our far western areas. But we still got a lot to deal with in some of our eastern sections. And right now, we see those darkest colors, and that now is going to include most of Jefferson County and into quite a bit of Brooks and Lowndes County and over into parts of Eccles and Hamilton counties, in addition to Madison and Taylor. Those are all the areas that are going to be dealing with some of those strongest rains and some of those heaviest winds. And you can certainly see it all right here on the tropical radar picture. Now, it's hard to find that center, but you can still see that circulation core sort of spinning, maybe just a little bit north of Mayo, just a little bit south of Madison. So that's about where that center is. Now, as it lifts its way north, it's going to take this little splotch of most significant rains with it. So things are probably about as bad as they've been in Madison up to about Cherry Lake and maybe back over a little bit towards Greenville. But this will continue moving off to the north and east, and hopefully fast enough to get it out of Madison County. Of course, that means it's going to find its way into the I-75 corridor and maybe up near Statenville or back down towards Jasper. We're already seeing a stripe of more significant rains coming down. So there is still plenty with this storm. Even if we're saying that it's weakening, doesn't mean it's done. It just means it's not as strong as it was a couple hours ago. We see that area in Madison County with all the purple shading on the rainfall accumulation over the last 12 hours. It's up upwards of 4 inches worth of rain, and when all is said and done, I think we're going to find more of those purple splotches. A lot of our area in those blues, and that's going to be in the 2 to 3 inch range. So we're still going to be dealing with more rain for another couple hours to just pad those rainfall totals. Looking at the current wind speeds, these are the sustained winds. These are these 1-minute averages, not those 2 or 3 second bursts. That's the gusts. And we're seeing those winds in Valdosta 39 miles per hour, in Perry 43. That's actually down in Perry from where it was a little while ago. And most of the area is in that 15 to 30 mile per hour range. So that is certainly windy enough out there. Now let's check on some of those gusts, which we're going to see in some areas, like especially around Perry, that got up at one point up to 85 miles per hour. In Valdosta up to 52 miles per hour. In Tallahassee, wind gusts up to 46 miles per hour. So those are all really dangerous wind gusts, and those are all the kinds that give you the scary out there with this system. Now, if we take a look at the radar picture again, we're going to find significant rains falling still in several areas. We're still watching that same batch of rain from Moultrie all the way down to almost Crawfordville, The biggest rains are right around Madison currently. We still have the extreme wind warning. That's going to go for a little while longer until after 11 o'clock. That is for parts of Taylor and Madison, parts of Dixie and Lafayette, and even some Suwannee County. Now, if we zoom in here, we're going to find a couple of green shaded areas, or at least green outlined areas. One for southern Leon into northern Wakulla, and more through parts of Madison and Taylor County. And these are for some flash flood warnings because of all the rain coming down in short periods of time. There was no place for that water to go. So these flash floodings are really, really dangerous things, and we'll certainly be watching for that. And we'll continue to watch out for the possibility of spin-up tornadoes, especially from Taylor County, Madison County, Lowndes County, and east, where the current tornado watch still extends. Now, we're taking a look at the radar picture one more time, and we'll see in a couple of zooms where we've got those more significant bands of rain right around Madison and I-10 back to Jefferson County. Get up north of Highway 84, not necessarily as strong, but that's the direction this rain is moving, so it's going to get stronger here before it calms down. Now, a little further back along Highway 319 from Moultrie to Thomasville, I don't expect the strongest rains or heaviest winds to make it there, but we're still dealing with quite a bit, and a lot of that's going to wrap around that core. And then through parts of Leon County, especially eastern parts of Leon County and north of I-10, we still have a bunch of significant rain coming down, and it's going to continue to do that until that core pulls away a little bit more, and then more rain will still wrap around that system. So we're not going to be finished with those bands of rain until probably closer to lunchtime or even after. So for the next couple of hours, it's still about the rain coming down with the storm lifting to the north and east. We'd like it to lift north and east faster and farther and get out of here, and it's going to do it. It's moving fairly quickly, but it's still going to take a little while. So that means we still need to stay in place. Don't be out on the roads. Don't be in a hurry to get out there and investigate the damage. We love to see the pictures and the video you send us, but don't go out there if it's not safe to get it. That's only putting yourself at risk, and we'd rather not see the video. We'd rather you be safe. So just be careful if you're thinking about doing something like that. Now, as far as the wider view goes, the storm itself, not super expansive. It doesn't encompass 3 states all at once. It's not a monster system, but it certainly is a wind and rain producer. And as it lifts its way to the north and east, it's going to bring more wind and rain to more areas in Georgia, and then eventually into the Carolinas, and then eventually out into the Atlantic. Behind it, the air is a little bit drier. So we're hoping to bring some of that in and maybe a little bit cooler. We'll see how that goes over the next couple of days. It'll be a little while before we get the next update. It's only 9:22. We won't get the next one until 10 o'clock. So we'll have to watch and still hang on to this data for the next little while. And that's still going to call it a Category 2 storm, at least for a little bit longer. But it really is encouraging to see as much weakening as we've been seeing for the past little while. And that should continue for the next little while. I mean, it's almost impossible now to pick out where that eye used to be. We can see that center of circulation where all the winds are rotating around and where all the rains are rotating around. And that's what's really close to Madison right now. And that's why some of the most significant rains are falling near Madison. And I think they're going to continue to fall in those areas and start spreading up towards Valdosta over the next little while. So if you're wondering where it's going next or when it's going to be worse next, it's going to be in areas probably north of I-10 up to Highway 84 and over to I-75 from the city of Madison, maybe up towards Quitman and Valdosta. That seems to be the general motion this is going. Over the last hour or so, it does look like maybe it's a little bit more north than east, and maybe you can see that with that very end of this loop here, it kind of turns a little bit more north. So I think that's going to put more of Brooks and Lowndes County in play for the next hour or two. And then once we get past that, hopefully we start waving goodbye to the whole system in its entirety. And by the time we get past lunchtime into the afternoon hours, now we're talking about just some of the leftover wraparound bands. That'll still bring with it some showers, but hopefully nothing like what we're dealing with currently, especially not like what we're dealing currently around Madison and back over towards Greenville and up towards Cherry Lake. And I do see this pretty impressive little stripe of red here that's along the I-75 corridor south of Valdosta. Not quite as far east as Statenville, but it does include Jasper right now. So there are certainly some areas that are getting some serious rain and wind out there. And with the rainfall accumulations already in the 2 to 4 inch or 2 to 5 inch range, we are going to find more flooding concerns. We've got some flash flood problems in a couple of spots, and I think that's going to continue. Now, as far as those winds go, everyone wants to know how strong those winds are going to be. For the most part, those winds are in that 15 to 30 mile per hour range, and that is really strong and it's scary. But then we've got some spots like still in Perry, like now in Valdosta. It's closer to or up over 40 miles per hour, and it's going to get a little bit stronger, I think, as we head up into South Georgia from Quitman to Valdosta, where that core is headed. That's where the strongest winds will be, close to that core, which is still intact. Maybe not as impressive looking as it was a couple hours ago offshore, but it's still there, and it still can bring some serious wind with it. And it's amazing that we've seen some of the gusts that we've seen far away from where that core is. I mean, yeah, Perry jumps out the screen with that 85 mile per hour wind gust, but in Tallahassee, a 46 mile per hour wind gust is no joke, and that's nowhere near the core or that eastern side where we usually expect to find those biggest ones. And yeah, up in Valdosta, we've got some of those wind gusts right here at 52 miles per hour. So that's a real dangerous 2-second burst of wind, and there likely will be more of those. Now, the most recent one at a 59 mile per hour wind gust. So I think we're going to continue to deal with these at least for another couple of hours. It's probably not until after lunchtime that these rains and these winds start to subside more and more. Those rains will start tapering off to showers at some point from west to east. Hopefully it starts sooner, not later. It's been encouraging that our far western areas are getting little bits of breaks and less of the activity. But some of our eastern sections are going to be in for it for another couple of hours still. That's why we still have the excessive wind warning, and that's for mostly Taylor, Dixie, Lafayette, Suwannee, and Madison counties. And then, of course, we've got these areas where there's already the flash flood concerns, and likely there will be more flash flood concerns, especially as we start to pile on more rain in some of those areas where the rain's coming down the heaviest. And I think that means from Madison up towards Valdosta, might get as far east as Statenville, might be as far back to the west as Quitman. So that seems to be the area where we have the most potential for the most rain in the next few hours. But it's been very impressive to see some of these wraparound showers that are spiraling around that center, continuing to be fairly impressive from as far west as Cairo, back through Thomasville, up towards Moultrie, and then back down through Tallahassee. Now, southwestern parts of Leon County, not nearly as wet as northeastern parts of Leon County, and then get back to Gadsden, and we're still getting wet, but not like we're seeing in other areas. I see a pretty good stripe of showers around Bainbridge and north up towards Camilla, and as that works its way south, maybe it does spiral through more parts of Gadsden County and more parts of western Leon, and eventually down through parts of Wakulla. And some of this rain that's to the south, it also will spiral around and move through more of Taylor and Dixie and Lafayette and Suwannee. So just because the core has moved past where you are doesn't mean the rains are done. It's all symmetrical and it all rotates around that core. So it's going to be more rain in more spots for quite a while still, and that's what we're going to have to contend with. Maybe not as significant as the rains that we're currently seeing around Madison. Boy, it's got to be nasty out there in Madison right now, and that's going to be the area right now closest to that core. And as that core lifts more to the north, I do think it's going to be heading up towards Lowndes County, maybe towards Valdosta and towards the I-75 corridor. Now you get north of Highway 84, and the rains are significant, but maybe not as much as they are near the I-10 corridor. And from Cairo to Thomasville to Quitman to Valdosta, it's been raining pretty serious for the last little while, and it's going to rain pretty serious for a little while still to go. So we've got time to watch those showers move through the area. And even in some of our western spots where those showers are tapering off, we're not completely finished just yet. It has been encouraging that once you get past Apalachicola and past Cape San Blas, past Mexico Beach, over towards Panama City, there's not a lot of rain coming down at all, if any, and the winds are much lighter than they are in those other areas. The bigger picture here is going to show that it really does look like once we get up towards Madison, it does make that little bit of a turn more north than northeast, and that may adjust at least a little bit where we expect things to go for the next couple of hours. But of course, as we're working our way through the 9 o'clock hour towards the 10 o'clock hour, there will still be significant rains falling in many areas, and those rains are going to continue to push more to the north. So maybe you haven't seen some of the heavy rains just yet in South Georgia. It's coming that way, and I think these heavy rains are going to continue for parts of South Georgia as we work our way into the afternoon hours. Now, for the afternoon, for most of the area, that's when those rains taper off to showers and the showers taper off to just clouds. But I do still think there's plenty of activity out there for much of the area, probably until at least noontime. So we've got about another couple of hours before things hopefully start to quiet down for the bulk of the area. And then we can start to focus on the aftermath and the cleanup. Now is not the time for that. Now is the time to let it do its course, let it move through the area, let it be done with us. But we've got a couple hours still. We have to contend with that. And eventually, in a couple of hours, we should be able to start assessing the damage and start putting things back together. And that's probably going to be a lengthy process over the next couple of days. Now, one of the things that I'm encouraged about, maybe we do get to pull in some of that drier air to the north and west, and maybe that can actually bring in slightly cooler air. Some of the computers hinting at temperatures in the 60s for overnight lows this weekend. Wouldn't that feel nice as we head to Labor Day? Wouldn't that be a nice treat after all the hot and humid we've been dealing with? I'm still working on putting that forecast together for the next couple of days. I'm hoping to have it done soon, but I keep coming on here to talk about what's going on, where we're getting the biggest rain. Let me send it back to the news desk now. I'll still continue to work on that extended part of the forecast. I do have some, I think, encouraging news as we head towards the weekend, and that's great news with the holiday weekend coming. But for today, especially for the next couple of hours, lots of rain and significant wind we still have to get through, guys.
Yeah, that extended forecast, as you said, and we'll take a peek at it, it could be encouraging for several reasons. You know, folks who...
You are watching Local News Live. I'm LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan. We will return to WCTV for their local coverage in just a few moments. But again, we are continuing to bring you updates on Hurricane Idalia. Now, it did make landfall earlier this morning around 7:45 near Keaton Beach as a Category 3 hurricane. But as you just heard, it is a Category 2 hurricane now as it continues to move over land. So again, we can go in a little bit closer and just show you where we are seeing some heavy rainfall. Again, the worst of the storm now in northern Florida, and WCTV in Tallahassee seeing those heavy rain and also those strong winds. But again, it did make landfall in the Big Bend area near Keaton Beach earlier this morning around 7:45. But you can still see some of these rain bands and wrapping around counterclockwise motion. So we're still seeing that potential for that storm surge still being a concern. We already having some coastal flooding, but we could still see some of this water still banking up and moving onshore because of this system on the east side of this system. And so again, storm surge is still a concern. So in addition to those heavy downpours and strong winds, let's just take a look now at how much rainfall has fallen. This is over the past 6 hours. And again, you can see that in portions of northern Florida, we've seen close to 4 inches of rainfall. Also right around Tallahassee, we've seen some rainfall. It looks like again, we are seeing that potential for heavier rainfall as we go through the rest of this morning. North of Tallahassee, 2 inches, but we are going to continue to add on that because as you just saw from the radar, again, we're still seeing some heavy rain. The worst of the storm still over northern Florida. So let's now take a look at the forecast tracker. First, we'll take a look and see if we have any tornado warnings across the area. Now, we did have a few tornado warnings in Florida. We did have a tornado warning in Pasco County earlier, and that has been allowed to expire. Also for DeSoto, Hardy, Manatee, and Sarasota County, they just recently had a tornado warning expire. So we're not seeing any tornado warnings right now. However, it can be expected with these tropical systems that we have these tornadoes quickly spin up as it moves over land. Now, again, we are looking at potential for more rainfall as we head into the rest of today and looking ahead to tomorrow. Those rainfall totals are going to add up as we head northward. So again, St. Mark's on top of what they've already seen, over 2 inches of rainfall. As we continue northward, you see Tallahassee is going to add on 2 inches to nearly 2 inches that they've seen around their area already. Swainsboro, possibly in Georgia, seeing as much as 3 1/3 inch, close to that. And then also as we continue northward, that system is expected to weaken as it moves over land. And so that's going to allow for those heavy downpours to kind of linger in one area a little bit longer. So flash flooding is still going to be a concern even as we head northward up through North Carolina. So again, here is the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. It made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane, a major hurricane, but now it has been downgraded to a Category 2 hurricane as it continues over land with sustained winds of 110 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast at about 18 miles per hour. The latest track still has it maintaining that Category 2 hurricane status as it moves over Georgia this afternoon. And then as we look ahead into tomorrow, it's going to move into South Carolina and likely to move back out over the open waters as we get into tomorrow afternoon. But even with that said, the counterclockwise flow around it's still going to spin quite a bit of moisture back over North Carolina, even when the center is offshore. So still flash flooding, quite a bit of rain, even as far north as northern portions of North Carolina as we look ahead to tomorrow. But for more on what's going on right now in Florida, we return to the coverage in WCTV at WCTV in Tallahassee, Florida.
there in Franklin because we definitely saw a lot of rain earlier at the Coastal and Marine Lab. But that could be good news if some of our coastal areas are no longer seeing rain. So just a taste, and again, I think the communities were most concerned, right?
Yes.
Perry, Mayo, even Madison County. And soon that'll be Valdosta too.
Yeah, so all of those coastal communities that had the mandatory evacuations, and some areas may have been voluntary, but of course that is why they wanted people to get out of there, because all of that rain so far. We're going to go ahead and check in with Josh, and he can go ahead and give us the latest on where things stand with the storm.
Yeah, Lenitra, the good news, at least, is that we've continued to see this storm be downgraded. It is now a Category 2 storm. It made landfall as a Category 3. Now it's starting to weaken since it's made its way on land. It doesn't have that fuel to keep increasing its intensity anymore. It's actually going to be decreasing in intensity over the next 24 to 48 hours. But it's still a powerful Category 2 storm. It's moving towards the north-northeast at around 18 miles per hour. The pressure continues to go up now. Throughout the morning, it was going down as it was intensifying. Now, as it starts to get weaker, that pressure starts to level back out. Here's where it's situated right now, pretty much right over southeastern reaches of the Big Bend. It's going to continue to make its way across some of our south central Georgia counties. We're talking about Lowndes, Clinch, Eccles, Lanier. It's on your way. Now it's going to start to make its way out of our area by the time we get to by the middle of this afternoon. So by then, a lot of us are going to start to see some more improved conditions, especially the further south and the further west that you are. The further north and the further east that you are, it's going to be still a while till we start to see any improved conditions, and that's the last thing that we're seeing right now. We're still seeing very, very powerful winds. We just saw some outside the studio here in Tallahassee, so the worst of it is nowhere near gone. Here's some of the current extreme wind warnings. Once again, we don't have that one down by the coast anymore. We still have one for portions of Taylor, Lafayette counties. That includes Perry and Mayo, up through Madison County, including Madison, and Suwannee County, including Live Oak. It looks like we have a little bit of an extension down into Dixie County, including Cross City. What does this mean? If you're in this area, it means do not go outside. You need to be inside your home. You need to be pretending like there is a tornado outside. That's how we like to handle these extreme wind warnings. Staying inside, staying on the lowest level of your home, away from any windows. I know it's been a while. We're all kind of antsy, but we just got to stay inside. We got to ride this out. It's not over yet, especially in those counties with that extreme wind warning. Here's Idalia right now on the radar loop. Yeah, it is still powerful out there. This is the center of rotation. It is very broad at this point, but what does that mean? It means that wind field is probably a little bit more broad as well, but it's not as powerful out there. We're not seeing the same kind of wind speeds, but we're seeing some very serious wind gusts out there, stretching all the way from portions of Madison County down through Taylor County still too. So the wind field is widening a little bit. The worst part of it certainly is this section right here that's throughout portions of Madison and now Hamilton counties, about to cross over into that Lowndes County line over near Eccles, a little bit into Brooks County too. You guys are up next for some real bad wind gusts, lots of heavy downpours, and a lot of lightning out there as well. A zoomed in look shows that we do have a flash flood warning in place for portions of Madison and Taylor County. It looks like we have a new one that just popped up for portions of Lowndes and a little bit of Brooks County there, the southeasternmost portions. That means that we've been seeing a lot of rainfall in a very short period of time, and yes, we certainly have. This red area right here represents some very, very heavy downpours. We just watched them roll on through Boot Hill. I actually have a couple storm reports from Madison County that haven't gotten into our system, but I went ahead and wrote them down. In Greenville, we had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust. At Boot Hill, Madison County High School, 67-mile-per-hour wind gust. So yes, still some very dangerous stuff out there. We've got the tornado watch in place until 3 p.m. today, and the reason why is that some of these feeder bands that wrap around on that southeast side, they have the potential to be tornadic. We could see them spin up at any time. The good news is we haven't seen any of those in our area as of yet. Of course, we're going to really closely watch that. If we do see something starting to spin up or see a tornado warning pop up, then we'll immediately be here to go ahead and check that out. This shows us which direction the winds are moving in relation to the radar. So the greens mean that the winds are moving towards the radar, and the reds mean that the winds are moving away from the radar. And you can tell that this is right because it's got that counterclockwise rotation. Hey guys, where's that camera over there? Can we pop that up? Where is that right now? That's at Madison High School right now? Yeah, let's pop that in. So remember, Madison High is seeing some of the worst winds right now. It's in that really patch of some very heavy downpours, and there we go. Barely any visibilities out there. The trees are ripping. Rain all over the camera lens. These are views that we have unfortunately been getting accustomed to throughout the past 4 or 5 hours at this point. So we're continuing to track that. Once again, you can kind of see where the worst of it is. This bright blue here, that is some very gusty winds. Still very gusty winds in Perry. Unfortunately, I don't like what I see here, because you see how we still have these winds moving into the Taylor County coastline? We've seen Steinhatchee. We've seen the amount of storm surge there. Unfortunately, we're not getting any relief from that yet. We're still seeing the winds surging into the coastline. It's the opposite on the western half of the Big Bend, where the winds are surging into the bay so that the water is actually getting sucked out. It's that reverse storm surge that we just saw there off the Wakulla County coastline. That's what I'm talking about right there. Well, that'll bring us into our storm surge graphic, and yes, it looks very likely that in Steinhatchee, this is the kind of storm surge that we saw, 12 to 16 feet. In terms of that house that I saw, the water was up to the roof, and when I saw it this morning, it was a house in the part of the telephone poles that we saw too. Just crazy scenes out there. Here's some of the winds right now across the area. These are the sustained winds, not wind gusts. So we have sustained winds of 38 miles per hour in Perry, 39 miles per hour in Valdosta, still kicking in Tallahassee, 26 right now, 32 in Moultrie. These are conditions that you simply cannot be driving in, and especially in this area with the heaviest winds, you shouldn't be outside at all. Here are some of the current wind gusts out there. These are going to be a little bit heavier. Those are these 1 to 2 second bursts of wind that normally can cause a whole lot of damage out there. 41 miles per hour right now in Tallahassee, 55 in Perry. I bet you it's a lot more in Madison County. I told you those 2 storm reports both had wind gusts in excess of 65 miles per hour. 56 miles per hour in Valdosta. Starting to pick up in Homerville, 29 right now, 41 in Moultrie, 17 there in Liberty County, 29 right now down in Franklin County, 38 in Quincy, 31 in Bainbridge. Let's track these wind gusts. It'll show you where the storm is moving. Live Oak, seeing some of the worst of it right now, and so is Hamilton County and Madison County. Soon the worst of it is going to be in South Georgia. Spots like Lowndes, Clinch, Eccles, Lanier, that's when you're going to start to see the worst of it as well. Now, once again, it seems to be taking more of that northward track instead of northeast, so we'll have to watch that. But nonetheless, we know it's going to be exiting our area by the time we get to later on this afternoon. So then by the time we get to this evening, we'll start to see those wind gusts dramatically come down. So I think by this evening, we're all going to be in the clear from this. Real quick, let's just check in on some of those rain totals one more time. Yeah, things are starting to add up. I see these reds popping up in Madison County. That means isolated spots getting up to 6 inches of rainfall so far since Idalia has came to our coast. And the rain continues to pile up. We'll check back in on that soon. We'll get another check of that radar. Rob's got you covered here coming up in just a little bit.
All right, well, thanks, Josh. Another breakdown from you.
Right.
You know, keeping track of what's happening.
Yeah, and that shot from Madison he showed earlier shows, yeah, the visibility's bad, the wind is bad. What Perry got, Madison gets, and what Madison gets, unfortunately, it seems Valdosta could get, or another county in North Florida. So a lot we're keeping on top of, and a lot we're trying to follow on our end, get some new info from our newsroom, working hard. I believe we have a live update now from Leon County.
Yeah, Madison Glaser, she's at one of the shelters in Tallahassee, which is at Lincoln High School right now. Madison, what's going on now there?
Well, hello, Lenitra and Jacob. A lot has happened since the last time that we talked to you. Power has went down here at Lincoln High School because wind has picked up, the rain obviously coming down as well. That actually, they have a generator here, that transmitter also not working. So we're here without power. So getting any kind of communication back to the station has definitely been a struggle while we've been out here, just because we have no form of trying to get emails into the station, any kind of communication back to the station. But we found a spot right here that allows us to feed any kind of signal back to the station. So what we've been seeing is a lot of like trash cans rolling through the parking lot and the yard here at Lincoln High School. I want to go ahead and direct your attention this way. We're going to take you just a little bit on a tour here. If you see right here in this corner, you can see that there's actually a tree down right here. This just happened not that long ago after this storm broke out. It didn't damage any of the school, but the tree is down. There is down trees through this area, and obviously those limbs from this tree right here are scattered along the rest of the area that is located just behind me, and you can see those raindrops on that screen. I have to apologize for that. And there's still tons of people inside here seeking that shelter. They're making their way outside because at this point it really feels cooler outside than it does stuck with all those doors shut inside the cafeteria of the high school that we've been in, that we've been talking to you about. Everyone's awake at this point. When we were talking to you throughout the night, lots of people were sleeping, trying to pass through the storm. But now that it's here, we've got little kids right here, just right in front of me. They're playing high energy and having a good time. We're trying to make the best of the situation, the little ones are, which is fantastic. And we're continuing just to try to see what kind of rain and wind and stuff comes through the area, and we're trying to filter back all those videos to you as quickly as we can. But as I just mentioned, right now what we're seeing are those trees that are down in that corner over there. Luckily missed the school, didn't damage any of the school. We have no electricity, no word yet on when that's going to get back up, no generator backup, and that transmitter's down. They say they're working on that right now, but they don't know again when they're going to get that back up. So you've got about 50 people inside just kind of sitting there twiddling their thumbs, can't really access any kind of internet, Facebook, social media of any sort. Signaling is very, very spotty wherever we're at, whenever we're there. So again, we're doing the best we can to feed that information to you, and we'll continue to provide those updates to you as they become available while we're out here. So we're going to go ahead and send it back to you back at the station, Lenitra, Jacob, and if we get any more updates, we're definitely going to send them to you if we can.
Please do, Madison, and thank you for that. And yeah, it's tough to be at a shelter and then to lose power. But yeah, the kids have high spirits. Helps you kind of keep a high spirit too, right?
It's so good to hear that at least they are staying in a good mood around there, you know, because this can be a tough time. But so that's good, you know, staying in those high spirits. In Madison County, though, the sheriff's office telling us they're no longer safe for first responders to be on the roads. And of course, this is due to the fallen trees and power lines in all areas of Madison. So, you know, this is including law enforcement, fire rescue, EMS, and county road crews. They say it's not safe for them to be out there.
Yeah, and that's a live look at Madison as we share the story. Now, the sheriff's saying, like, everyone needs to continue to shelter in place. Do not attempt to get on the roadways. And Madison, I believe the sheriff's office there was the one telling us that trees had fallen onto vehicles traveling on the interstate.
Wow.
So that's the situation we're in.
And that's while they were traveling.
While they were traveling, when some of the high winds were crossing I-10. So that, of course, a scary situation. Still, just stay at home if you can.
Yeah, stay at home if you can. And we're going to go ahead and check in on those power outage numbers. The latest that we have right now in Leon County, 11,732. So we know the power outage, well, as we just saw, we spoke to Madison, and she's at the shelter at Lincoln High School in Tallahassee, and even there, the lights are out. So Wakulla County, 9,281. Swanee, 15,700. So all these different areas.
Yeah, Taylor County seeing about 4,300, and then I also received word the Tallahassee city proper is 38,000, more than 38,000 outages in the city of Tallahassee. So that's a significant number, and that's in addition to the Leon County numbers that we are probably getting from Talquin. So a lot of folks waking up in the dark, and hopefully we'll find creative ways to stay cool. It helps that you do have that rain to cool off the temperatures, at least once the storm goes through. But yeah, we'll keep a close eye on those numbers. We'll keep a close eye on the different weather stim cameras that we can check on. They really give us a good insight into where the worst weather is going on.
Yeah, indeed. And I actually got a text message from a commissioner, county commissioner in Gaston County with a little information here. And he was saying that they have 62 shelters in West Gaston, a shelter, Gaston County High, special needs, and that also allows pets. So I know that's a big one. A lot of people want to know, where they can take their pets when it comes to these shelters. Even though it may not be good, if you haven't found a good place to shelter.
Yeah, right now you should be where you are.
Right.
But it was good to know that yesterday all the different counties were establishing shelters or not, depending on how close they were to the center of the storm. So.
Yeah, he did mention there are 2 trees down so far, 1 car accident, and 1,400 power outages reported by Talco. And again, that is Gaston County.
Yeah, so that's all good information. And let's show you. Oh, this is the moment when the Lincoln lost power. So yeah, that was. This is some view of the limbs that fell that Madison was talking about a few moments ago. So yeah, that was the experience for some refugees taking in Idalia at a shelter.
Yeah, there's that trash can she mentioned there rolling in the rain. And and Madison, she apologized for having raindrops on her camera lens, but no apology needed,
right?
Because of course we see what the conditions are. And thankfully, she said she was able to move in a spot where she felt safe and where they were able to get a signal. But wow, look at that. That is something else, those folks in the shelter at Lincoln High School in Tallahassee.
And frankly, all of that damage is pretty minimal in the grand scheme of things, thankfully. But we've seen live video from Taylor County and in Madison County that hints at the idea that the damage could be more severe wind damage in those communities, not to mention the storm surge damage we've seen along the coast this morning. Yeah,
Rob and Josh have been talking about the flooding that we could also see that we still have to worry about. So with all of the rain that's still expected and the wind, there are some spots that could see some flooding. So remember, if you see a road that is flooded, do not drive on it. You shouldn't be out at all if you can help it. But if you see water on a road and and it's obvious that is some water there, turn around, don't drown. That's the saying they say, and it's important because sometimes you never know how deep the water is, and a lot of people get stuck and get into some serious trouble there.
Absolutely, good words of wisdom indeed. All right, we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour, and Rob, as we reach this point, what's kind of the most important headline for our viewers right now, do you think?
Well, right now it's about the wind and the rain falling closest to where that core is, and hopefully some areas that will finally start to see some of those rains taper off to just showers and then eventually taper off to more nothing. But we're still waiting on some new information that'll be coming in around 10 o'clock. The 9 o'clock numbers, still 110 mile per hour sustained winds, and then pressure at 957 millibars as the storm moves to the northeast at like 18 miles per hour. Now we know it's weaker than that after an hour over land. How much weaker? That's what we're going to find out in the next 10 minutes or so. That expected path still takes it up through eastern Georgia into the South Carolina area, and we'll watch it from there. This is what it looks like on the radar, and you can definitely see that circulation around that center. And maybe towards the end here, I've been watching for the past hour or so now, it does look like maybe it's bobbling a little bit more back towards the north and less to the northeast. And that may mean a little bit more of whatever's left of that core finding its way towards Valdosta. And that's just been the way this system has gone. It doesn't look like it wants to stay on any particular path for too long without a bobble or a wobble in some other direction. Now, you can see that back edge of the rain as you work your way into parts of Alabama and over towards more of the Apalachicola River. So things do look drier out west. And to the east, that's where we're going to have those steady bands scooping around the system, and that is going to be where the more significant rains end up. But for right now, from near Cherry Lake and now north of Madison to just south of Valdosta on I-75, that's going to be the area that we're seeing the most significant rain. There's quite a bit of heavier rains along Highway 84 from Valdosta through Quitman back over towards Thomasville, maybe not quite as far back as Thomasville, maybe stopping near Boston. And then I see as you head a little bit further to the north, we've got a little better chance to see some more of those showers be a little bit more significant there as the storm itself or that core is lifting a little bit more to the north. Here's a little different view with the rainfall accumulation of just the past 12 hours. And we're seeing more of those deeper purples, maybe a little bit of red kind of mixing in there in some of those spots around Madison. So now we're talking 4, 5, 6 inches worth of rain. I think in the bigger swath is where those blue colors are, and that's the 2 to 3 to 4 inch range. So plenty of rain over just the past 12 hours, and we are not done yet. There's likely going to be another couple of hours of the rain, probably into the early afternoon before all is said and done, depending on how far south and west you are or how far north and east you are. It's going to take longer to get the rain out of our northern and eastern areas. Now, as far as the winds go, we've been watching these all morning, and so far most of the sustained winds have stayed less than 40 miles per hour. I see in Perry 38 mile per hour sustained winds. I see 35 mile per hour sustained winds in Valdosta. In Moultrie 32. Now that's scary and dangerous enough. That can cause power outages, that can cause tree limbs to break, that can cause damage to structures. Most of the area in that like 15 to 30 mile per hour range, and that is also something that we'd go from breezy to windy out there for sure. I've seen some of those gusts in a couple of spots, like especially around Perry, gusts that got up over 85 miles per hour, maybe once or twice, maybe not as gusty now in Valdosta, some of those gusts to 56 miles per hour. So that's where whatever's left of that core is headed. That's where the strongest winds are, and that's where they're going to be. Look at that in Valdosta, a 67 mile per hour wind gust. So that's like that 2 or 3 second burst. And just recently, as we're getting close to 10 o'clock, seeing some of those stronger and more dangerous wind gusts. And those are going to continue for a while longer until the core itself lifts out of the area and continues to weaken. Here's the bigger picture, kind of the overview of the whole system. And when you get north and west of Bainbridge, and when you get west of Crawfordville, that's sort of the back edge to where these showers are spiraling around, and that's much lighter activity coming through parts of Thomas and Grady County into northern Leon County, especially north of I-10. That's where we have some of those moderate to heavy rains, and there's more of that as you get closer on that sort of line from areas in Grady and Thomas County back into parts of Brooks and Lowndes, and in northern areas of Madison, Jefferson, and Leon north of I-10. That's where the more significant rains are currently. They're lifting to the north. Another hour from now, they'll lift even farther to the north, and the sooner that happens, the better for lots of our areas. Now, that extreme wind warning is set to go until 11:15, and that includes Taylor and Dixie County. It also includes Lafayette and Suwannee and Madison County. Hopefully we can start to wind that down a little bit too as the whatever's left of the core weakens and moves more to the north. Flash flood concerns for parts of Wakulla County and southern Leon County, for parts of Taylor and Madison, and now is included in that parts of Lowndes, and it looks like parts of Hamilton too. So some of those flood concerns because of all the rains that we've been seeing and all the rains that we're continuing to see, and I do expect that to continue to be an issue for us for another couple of hours. I see some breaks and gaps from areas like Live Oak to Mayo. A nice little break would do wonders to allow some of that water to run off in some spots. But just because you get a break where you are doesn't mean it's okay to go outside and start surveying. Let it all pass. Give it another couple of hours. Wait till after lunchtime, and hopefully things will start to wind down in more areas and things will stay quieter. But the longer you can stay off the roads and let those emergency crews do what they have to do, that is a much better idea than trying to be out there and trying to drive around right now. Here's our radar picture. We zoom in, and I see, especially from near Valdosta, where those rains are starting to get a little bit more intense, to over towards Statenville, where those rains are starting to get a little bit more intense, north of Madison. Maybe things are starting to quiet down around the city of Madison finally after a very busy hour. And a little bit back towards the west, over towards Asheville and up towards Quitman, we've got some significant rains here. So we widen out that view a little bit more. We definitely have that moderate rain on Highway 319 from Moultrie down to Thomasville, down through Tallahassee, and even still down towards Woodville into northern parts of Wakulla County. I see a few more significant bands of rain from Camilla to Cairo and into western parts of northern Leon County. If we take a look a little further out to the west, go over towards Bainbridge, go up towards Colquitt Highway 27, maybe not as busy as other areas, but still a couple of decent stripes. And as these continue to circulate around what's left of that core, then yeah, we're going to continue to see more areas that getting some more of that rain. And even down towards the coast, we're continuing to see that. With those winds that are still mostly out of the north in our western areas, That is still going to help to keep that surge down near the Franklin and Wakulla County coasts, but it's going to be areas up against the Taylor and Dixie County coasts where we're going to have the most water piling up and the bigger chances for some of those really dangerous storm surge areas. So there's a lot of that we've got to keep our eyes on as we work our way through the remainder of the day. That doesn't just go away, and we're going to see high tides, by the way, happen later on this afternoon, so that water will still continue to pile up in those coastal sections. Now, a little wider view is still going to show more of the same thing for us. The storm itself lifting to the north and getting weaker. As we get closer and closer to 10 o'clock, we'll see that 10 o'clock advisory pop in, and hopefully it'll show us another downgrade and show us some more weaker winds. But right now, it's that area north of Madison, south of Valdosta, over towards Quitman. That's where what's left of that core is, and that's where the strongest winds are going to be. That's where the most significant rains are going to be. And while there is some drier air back to the west, the more I look at some of the longer range computers and some of the longer stuff to start to put together some kind of forecast heading towards the holiday weekend, I still think some showers are going to be part of our deal for another couple of days, sort of on again, off again ones. But hopefully we can start to bring in some of that drier air, and we'll fine tune that part of the forecast for you when we're done talking about what's going on with the tropics. Okay, here is the latest information. So we've got the 10 o'clock info in, 105 mile per hour sustained winds around that core. Remember, that's up off the ground. That's in that very small area. It's got a pressure up to 964 millibars, another indication of continued weakening.
Good morning. You are watching Local News Live. I'm LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan. We continue to bring you updates on Hurricane Idalia. And we were just watching WCTV in Tallahassee, Florida. They were providing their local coverage there. And the broader picture showing that Idalia looks like it's about to make its way into southern Georgia. So this is Idalia now. This is the historical line. Again, this is the path it has taken so far. And it looks like it is now going to move into southern Georgia. So it is a Category 2 hurricane, moving to the north-northeast at about 18 miles per hour, sustained winds now at 105 miles per hour. And so again, even though the center looks like it's starting to make its way into southern Georgia, northern Florida is still dealing with some strong winds and some very heavy rain. And again, storm surge could see some additional storm surge, even though the center of circulation is over land. So, and I say that because the counterclockwise motion of that is allowing the storm to kind of push on the eastern side of that storm more water onto the coastline. So we could see additional storm surge as we continue through this morning. So here's a look at the radar right now, looping the past several hours. And again, you can see the center there, even though it's over land, you can kind of pick it out there. And it is expected to maintain hurricane status as it moves into Georgia. So again, it looks like Tallahassee will start to see their rain lighten up. And again, the heaviest of the rain looks like just north of the eye wall there, so still some very strong winds, but it made landfall earlier this morning at 7:45 as a Category 3 hurricane, which is a major hurricane being Category 3, 4, or 5, but it made landfall near Keaton Beach around 7:45, and you can see still some of the rain bands still making their way, that counterclockwise flow still rotating around the center of circulation on the backside of this system. So even though the worst part of the storm is starting to work its way out of northern Florida, we'll still have that potential for some rain and wind on the backside of it. And we're even starting to see the rain bands making their way as far north as just south of Wilmington, or Wilmington actually already seeing some showers and storms moving through. So again, we are seeing the rain out ahead of the center of circulation. We get those strong winds, so power outages could even be widespread in some locations. And again, even south of it, we're still seeing those outer rain bands picking up that moisture from the Gulf and moving over the peninsula of Florida. So Sarasota, even though you're quite a bit away from the center of circulation, still seeing some heavy downpours with some of those stronger storms moving through, and also tornadoes will be possible as well. And that's what you can pretty much expect with tropical systems as they make their way over land. We get these short-lived spin-up tornadoes. Now, in terms of rainfall, flooding, obviously at the coast, we've got the storm surge leading to the flooding issues there, but also flash flooding possible as that system slows down. Could dump some heavy downpours over one spot just a little too long, and that could lead to some flash flooding. But in terms of how much rainfall we could see on top of what they've already seen. And around Tallahassee, they've seen close to 2 inches of rainfall, but right around where it made landfall, they've already seen 4 inches. and we're likely to tack on to that as we go through the rest of this morning, certainly into the afternoon for Georgia. So Sarasota likely to see another 1.5 inches as we continue through the rest of this morning. Valdosta 3.5 inches, Valdosta in southern Georgia. Also Florence, South Carolina could see close to 4 1/3 inch, and then Jacksonville a little more than 5 3/4 of an inch of rainfall as this system continues to move northward. So let's take a look at the latest forecast track. Again, showing it as a Category 2 hurricane, sustained winds of 105 miles per hour, starting to make its way into southern Georgia. And so they'll be dealing with the worst part of the storm for this afternoon. And again, that track taking it towards the northeast, and it's still holding it as a Category 2 hurricane as it's moving over land over Georgia, even as it makes its way into southern South Carolina. And this track continues to weaken it to a tropical storm over South Carolina late tonight into very early tomorrow morning, overnight, and then takes it back out over the waters, makes a turn towards the northeast late tonight into early tomorrow morning. And even though the center of it should be in the open waters tomorrow afternoon, we're still going to have that rain wrapping around into North Carolina. So even with that said, North Carolina could still be dealing with some flash flooding. So they'll still be seeing some heavy downpours for tomorrow. But to get more of a perspective on what's going on right now, we're going to take you to the live coverage of WTOC in Savannah, Georgia.
This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, if there is one. It's radar indicated, so you're not going to be able to see it. This isn't one of those moments you go outside, you take a peek, you go inside. You won't see this one. It's just going to look like a downburst of rain, just like anything else outside right now. You're not going to be able to see what's rotating in this. No need to get out here. So tornado warning right now, of course, included there for this portion of Bryan County, as well as this little sliver that we're looking at for Liberty. That's a dangerous storm that is crossing up over here past the Ogeechee River. That's where we're seeing this. And this goes then into the northern portion of Bryan County. So we've got some wooded area over here, so probably going to have some power outages because it could take down some power lines. So let's take a closer look at this here when we can and get a velocity scan on this. That'll give me an idea of what we can see with this system. Got to lift north. This was when we were looking at that last system. So where I'm seeing the strongest wind right now, this is going to be over US 17. Warning popped on there. Dylan helping me out. Thank you. Going to over US 17 and 95. This is the rotation, and it's going to be lifting off to the north. So right here, you guys, if you live west of Richmond Hill in Bryan County, that's where we've got the strongest wind. It doesn't look the best, like a tight couplet, something like that. That means that you'd have a strong little area of rotation. This is more just straight line wind, but a little rotation trying to form in there. So we've got this area circled for you right along that area of 17. Let's zoom in a tiny bit when you get a chance. And going up here into Pembroke, you guys also close enough, I would go ahead and get into your safe spots right now. So the velocity gives us a great idea of how wind moves within a storm. It takes away the rain, we just look at the wind. And this is what we're seeing right now, a strong little batch that is pushing through US 17. If you guys travel through Richmond Hill, you guys know how that is. And right now, no reports of damage, all right? I'll make that clear. We're gonna get those damage reports in if they do come, and make sure you call and let us know safely if you guys have that. But right now, Richmond Hill itself, as in I-95, not seeing issues for that area. You know how it kind of curves around as you go from exit 87 down a little bit? Well, not the case here. This is on the west side of that. So this is not going to affect drivers on 95 anymore. It's going to be passing up north here toward Georgia 144. I know a lot of people travel that road going into Hinesville and Fort Stewart. Hopefully people not doing that. But you got a little bit of area of rotation right there. That's what you necessarily don't want to see, or at least it catches your eye. You want to make sure that we're not seeing any issues as we look into this spot. Now, it's not a heavily populated area, but what it is an area that's showing signs of some rotation in Bryan County, lifting here into Bryan County. Folks of Liberty County need to pay attention to this as well because the storm is close enough to you. But the highways I want to point out, that would be US 17 144 going just off to the west side of Richmond Hill. Dylan, if you could loop this over the past 15 minutes for us, you could get an idea of what the trends for this system are being. Because this is a pretty quick warning. And going back 15 minutes, that had a lot more wind in it than it does right now. But it could be tightening up a little bit as well. So this would just be off to the north of US 17. Now we're a few miles away from Georgia 144. Tracking right now, if you stop that for me, we could have a little bit of wind right here, just past 17, and then north of 17. It's kind of muddled. I know at home you might not know what this looks like, so I'm trying to decipher that for you. But a little bit of rotation possible right here, and then that would be passing off to the north toward 144. So expanding this view after we take a second to look at this, a little bit of rotation possible here. This highlighted bluish green area, if you're not colorblind, I know this isn't so fun if you are. Well, that's some strong wind as well. Would probably expect a little bit of tree damage in that area. We'll get in on that as we go into the next bit. Let's get through the storm first. 144 getting in on some very heavy rainfall. And there's not much lightning in this. So normally when we talk about severe storms, and I know northern Bryan County, we have a relationship with severe storms and tornadic storms. You hear the thunder, you see the lightning, a storm you know might be on the way. Not the case with this one. We don't usually get lightning and thunder within these tropical systems. They just don't get high enough to produce that lightning very often. So we're looking at a system that is very heavy rain pushing into the Black Creek area. And if there is a bit of rotation still in here at that point, at about 10:33, so in about 20 minutes time, just keep in mind that you might not have that thunder as a forewarning of, oh, hey, there's a storm on the way. We should just be alerted to the weather all day today because of the system that is at hand. Again, it says on the bottom of your screen, tornado warning for this portion of Bryan County until 10:30. And this is specifically for inland or northern Bryan, as we call it, areas west of I-95. So going over 144, we've got some heavy rain over here. 204 there, that's a heavily traveled road as well on most Wednesdays. So let's take a look at this. Black Creek is really the only community that is in here that we're looking at in between the western areas of Richmond Hill up into that spot. So we don't have a lot of communities that are named. You got some unincorporated things. So everybody got to be safe with this system. We've been talking about it all day, really all week long, how the morning time frame was the time for tornadic activity. Let's get through this, get into the afternoon. Tornado threat's going down, wind threat then is going up. So we're looking at this portion of, technically, I know Chatham County, a sliver of this is in there, but right now my concern is more so to the west, at least with the history of where this rotation is in this storm. And it is lifting off to the north as well. So 280, 204 right there, going to cross over this area probably in about 15 to 20 minutes. Right now, cycling through as these storms do. They breathe just like we do in a sense, that they breathe in, they get a stronger updraft, start getting a rotation, but they kind of die out a little bit as well. What I'm looking at right now is a little healthy spot there going right over 144. So that's where I would think that we have the strongest wind that is tailing off to the north. You see how that red is moving that way? Got a little bit of shear there. Something's pushing that heavy rain that way. So at the very least, we've got some strong wind that could be producing damage right there west of Richmond Hill along Georgia 144. That then travels north. That looks like it's going to go up toward 280, 204 toward the Black Creek area. Dylan, thanks for timing that out. Here we go, Alabella at 10:27. Black Creek around 10:31. If we keep this tornadic signature in there, of course, the Weather Service will then extend that warning northward of this. I will say pretty soon, south of 144, you guys are safe from this. But we're still looking at this pushing off to the north. And again, there's your warning till 10:30. Now, Blythton, Olney, these are areas we got to watch going past this. We're not just focused on who needs to be warned out, who needs to be warned coming up. So if you guys live around 280, I-16 in northern Bryan County, even that portion of Bullitt County, watch out for this system. It's got a history of producing some of that stronger wind. If anything, there's strong wind within this storm. Not sure if we can get some velocity data or if our radar just went out on us, but let's at least go look at velocity. So further south earlier, we had some storms that were down in Liberty County. Let's go further north here and check out that storm in Bryan County. So we're going to zoom in onto this one. A little bit further off to the south, there's your warning. Dylan helping me out with this. We got team coverage for you. And we're going to check out where that rotation is around 144. Let's zoom into this area and see if we see anything that really catches the eye. And right now, I'd say that there's not anything that looks like it's rotating all that much. This is what happens with these systems. They're quick. They don't form like normal supercells or tornadoes that we forecast in the springtime or with cold fronts. They're very quick. They get little spin ups, you get some strong wind for a few minutes, and then they might lift. You might not even have anything that touches the ground. Right now, we actually haven't had any confirmed reports of tornadoes. But again, you don't need tornadoes to have strong wind. Keep that in mind. People in Florida will tell you about that storm that's coming through now. No tornadoes there. It's doing some damage. Straight line wind damage can do just as much damage as weak tornadoes. So right now we're looking at some of that heavy rain that's probably falling there north of 144, and again, this trailing off to the north. So since we don't have a rotation that we're necessarily following at the moment, let's at least focus on where the heavy rain is, because within that rain, we're gonna have some strong wind. What happens, rain and air can't hold the same place, right? Well, you got these rainfall rates of about 1 inch an hour. It's gonna push on down, that air's gotta go somewhere, it gets displaced, you get some straight line wind in there. So that's what we're seeing here at just north of 144. So Pembroke and Black Creek, at the very least, you've got a storm with the history of rotation coming into your area, and that then could produce a little bit of damage to trees. It's time to get inside. If there was a tornado with this, if there is, if it cycles through and there's another one, or one at all, make sure you guys are being safe. You got that alert coming on here. It looks like they trimmed off the southern side of that warning. As mentioned, I thought you guys 144 south were safe. That's what it looks like right now. So this from the National Weather Service. We've got the latest coming in there, a lot on your screen. Probably sensory overload, but we'll cut to the chase here. We've got a storm with a history of rotation that's just north of 144. Right now, I would say that's gonna travel just maybe off to the western portion of Elabel, maybe just west of Black Creek, if I had to be super specific. But you guys, either way, are gonna get in on some heavy rain. Maybe a little bit of lightning with this. It looks like a strong enough storm to where it could produce a little bit. So this is the heaviest of rain. If anything, could produce some damaging wind gusts out there. And I'll tell you, with some of these storms we've had today, we've already had wind gusts north of 40. And that's without the low that's gonna cause the wind later today to even come in and bring in that actual tropical hurricane potential wind. That's not what we've seen yet. This has just been from thunderstorms from the outer bands. And this is what we're seeing right now as well. So continuing that tornado warning right now, focusing on the northern portion of Bryan County for this storm. So 144, I've said that a lot. I know that 144 is a big road, but specifically west of Richmond Hill going north toward 280, 204, and Black Creek. Right now, Pembroke, you guys are on the edge of this. Right now, Black Creek, you guys are getting that heavy rain already. That's not the tornadic portion of this warned storm. That's this one right here. That's where we've seen that. So let's loop this over a little bit, see if we can get an idea of a trend within this system and give you an idea of what's going on, because we still have about 14 minutes with this system to see if the National Weather Service holds on to it. Usually when they trim back a warning like they did, they'll hold on to it till 10:30. So we'll keep that with you guys. But heavy rain going through Black Creek, probably get a little lull, still moderate rain, and then another batch of heavy rain. And just the science behind radars too, how the national network of radars works, takes a couple minutes for all the data to get plotted. So this rain, heaviest right here, it's probably a little bit further north. That's why you warn ahead of it. That's what we've been doing for you guys. So going through Black Creek, you got the heavy rain. Dylan, let's check out velocity with maybe another scan that has come through. See if anything interesting is showing up here. As we, again, are safe south of 144 now. Not seeing anything that is very tightly coupled within your radar returns. The greens go toward the radar, the reds go away. At the very simplest form, that's what the velocity is we're looking at. You look for those to intermingle. You don't want them to, but that's what a tornado vortex, the little signature would be. And right now, we're just seeing some small areas of possible rotation, but nothing that's telling me there's something on the ground. Haven't seen a signal of a debris ball that is going across the area. But the important thing right now is to alert people in northern Bryan that this system is at least pushing in with some very heavy rainfall. So 204 again, Black Creek. We've been here before. This is not the same storm. Don't worry about that. Just get inside. It's going to be all right. US 80 there as you get further north as well. So that's going to be southern Effingham. And then you've got a little sliver there, a portion there of Chatham County, technically Bloomingdale area. I think the stronger part of that storm is going to stay off to your west. Let's take a look at that radar once again, because we're not seeing any great returns. We'll check back in with this in a couple minutes. Got about 10, 12 minutes left on this storm. So we've seen those red returns that were over in the Black Creek area go away. Still seeing the strongest here north of 144. That's lifting off to the north. And this isn't all that far from Savannah. To give you perspective, this is probably a good 20, 30-minute drive away from downtown. So it's around a lot of people typically, but right now we're not seeing a heavy population be affected. Still care about every community the same here, but right now we're looking at the next community to potentially be affected would be the Black Creek area. So we've got this warning, goes until 10:30, so another 12 minutes or so, with this heavy rain that is lifting off to the north. It's got a history of at least showing signs of rotation, enough for the National Weather Service to pop a tornado warning on it and then trim back the backside. So I assume we're going to be with this until 10:30. Then we'll get you back into tropical coverage, give you the big picture of what's going on. We've got reporters across the area and your communities so that you know what's going on out there. So this morning, forecast still on track. We were talking about these potentials for tornadoes during the morning into the early afternoon. It's this afternoon and evening that the wind from the hurricane itself comes in. These are just the outer bands that are rotating around that low. And it looks like they dropped the warning. Is that correct, Dylan? Looks like they got rid of that one. So looks like we're going to be able to go back to some coverage for you guys in a little bit as everybody gets back in position. Why don't, Dylan, you take me over to some of the tropical graphics and we'll walk through those here briefly. And then we'll get you back into some of your programming.
And they did just drop it for all 3 counties, so we're looking pretty good in that aspect.
All right, so that tornado warning has been dropped. Was going to go till 10:30. It's been dropped. That's good news. If I need to toss to you guys, just let me know. But right now we're looking at that radar, still seeing that strong wind. And we're looking at that storm going into Valdosta as well. Excuse me, going into the south central portion of Georgia. Starting to see the northern portion of that, what was the eye wall, now is the northern portion of the eye move in there. So after this gets into our area, next couple of hours, you're going to see that wind start picking up. We'll have more for you guys coming up in a bit.
We knew this would be a long process from the moment of landfall to the very last impact in our viewing area. So we're getting through it together. We're surveying the damage together. But of course, don't actually survey the damage at your place right now. Stay inside until it is safe to do so. The law enforcement agencies in your area will make it clear when the roads are passable once again. Right. And then of course, we've been also following power outages as well.
It's been an ongoing thing all this morning, and it's not ending just yet. For a breakdown of some of the numbers in our area, we'll go ahead and check in with Katie Kaplan. She's here in the studio this morning, and she got a breakdown at the touch screen for us.
Touch screen time, yeah. Katie?
Yes, Jacob, Lenitra, not ending anytime soon as far as these power outages go. All of the different power companies' outage maps are lit up like Christmas trees, so it's going to be a while before things are fully restored. We know that already, right? The last time that we added up all of the outages about half an hour ago in the newsroom, it was more than 100,000 people across the Big Bend and South Georgia who are without power. That includes also one of our shelters here in Tallahassee at Lincoln High School. They were also put in the dark. We've got the City of Tallahassee utility map up. We're going to start right there. We see all these little markers. Those are different power outages. The city says they have just under 500 individual power outages. That's left about 37,000 customers in Tallahassee without power. Now that number, the good news is, has gone down slightly since I've been standing here about the last 10 minutes. So we'll take what we can get at this point, right, guys? We're going to move on to Duke Energy. We'll have to reload because we too have been in and out of cell phone service. So I think we lost connection on our maps. I want to point out one thing. I was here about 2:30 this morning doing the same thing for the other anchors who were on, and just outside the Bradenton area, they had about 5,000 power outages. They're now up to almost 20,000 power outages just in that area alone. So there's lots of people that are suffering through this throughout the state. We also want to go to our coastal area. We've got, let's see, about 6,000 and then 12,000 off to our eastern area, just outside of Gainesville. We can go in even more. If you've never done this, actually, these power outage maps are great tools for you to kind of check out on your own cell phones or mobile devices. We've got Alligator Point with about 700 people. That's really no surprise, right? That these coastal communities are going to be the ones that are having most of the problems. Panacea, we're even seeing about 1,000 people in Crawfordville as well, and 1,000 people just outside of St. Mark's. Just Duke Energy customers there, so keep that in mind. We'll go to Talquin Electric. Look at this, almost not even worth pointing out the individual outages here. Communities like Shadeville, Wacola, Chairs, Buck Lake, Killearn all have at least 1,000 customers who are without power there. So lots going on. Obviously, the winds that Josh was just talking about really, really impacting people in our local area. This is Grady County, so we're moving up to South Georgia. You can see, yeah, all these outages as well, really growing over the last few hours there. See what kind of data we can pull up here. Probably not really anything specifically worth mentioning. Usually you can just click on these and kind of get, a few little details. One of the things I noticed with Duke Energy, with some of their details, with those massive power outages, by the way, are that they're waiting till the storm passes to send crews out. We already know that, but it's just worth noting that it's going to be a while because it's not safe for the workers either. Not sure if you guys were just trying to talk to me or not. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, so we also, more South Georgia. We've got Georgia Power showing a number of outages as well. You can go through this map and click. Thomas County actually faring pretty well, just under 400 people without power there. We've got 11,000 in Lowndes County. We know Valdosta really is taking that big hit right now. Josh just told us that, talked about it. They're getting those crazy winds that are coming through right now. They're in the thick of it, so no surprise there. About 700 in Eccles. Let's see who we missed. Decatur County, only about 15 there, so pretty amazing to see how all these power outages really vary from county and county in different parts of the region, right? Really shows you where the storm has been moving through. Yeah, this is the co-op that's just kind of east of Tallahassee, including parts of Perry. We've got, 4,000 people here, 3,500 there, 3,000 to 5,000 in different spots up in, it looks like in Suwannee County as well. So anyways, we're going to keep our eye on these. Again, the good news is at least some of the numbers have gone down a little bit, so some people have gotten their power back, but for the majority of us, it's going to be, a long time before this is done. Hopefully they won't grow to be any larger values, but we'll keep our eye on it. Guys?
Thank you so much, Katie, for that breakdown, because yeah, bottom line is you'll have to be patient. You're not in this alone.
Yeah.
A lot of folks are dealing with a very similar situation. And we had the mayor on a couple hours ago, and he's mayor of Tallahassee, that is, and he said, we've tripled our size of our utility crews here. They've come from as far away as Oklahoma and Nebraska. So there are people here ready to help. And so we'll, of course, keep a close eye on it if those numbers start to go back down.
All right.
So we have a live view, I believe, out of Cedar Key. This is
oh, that was the windshield.
That's the windshield wiper. No, this is a truck, a storm chaser truck in Cedar Key. And if you've been with us from the beginning, first of all, congratulations. You've been awake for a long time. But if you were with us maybe 7 hours ago, you saw the view from Cedar Key, and it was intense.
Oh man, this is a very different view. I would have no idea that this is the same area. Like you said, hours ago when we looked at Cedar Key, all you could see was the rain. The wind was blowing so hard, the rain was slanted, that water was crashing the waves there. And so now, of course, the sky isn't the prettiest, but
Seems dry.
Yeah.
So that's, and the wind doesn't seem to be a huge issue there. So we'll continue to get new images from Cedar Key, and of course closer to home as well. We're getting in viewer images and viewer videos from across our viewer area, and we're working to turn those around for our viewers. And we're also still trying to stay up to date with our emergency officials. I believe we can now maybe put a call into the sheriff of Franklin County. I was told he is expecting us, and if you were with us when we did this with the mayor, John Daly, it's a little fun, a little awkward perhaps, but I'm going to cold call him. He knows, but we're going to just call him right here on my phone. Hello. Sheriff, this is Jacob with WCTV. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Doing well. We have live fed your feed right into our viewers at home. We were live on the air, so sorry to surprise you, but we did want to catch you and just get an update. Yeah, just wanted to get an update, sir, on the situation in Franklin County. What is the status right now with everything going on?
Blue skies right now. We were so fortunate that we missed, a lot of this storm. I guess it took a turn right there at the end, so we were very lucky, and I think, we took precautions early on. We evacuated Alligator Point. We sent deputies down to do that. I think that was, even though it didn't go the way it looked, it was a good precaution, and the county, the folks here in the county followed, all our instructions. A lot of them evacuated. They, erred on the side of caution, and so we've had no fatalities, no injuries. People were off the roads. We were out all night, and about the only cars you saw on the road were the deputies. So we're just thankful that the community, did what they were supposed to do, and it was this, success for us.
Yeah, and Lenitra Bennett's with me too, Sheriff.
All right, Sheriff, thank goodness you did mention you guys got lucky. What would you like to say to those who did all of those precautions, did the hard work, followed your instructions, which is good. You said people did a good job by following you all's instructions. But for the next time, those people who may say, oh, well, I followed instructions last time, nothing happened. What's the point of doing what they ask us to do now?
Well, you never know when we are going to get that storm that's going to be catastrophic. So it's just, again, follow what your county leaders and state leaders, the people that you've elected to put in charge, follow what they say, because they have your best interest at heart. Trust me, I know we do in Franklin County. All the county leadership here does, and they work hard to make sure everybody's safe, because one fatality is too many, and we just want to make sure that doesn't happen, and I appreciate all, the governor called, Senator Simon called, Representative Schoaf, Jimmy Petronas, a lot of them, called to say, hey, we're here. What can we do for your county? We're a phone call away. That's important, too, to know that we have those relationships here in Franklin County with those, with the state leadership.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll let you go in a moment, Sheriff. But, for you guys, it'll always go back to Michael. And I know it's early to survey the damage, but comparing it to Michael, does it seem like it wasn't nearly as strong on St. George? Any updates on St. George? Anything else you can compare?
We just had a couple of, it's nothing like Michael.
Okay.
We just had a couple of roads flooded on the Bayside. And besides that, I think we had a couple of trees down on Highway 65, but it's nothing in comparison. So we're very fortunate. We're blessed.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add, Sheriff?
That's it. Thank you for, just checking in with us and getting the word out to folks. And again, we want to thank everybody that followed our instructions. And we can never take these storms for granted, because, just like this one, it could have changed where it would have been worse for us. It changes on them, so quickly.
Yeah, and of course, your friends over at the Taylor County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Sheriff's Office, a lot of folks dealing with some tough situations today, of course. So we're thinking of them, but we're of course thankful for you guys as well. So
thank you so much.
And we'll be reaching out to them too. I talked to Sheriff Pageant about an hour ago. We're going to be, offering them any help that we have. So thank you again.
Yeah, that's great to hear, Sheriff. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. And again, that was Sheriff A.J. Smith out of Franklin County with some good news there. At least, he said things are looking good. At least there are some spots, So that's nice to hear.
Yeah, absolutely, because we knew it took that track to the east towards the end, and that meant good news for Franklin County. This is Franklin County. You're looking at the live view of Island Park, and if you had told me a hurricane had moved through within the last couple hours, you never know. Even the porta potty is standing up straight there. So that's a good sign.
And that is true. That's a good sign. So, and Rob, it's nice to see that there are some areas that's looking good at the moment, but of course everyone can't say that, right?
Yeah, there's going to be improvement, and it's going to start from the south and spread to the north. The farther west, going to be improvement before areas to the east, because we are still dealing with a system that is still classified as a Category 2 hurricane. Now we'll see at 11 o'clock what kind of weakening continues. It's been steady, weakening and dropping for the last while, which is excellent news. We want to see that continue, and I do think it will continue as it begins to pick up speed and race out towards the Carolinas and eventually the Atlantic. So what are we looking at around our region for now? Well, our coastal areas are waving goodbye to even those wraparound showers, but areas into Lowndes County, into Eccles County, into parts of Brooks County, we still have quite a bit. And I think as we head up towards Clinch and areas farther north into southeastern Georgia, we are still going to be dealing with what's left of that core. And you can see maybe a little circle there trying to form in a couple of spots where it's maybe a little bit easier to see where that rotation is, and it's this batch over here of these reds and oranges that is just north of where that center of rotation is. Those are going to be those areas that get the strongest winds and the heaviest rains. Now, it's a much less significant looking area where when it was back over Madison and Taylor County, it was a lot more dark red over a bigger area. So now just south of Valdosta, right along I-75, we do have that darker color, and that's where the most significant weather is, but it's a much smaller area, and hopefully it will continue to be smaller and smaller as it heads north, maybe up towards Lakeland. Now, I see some showers still spiraling around that, so through Quitman and back over towards Thomasville and Boston, we still have some rain coming down in varying degrees of it, but a lot of the worst of it is working its way east and north. And now if we zoom in here on some of those rainfall accumulations over the past 12 hours, you can see that areas from near Cherry Lake to just south of Valdosta are probably up over 8 inches worth of rain, while quite a big area from Asheville to Quitman to Valdosta back down to Madison and all the way down to Shady Grove, probably in that 4, 5, or 6 inch range. And then we can see on a wider view all that blue color, which is probably more than 2 or 3 inches worth of rain. So lots over just the past 12 hours, and that's why we've got some of those flooding concerns. The current wind speeds, these are the sustained winds at the surface where we'll feel them. They're mostly below 30 miles per hour, and Perry still 31 miles per hour. And we can certainly pick out those different wind directions. In Quincy, the wind is from the north. In Tallahassee, it's from the northwest. In Perry, it's from the west. At Lafayette High School, it's from the north. In Valdosta, it's from the northeast. In Homerville, it's from the east. So that circulation, that counterclockwise circulation is still doing its thing. Those wind gusts were really dangerous at times. Saw wind gusts around Perry at 85 miles per hour a couple of times. Saw them in Valdosta up over 52 miles per hour, up to 53. So there you go, 67 and 69 mile per hour wind gusts. So really, really dangerous stuff. Now, not everybody felt that kind of wind, but certainly from Valdosta to Perry and east, that's where we've seen those strongest wind gusts. And those are those 2 or 3 second bursts. And even in the areas farther back to the west, away from that core, 25 to 45 mile per hour wind gust. That's dangerous stuff, and we've had plenty of dangerous wind out there, and still will have more for another couple of hours, especially in northern and eastern areas near the I-75 corridor. Those stripes of more significant rain that have been falling through parts of our area, they're getting a little bit less pronounced. We still do have some flash flood warnings, one southern parts of Leon County and in Wakulla. We've got a much broader area of flash flood warning, and that goes from Lowndes County to Madison, back into parts of Taylor County, and then back up towards Lowndes again and over towards Hamilton and Eccles. So a large area of flash flood concerns where those heaviest rains are currently coming down. And of course, those extreme wind warnings that are now still in effect for parts of Madison County and parts of Taylor County, but have been dropped for Lafayette and Suwannee, and hopefully they'll continue to get dropped as what's left of this core continues to push north. And I keep saying what's left of this core because it doesn't look like it looked a couple hours ago, and it will continue to weaken as it spends time over land cut off from its fuel supply. Now, some of this rain that we're seeing in a couple of areas, it's heavy. And along Highway 84, no place to be out there driving right now for sure. And that extends way up north, all the way past Moultrie and past Adel. And I do expect to see these rains continuing to lift more to the north. It almost feels like over the past hour or two, the storm is moving almost due north as opposed to northeast. So it continues to wobble and bend around like it's been doing since the get-go. Around Cairo, not quite as far west as Bainbridge or Attapulgis, there's a decent little batch of rain that extends down into parts of Gadsden and Leon County. And as that swings through, it's spiraling around the whole system. That will likely pivot through areas in Jefferson County and in Madison County, too. So there'll be more rains that still continue to pivot around that area of low pressure that's lifting away. Here's what it looks like on the big view. And you can see that counterclockwise circulation and all those bands of rain. Now, there are more significant ones well to the south and over the Florida Peninsula, and those too will continue to spiral around. And those are going to be the ones that are more susceptible, especially, I think, the ones that come back towards land, maybe up towards Charleston, where there could be more of those spin-up tornadoes. Now, I can't rule those out completely for our area, so we're still watching for that. But it feels like the threat for that is more to the east, both north and south, but especially, I think, to the north. And it does feel like the entire threat from what's left of Idalia will continue moving more to the north and starting to pull away from our area. That does mean we're not going to still get rain probably past lunchtime. We are, especially in South Georgia. And right now it's heavy rain coming down around Valdosta, significant heavy rain coming down around Valdosta. And that's what piles on to those rainfall accumulations. And that's why we end up dealing with those flood concerns. And that is really dangerous stuff. And it takes hours and hours and hours, days sometime, for those flood levels to subside, especially as that water is trying to find some place to run off to. Now, there is a pretty clear back edge, which is good and encouraging, because the more that gets into that back edge, we start to bring in slightly drier air, we start to clear things out, and then we set ourselves up for a better chance at surveying what happened and being able to put things back together. But the time to do that is not right now. Let it all pass. Let it all get out of here. Let those winds calm down. And if you're thinking about, you don't need to get anywhere. You need to stay right where you are, because being on the roads is only a dangerous thing. And of course, that's only going to put yourself and everybody else in danger. Let the roads stay clear for those emergency crews that are trying to put power back on, that are trying to get to people that really need some help. Okay, so it's best to just stay where you are, probably for the remainder of the day today, and then we'll assess and we'll start cleaning up and fixing tomorrow. Probably a better option for all that. One more look at the numbers on Idalia as of 10 o'clock. We're still 20 minutes away from the 11 o'clock advisory. I'm not going to stay on here for 20 more minutes, but by 11 o'clock, I think we'll see another significant downgrade to this, and hopefully it will continue to weaken, and it should continue to weaken, and it should continue to pick up in speed. That's also a really important thing. The faster it gets moving and the faster it gets out of here, the sooner we can start to put things back together. But I think the time for that's going to be tomorrow, guys. I'll continue watching. I got lots to keep my eyes on with those wind gusts that are still pretty strong in spots. Got lots of sustained winds, still 20 to 40 miles per hour. That is still dangerous. That can still knock out more power. That can still knock down more tree limbs. That can still cause more damage. And I'm getting plenty of reports that over in Madison, lots of damage. I've seen a whole bunch of pictures on Twitter. I've seen a whole bunch of videos on Twitter too. So if you've got some of those, if you have them, you want to send them our way, you can post them on my social media. You can send them to the station. Go to our WCTV.tv webpage. Go to the Share It tab. That way all the lawyers are happy and nobody gets in trouble for it. And we'll be happy to take that and show your video, because it's getting to be that time where we want to see what's going on out there. But please do it safely. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry. And if you don't have to, and you definitely don't have to, stay off the roads, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rob. And yeah, we are starting to see some viewers send in their content, which is appreciated, because it really does give you that ground level view of what's going on and what has happened.
Exactly. You know, I got someone who asked if we can show one of the cameras in Pine Grove, but in Lowndes County. But you know, things are difficult right now. There's so much going on out there. So, so unfortunately, we aren't able to show that view, but we do have a couple other views that we've been looking at around our area.
And I believe we have this view out of Lake Park, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, in the back, but this shows some of this is out of Valdosta, so you can see those tropical storm type weather moving into this neighborhood, the light fixture there rocking back and forth.
So that's some recorded video that someone sent in to us.
Yeah, and I believe, yes, this is Alaya McKeedy sending this in for us. She said the conditions outside her front door around 9:30 this morning, so about an hour ago, looked like this. The county's emergency management agency posting a 10 o'clock update. They cited 67-mile-per-hour winds at the Valdosta Airport. They are urging everyone to shelter in place there, stay inside, off the roadways. As we've been saying over and over, you have to treat this as a tornado.
Right. Yeah, well, we have some other shots there. These are some images from the Valdosta Fire Department's Facebook page. So they're posting some things that we're able to see. You can see firefighters already working to clear some of the debris from the storm. But yeah, they're out there, got their rain gear on and fire gear, and they're out there working. Wow, look at that. That house is pretty much covered with trees and tree branches, and they're getting that stuff up though. So, but that's another reason why they say it's dangerous on the roads though when you're dealing with debris.
Absolutely. So really appreciate all our first responders today and the days ahead in cleaning up after the storm. Do we have the Lafayette video available for us? So yeah, we have some more images coming in. This is from Lafayette County, so you can see the damage there. It appears to be a driveway with a tree across it and lots of tree knocked over there in that field. So that's definitely a sign of some significant wind right there. Because Lafayette and Mayo, they were right next to Perry and being one of the first communities to really feel the brunt of the storm, right? So thank you for sending in your video from Lafayette, and hopefully you and everyone in that community is safe at this hour. And then do we have, I see here on the list, Salem, Florida, maybe one more image or video from Salem. Is that available? It is not, so. Sorry for the tease, but we are working to get more video from our viewers. Again, it really helps paint a picture, a sobering picture, but a picture nonetheless. Exactly.
And, you know, and we would love to see your pictures and videos, but of course, do it safely. As Rob has already said, you can send them to us by going to WCTV.tv and then click on the Share It tab. And we can get that stuff and maybe share it with everyone out there. Yeah. But please do not put yourself in danger. Don't risk your safety.
Very good point. We had been checking in with Cody Butler throughout the overnight. He was stationed at the State Emergency Operations Center in Southwood, Tallahassee, and he spoke to the Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, earlier this morning about, I believe, that situation in Taylor County where they actually had to move operations out of the original EOC building and to the airport. And so let's take a listen to this new sound that we just got in.
You know, even the State Emergency Operations Center yesterday, out of an abundance of caution, we sent a 20-person team over to Escambia County just in case we had more direct impacts from this storm and it affected our ability. You never want to put all your eggs into one basket. That's what these emergency managers do throughout the state of Florida. They are some of the best in the country. They're very, very experienced.
So yeah, that's Kevin Guthrie, Emergency Management Director for the whole state, kind of walking through the dance they have to play between the county officials and the state as the storm wobbles, and you never know where it's going to hit. And it became clear yesterday, I think, for Taylor County officials, they were in the line of fire, and that is what happened this morning. So.
There's a lot of coordination and organization that they have to put up with or deal at the emergency management system. All right, we'll go ahead and check on the power outages again. And so there we see Leon County, those numbers, 11,732, Wakulla around 9,000, and Suwannee 15,700. Some of those look similar to...
Yeah, so that's potentially a good sign if there aren't increasing numbers, or perhaps they're starting to address some of them. But yeah, that bottom number, 38,000 still in Tallahassee without power, which is the same number we read aloud a couple, maybe an hour ago. So maybe that's a good sign that the outages aren't increasing in Tallahassee, but we will keep tabs on that. And if you have been without power and you're using your battery life on your phone to stream us, we do appreciate it, of course. But we do hope you're staying safe wherever you are. I believe we're ready to once again send it over to Josh Green for about the 20th time in the last few hours. And Josh, it's still a very serious situation out there for many of our viewers.
Right, yeah, especially Lowndes County. Guess what I have? A time-lapse cam, Pine Grove Middle School. I have some unfortunate news though. Watch this. You get it started, and it plays for about 2, 3 hours, and then right when it got really bad in Valdosta, camera stopped. So who knows where that camera is? It might not be there anymore. The winds might have got it, or the winds might have just shut the power down on it, but it gives you a good idea. That's how powerful the winds were in Lowndes County that, yep, knocked that camera right out. Here's the latest advisory on Hurricane Idalia. Okay, this is a new piece of information as of 11 a.m. Nice. We have seen yet another downgrade. Now a Category 1. No longer a Category 2 hurricane. Sustained winds are at 90 miles per hour. It's moving towards the north-northeast even quicker than what it was before. Now it's moving at 20 miles per hour. So it is really racing across our area, and the faster it gets out of here, the more we would like that. Let's look at this new forecast cone. Yep, takes it pretty much just straight due northeast out of our area, but we still got to get through some of our South Georgia counties, right? Right now, it's pretty much at the Florida-Georgia border. That's where that center of rotation is. So we've still got to get it across Lowndes, across Lanier, Clinch, Eccles, and then once we get to, say, around like 2 o'clock, maybe even a little bit earlier with a little bit of luck, then it will have exited our area. Once it does that, it's going to race across the Carolinas, eventually making an exit of the United States out into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, we still have an extreme wind warning for Madison County. It's still bad there. We're still seeing some very damaging wind gusts. If you're in Madison County, it is not the time to go outside yet. Stay inside. Let me go ahead and see when this warning is set to expire. And go ahead and just click it here. That's set to expire at 11:15. Okay. Madison County, 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes inside. Let those nasty winds pass to the north of you. Then still, we're not getting out on the roadways, but you don't have to be a little bit nervous anymore. You can kind of relax at that point. But we're still going to hang out inside for at least another couple hours.
This area. And of course, you still have an intermingling of reds and greens. So that's at least showing some broad rotation. Right now, not seeing a very tight couplet, but I am looking at the potential for a quicker spin up that could come back through. Because these storms, they cycle through. They don't just stay the same strength for 30 minutes. They kind of, wobble like a top sometimes. So we're watching that closely for you. But right now, I'll at least say that I don't see any major indication of a tornado at 1050. But I do still see some stronger wind back behind this as well. A lot of that heavy rain pushing over 95 now into the western or northern side of that. And of course, this also includes a portion to Chatham County. I just haven't seen an indication of rotation for this area. Heavily populated, you got 95, 17, 204, lots of businesses, stoplights on this stretch. So a lot of people, if you're out on the road, get a free car wash. It's not what you want. You got to be inside. You got to keep people off the roads right now. So we're seeing this storm track still off to the north, and if we do have any rotation, it's going to be in this area. So right now it looks like that would be on the western side of 95. So hopefully this did not cross over 95 with this little couplet, although it's not the strongest. It is one. You see a little bit of these greens. All right, let's get in here. These greens kind of digging in to the reds. So that would be Fort Stewart Road 58. So this is the Fort Stewart area, of course. Fort Stewart Road 59, Georgia 67, just off to your east, and this is past 95. So if we're going to get really close into it, these are Fort Stewart roads. Lots of trees around here. These are going to be moving off to the north as well. The system itself, we're seeing a little bit of potential rotation, and that's about 9 more minutes of it. So unfortunately, forecast coming true that we have the tornado potential in the morning, because that's where we're at. Hopefully we don't have any more of this. Also interested in this little guy right here, a couple pixels coming into play. Could have a little bit of broad, weak rotation worth watching. Right over this black lines, the Ogeechee River also stands as the county line for Chatham and Bryan County. So we'll be watching that for you guys. But a little bit of strong wind possible in here, just off to the north of 144, lifting north, and also US 17. So this storm, see, we got another issue from the National Weather Service here. Let's see what that one comes out to be. Dylan, let me know what you got there as you get that information in.
Still looking at the same stuff right now, Andrew. No updates on this system. Still going to be looking for it to be pulled until 11 o'clock as of right now. But I'll let you know the second I hear something.
Cool, yeah, appreciate your help. We got team coverage for you guys, not just this morning, but all day long. Go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me there, but It looks like it's going to be allowed to expire at 11 a.m. So they're still going to be watching it right now. That still could change in the next 8 minutes, but based off what they're seeing at the current moment.
Okay, so that's good news. So the National Weather Service issues the warnings, right? We communicate them. And they do think that they will not extend this warning past 11 as of right now. We've seen storms cycle up within 2 minutes, though. So we're going to stick with this for the next 7 minutes or so, get you back into coverage for Idalia, of course, the system that these are these outer bands that are causing this. And you've got some very heavy rainfall. At the very least, we've got impactful weather here because you've got heavy rain that could knock out signals to TVs. That means you can't be communicated to during a tornado warning. So if you've got friends in the Richmond Hill area, check on them. They just had some strong wind go through, especially further down the coast toward 144. Now, the bulk of this heavy rain is off to the west of 95. So a little less populated, still folks over here, still watching out for you. But seeing these pockets of heavy rain and a little less lightning. Less lightning shows me that we are on a weakening trend, at least for this little cycle of this area of a downpour, of tornadic, at least possible tornadic storm, going past 144, same area we actually just had a warning. So we'll be watching this. It looks like it almost wants to like hook back. I think that's just a trick of the radar. I'll be watching that for you guys though. And that would be right under the rich part of Richmond Hill. So watching this curve back up here toward 144. Didn't see anything in velocity that would really worry me with this though. So that's a little bit of good news, but there's really no good news when you got a tornado warning over you. And I understand that. I understand the anxiety. We're walking through this together. All right, so Dylan, let's zoom back in because it looks like the area east of 95 pretty safe here right now. If you're west of 95, still at least under the heavy rain that is out there. Let's put this back on a live loop, or just live. Live loop doesn't make sense. Let's just go live. And we'll look at where the heaviest rain is. So this is just going down 17 to 95 where that intermingles. You got 144, and that now looks like a dropped tornado warning. So actually, all right, we're good. We're still here.
Sorry.
No problem. We're still looking at this going until 11 o'clock, so about 5-6 more minutes. Again, Weather Service right now, the current thinking is we'll allow this to expire. But as Dylan helps me out behind the scenes with these graphics, doing a great job looking at the heavy rain going just past 95 toward 144. Within this, you have a little bit of spinning action going on. So we're still watching this. Anytime you've got these storms rotating around a low themselves, which is what's happening, you got to watch out. These can form under a couple minutes. So we still have 5 or so minutes left in this. Let's check out velocity one more time. See if anything impressive, hopefully not, is showing up here. And your time is 10:55. I don't think things will start calming down for the entire area for about 12 hours. So hopefully the storm gets out of here a little quicker. But here's your tornado warning in this red polygon. And again, probably this wider view here of some broadening winds in the area. Coming up after this tornado warning, of course, we'll get the news team out there. They're going to check out to see if we have any power outages. They're getting ready right now to start communicating that stuff to you. I'll hand it off in about 5 minutes. But let's take a closer look within the velocities here. Zoom in on it for me, maybe a little bit west of 95, and we'll take a peek at this. So this is where we don't have just uniform wind. I don't see anything that's really all that concerning. But you got Burroughs here, Richmond Hill, that is past you guys, even though you were still under this tornado warned storm for another 4 minutes or so. 95, west of 95, that's where the strongest portion of this storm is. Right now it'd be 95 up to 144. So this swath, it's where we were seeing that heaviest rain, maybe a little wind mischief in there. Be watching that for you closely over the next couple of minutes, and we're not done, of course. We'll be watching it all day long. You're not going to be alone. Weather team's here to keep you covered. So maybe zoom out a tiny bit, put this in motion. We'll see the trends with the system here. And I know Chatham County here, you got a portion of this, not forgetting you guys, just not seeing any rotation there. But maybe a little bit that is passing on through the west portion of 95 north of 144. So since I'm not seeing a lot in the form of rotation, let's go back to radar. We'll at least talk about something, talk about the heavy rain. Guys are in the clear right now. Richmond Hill, south side of Savannah, you guys are okay. But if you live on the west side of 95, that's where we're still seeing the heavy rainfall north of 1.5 to 2-inch rainfall rate per hour. Now, it's not raining there for that long, but if it did, that's how long it would be. So if you have a 2-inch rainfall rate per hour, rains for 30 minutes, well, got 1/2 inch of rain. That's how it works. So we could be dealing with a little bit of flooding in these areas as well. Now, thankfully, we only have this warning go until 11 o'clock. Let's zoom back in a little bit, close it out here over the next few minutes, and Dylan's helping me out too. Let me know if anything's coming in from the National Weather Service. All right, so still not seeing anything that really warrants this warning to be continued. But I will say, watching this storm come on shore, I was flagging this. I saw that 60, 70 plus mile an hour wind. We're going to have to be watching that over the next couple of hours. So hopefully not a ton of damage, not a lot of tree damage in this area, but watching those wind velocities 20, 30 minutes ago, I'd be surprised if there wasn't a little bit of wind damage in that area. It's something we've been warning about, alerting you guys to over the past few days. So finally starting to see this storm weaken a tiny bit. I know if you're under this rain for Stewart Roads here, not knowing what weakening is because you're in a deluge, call out a frog strangler. Got a lot of heavy rain in this area. 144 back up here, working into Bryan County on this side of the Ogeechee. So Chatham County, you guys are fine. This portion of the warning, I don't see anything that warrants any rotation. It's all west of 95 right now. And then even further north of that, as you follow the Ogeechee up, northern Bryan back over toward where 204 extends into northern Bryan, I think that heavy rain is going to go right up into that area and bring in some heavy rain. A couple good notes. Have not seen any lightning with this in the past few radar scans. That means at least it's not strengthening much. It might be maintaining some strength with heavy rain and some wind in there, probably getting 30, 40 mile an hour gusts. This has weakened half its strength since it came on shore. So that's at least a little bit of good news there. 95-17, you guys about in the clear. We're supposedly about in the clear with this tornado warning, supposed to expire at 11 o'clock. And if it gets extended, we'll keep talking. We'll keep having this conversation. Appreciate you guys tagging along. We're going to keep you safe all day, but this is where the heaviest rain is. So North 144, I know those are mainly Fort Stewart roads, but maybe we zoom out a little bit and talk about where this storm is going. Because even if it doesn't look tornadic right now, they cycle through. So what communities are on the other side of this? Well, you then get into the northern portion of Bryan County. You get into that little sliver, southern Effingham. You've got the way station over here, I-16 as well, that heavy rain coming over there. As it turns to 11 o'clock, tornado warning, as for now, it's been dropped, so I'm going to send it back to you guys. We'll keep you updated. I've got more on Idalia itself coming up in a few minutes.
Some good news to report. Idalia is weakening. This is after making landfall this morning in Florida's Big Bend as a Category 3 hurricane. LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan, you've been doing a great job tracking this throughout the morning. When can we expect Idalia to go out to sea?
Well, it looks like it's going to make that turn towards the northeast and go back out over open waters by tomorrow afternoon, but could still have some wraparound moisture, bringing in some heavy downpours to the Carolinas. Now, we'll take a look at the forecast track here in just a few moments, and I'll explain why that would be the case. But in terms of landfall earlier this morning, Nicole just mentioned at 7:45 this morning, it made landfall near Keaton Beach. Again, this line indicating the path it has taken. It was a Category 3 hurricane, a major hurricane, making landfall near Keaton Beach. However, it is a Category 1 hurricane at this time with sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast about 20 miles per hour. Storm surge has been an issue, especially in Florida. And even though the center has moved inland, we're still seeing the counterclockwise flow of that, especially on the east side of that storm, helping to push additional water on shore. So we could still add to that storm surge threat even as we head into the rest of this morning. So here's a look at the radar over the past several hours, again showing you can kind of pick out where it made landfall earlier this morning, but now you can kind of see that center of circulation nearing Valdosta, and Valdosta getting some heavy rainfall at this time and also some strong winds. In fact, they did report earlier this morning near 40 mile per hour winds in Valdosta, but likely seeing even higher winds than that now as the center is moving pretty much right over them. So again, we are starting to see the rain lighten up a bit compared to what they were dealing with earlier this morning in parts of northern Florida. And in fact, earlier we were watching the coverage from our Gray station in Tallahassee, Florida, WCTV, and they were showing video of just sheets of rain. Just hardly could see that rain coming down so hard, and also that wind so strong. So again, as we expand it out just a bit for you and show you that it is continuing to move northward, and even seeing some of these outer rain bands moving into North Carolina as we speak. So again, even though the center is starting to make its way in southern Georgia, the outer rain bands reaching as far south as the midsection of the Florida Peninsula, also down into southern Florida, still seeing some showers and storms there. And tornadoes will be an issue as well, because when these storms come off of the waters and onto land, they kind of slow down that land. It causes friction, and so that causes wind shear. And so that's why we have these tornadoes that kind of spin up fairly quickly. They're short-lived with these tropical systems. So again, we have seen some rainfall across parts of the area. We can actually see how much rainfall we've seen in parts of the region over the past 6 hours and show you that right around Valdosta, or just south of Valdosta, already over 8.5 inches of rainfall, and they're going to add even more to it. Also near Tampa, just north of Tampa, seeing close to 2 inches of rainfall. And then even south of Tampa, you can kind of pick out where these outer rain bands have moved through. You can kind of see that strip of some heavy rainfall there. So southeast of Tampa, seeing about 2.5 inches of rain there. But I was talking about how we're going to add on to that. Well, you can see that as we look, you can see this is additional rainfall amount, so less than ½ an inch possible in St. Marks, which is about here south of Tallahassee. But it looks like we could still see, even in Sarasota, 1.3 inches of additional rainfall on top of what they've already had from this point forward through Friday morning. That's because we're still seeing some showers and storms with those outer rain bands that are reaching farther south of the center of circulation, of course, farther north, as far north as southern North Carolina at this time. But Florence, South Carolina could see over 4 inches of additional rainfall. Wilmington, North Carolina, close to 6 inches for both Wilmington and Jacksonville as we look ahead through Friday morning. So here is the latest forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, a Category 1 hurricane. And again, it is expected to move across Georgia as a Category 1 hurricane before weakening to a tropical storm when it makes its way over South Carolina. And Nicole was asking earlier about when it's expected to move back out into the open waters. Well, it is going to make more of that turn towards the northeast as we look ahead to Thursday morning. But it will still be close enough that counterclockwise flow is still wrapping around that moisture over portions of North Carolina and South Carolina, I think, through the day tomorrow. And with that said, when these systems do weaken over land, they also slow down. So that heavy rainfall will kind of linger over some of the same areas. And again, that could increase that threat for flooding. Nicole?
All right, Sandra, thank you. A lot happening here. The good news is that the storm is weakening and it has been downgraded.
Yes, but still, you know, we could still have some strong winds and some heavy downpours that could lead to some flooding, and so power outages will still be an issue.
Yes, and now that you talked about the power outages, we do want to give you some updates here. More than 268,000 people are without power. That is according to poweroutages.com. And also, as Sandra was mentioning, federal officials, too, are warning that as this hurricane moves towards Georgia and the Carolinas, they are warning people to still stay vigilant and to listen to local authorities, especially in flood-prone areas, since, as Sandra mentioned, the storm can stall, and that heavy rain and those winds could also complicate things. So we're going to keep you updated on the latest impacts from this storm. We do want to continue our coverage by rejoining our station WCTV in Tallahassee, Florida.
Like Dothan back down to Panama City, but now that's creeping for more of Franklin County, more of Liberty County, and eventually going to get into more Gadsden County as those spiral bands of rain continue to pull out of the area. The most significant rains are now moving east of I-75 from Valdosta up to Lakeland right now, maybe over towards Homerville, so way up Highway 84, getting farther east of our area. I still do see some significant batches of rain over towards Quitman, back towards Thomasville, right around Boston, and maybe down into parts of Jefferson County, but nowhere near like we had even just 15 or 30 minutes ago. And as this continues to move off to the east and to the northeast, it will continue to take the bulk of it with it. Now, some of those rainfall totals are going to be serious. I mean, we're looking at this area around Valdosta right now. Over the past 12 hours, we're getting up on 8 inches worth of rain. I see a lot of the region that's probably in that 4 to 6 inch range. And then we go a little further back to the west, a lot of us are probably going to be in that 2 to 3 to 4 inch range. And that's plenty of rain to fall all in 12 hours. Those winds, no joke, but getting to be less vigorous now compared to what they were maybe even just an hour ago. most of the winds that I'm seeing on this map are in that 15 to 25 mile per hour range, right? Bainbridge and Marianne at 18 miles per hour. Quincy and Camilla at 16 miles per hour, a little bit more than 25 in Tallahassee and in Moultrie, where it's 26. In Valdosta, closer to the core, 28 mile per hour sustained winds, and Perry 24 mile per hour sustained winds. And remember, when we talk about those sustained winds, that's that 1 minute average compared to when we look at the wind gusts. Those are those 2 or 3 second bursts. We've had some really serious ones like that. Perry a couple of times gusting 85 miles per hour. Now in Valdosta, I saw a couple up over 59 and maybe a couple up over 67. So certainly some strong gusts in many areas, but I think the strongest winds are weakening, the heaviest rains are calming down and moving off to the northeast, and conditions should start to improve over the next couple of hours for most of the area. It's going to take a little longer for things to improve on the I-75 corridor and east in parts of South Georgia. Now, the I-75 corridor in North Florida will also still have some wraparound rain bands that will probably still be part of the forecast. But I think the last of those stripes is moving through parts of Leon and Grady and Thomas counties, and as that pivots around that core, we'll see those rains taper off to more showers. Those showers start to fizzle out and become less and less noticeable out there, and then things can slowly start to come back to normal. We still have lots of flooding concerns. All these green shaded areas are flash flood concerns. In the pink, that's the extreme wind, and that's supposed to, the extreme wind warning is supposed to expire at 11:15. Now, on the radar picture, as we are north of Valdosta, and especially north and east, in just the last couple of minutes, when we went from the last radar view to this one, you can see how that bigger rain has moved a lot further over towards Lakeland and Homerville. So it's continuing to move east and quickly. The faster it moves, the faster it gets out of here, the more it stays over land, the quicker it starts to weaken, and that should continue. There are still some decent showers through parts of Grady County, even back through parts of Decatur County. We've got some moderate rains around Bainbridge, Highway 27, Highway 84, Highway 319, Highway 19. All those areas are still really, really soggy. Northern parts of Leon County, southeastern parts of Leon County, down through Woodville into northern Wakulla, and you can see how this little arc kind of pivots around that area of lower pressure, that energy that's finally starting to exit our area, now across I-75 and continuing to move that way. And the more it pulls away, the more things will weaken, the more things will weaken, the more things will start to turn out to be improving as we go through the afternoon hours. Now, that cloud cover is going to be fairly extensive today. I don't think that's going to change very much, but I do think we could start to see some clearing at times tomorrow, and I do think we can start to see some breaks tomorrow where there may still be some scattered showers mixed in there. So there's still going to be some showers wrapping around. There's still going to be some moisture in the atmosphere, so we'll deal with that tomorrow. But for today, we're waving goodbye to most of this system for most of the area, except those far northern eastern sections where it's closer to what's left of that core, and now it's north of that core where we're seeing some of those strongest rains and some of those heaviest winds, and they're going to continue to do what they do. There's also some activity that extends way farther back to the south, not necessarily completely associated with the tropical system, but as all that is out there, we'll keep our eyes on all of it for you. One more look at the 11 o'clock numbers. 90 mile per hour sustained winds. What's left of that core, I bet it's getting weaker and weaker by the second, and as it pulls away, I think over the next hour we're going to find more of the area being done with the heavier rains and just tapering off to some showers. And even in those spots near the I-75 corridor from Valdosta to Adel, I think those areas will start to clear out too as the storm itself, guys, continues to pull away.
All right, good. That's all good news, Rob. As we continue to track its weakening, of course, we can't discount what's already happened, and we can't still discount the current threat, because as we saw earlier, what is a Category 1 is still nothing to be out and about with. So.
All right, Category 1, but still a hurricane.
All right, we're going to show some more images and visuals here from across the area. Let's take a look at the tower cam shot from the Suwannee Airport. So Suwannee was one of those North Florida counties really under the gun in the last couple hours. And thankfully, it looks calmer now, perhaps. There's still a lot of wind, but looks dry.
Yeah, at least it's not too much going on. You know, and none of that hard rain that we do see in some areas, and even the rain we still hear outside of our studio here. Just a great looking sky there.
Yeah, and we'll take overcast if that's all it is, for sure. We're continuing to receive some traffic alerts too. Georgia DOT Southwest reporting about half an hour ago power lines across I-75 in Lowndes County. That is certainly a concern. They said power lines down in the area of Loch Laurel Road. It's about 1.5 miles north of Exit 5, State Route 376, Lakes Boulevard. And they were rerouting traffic, northbound traffic off I-75. So not a surprise that we have power lines down in Lowndes County for sure.
Power lines and trees in certain areas. Let's go ahead and take a look at Steinhatchee. This is one of those views we've been looking at over the past several hours, and the docks still floating there.
Yeah.
Can't really tell as far as the level of the water. Again, you know, we were saying earlier how it was easier to check when we saw the view where the house that was out there or that structure. Wow, how high the water had gotten up on that building, and we just saw it get higher and higher over the hours.
Yeah, this camera moves. We don't have control over it, but sometimes we can capture it when it's showing closer inland, and that really showed the storm surge situation out there in Steinhatchee. So we're still waiting to get some more information from Taylor County Emergency Management.
Yes.
We understand they had to relocate their central office to the airport in Perry.
Things were so bad out there.
Things were so bad that they, right before landfall, they made the call to relocate. And as far as we know, that was a good call, and they have been able to remain in contact with the appropriate people throughout. So we're continuing to get more information, and we're turning video around as soon as we can. We have video in our inbox of a shed apparently flying through a yard in Madison County. So we could potentially get that for our viewers in a little bit. And then as we had about maybe an hour ago, the interview with Pat Lightcap, who survived some scary scenes in Madison County.
And then I think we do have some more video right here coming up, some pictures that we can show you. We're going to get those up in just a second.
Sometimes it doesn't happen on the snap of a finger, but we're working on it. There we go.
Okay, this is Live Oak, all right, so Suwannee County, Live Oak there, bunch of branches and trees, okay, and this is Madison right here. Man, also debris and stuff on the ground, and see that wind, Old Glory, blowing in the wind.
Yes, the flag was still there for sure, and it is at least a good sign, I think, to see that mobile home. We only saw a sliver of it in that photo, or that video, but it looked to be intact. This is Tallahassee, so yeah, we got plenty of rain and wind in the capital city. The number of power outages is testament to that, and there's is that a hummingbird on the feeder, or at least a bird on the? Yeah, hummingbird.
Progress is looking like? Yeah, so we're still working on that beach matting, getting up. Same exact issue is that'll get buried in a couple feet of sand if we don't get that out of there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wipe the screen again really quick because it gets all blurry out here. So yeah, I guess what would the major concerns be for people visiting the Hilton Head right now?
Yeah, main concerns is going to be the water conditions. These are very, very infrequent water conditions that we have currently. We very rarely have rip currents on Hilton Head, but today we have numerous. The water conditions are life-threatening, to put it bluntly. Stay out of the water. Us, Hilton Head Fire Rescue, are first responders, but we hope that the public puts us in a position where we don't need to respond in the first place. Come out, see the cool conditions for the next hour or so until conditions really deteriorate, but please stay out of the water.
Yes, and then do you have any plans kind of going into the night as the storm will pick up a bit?
Yeah, we'll have people on the beach for the next hour or so until it starts to get really bad out here. We'll probably have someone on call, but we're not going to really have that much response capability once again, like the water's going to come up to the dune line. Our trucks aren't going to be able to operate out here for much longer.
Okay, and then finally, if you were to have a message to people who are thinking of just taking a walk on the beach right now, what would it be?
Yeah, for right now, I mean, it's windy, rainy. This will probably be the status quo for the next hour or so, but again, please don't enter the water. I know it's cool to look at, but please stay out. We want to keep everybody safe out here.
All right, you heard it. Stay safe out here. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Ryan. That is probably the best information and advice that can be given at the beach areas right now. Stay out of the water.
Yes. Like he said, cool to look at, but also maybe look at it on TV and stay inside your homes. Is probably the safest thing to do right now. We want to check in with our Simone McKinney, who's in McIntosh County. Seems like you have an interesting view of what's happening there. What can you tell us about the conditions?
Definitely. So right now we're on a balcony overlooking the Darien River, and you might see me holding on to this railing. That's because in the last 15 to 20 minutes, the wind has picked up extremely fast. So it's going pretty strong. We got strong wind gusts out here. If you look just past me, you can see a boat with an American flag. That also gives you another idea of how strong this wind is. And you can see the water just moving along. Earlier this morning, we pointed out those support beams over there. Now, the water hasn't risen much because for the last hour, it's just been on and off drizzles. It hasn't been a lot of rain, but right now the story is the wind, which is why the director of McIntosh Emergency Management let me know that there are no local shelters open. You want to find a safe, sturdy place to stay in right now during this storm. Again, this wind is getting pretty strong. There has not been a lot of rain in the last hour, but we'll continue to keep you updated on what's going on here in McIntosh County. Simone McKinney, WTOC News.
Out of Florida, it has actually been striking overnight. Some of the video has been coming in of flooding, and we've also been able to see the impact of the wind.
Yeah, this is Perry, Florida right now. You can see the wind is so harsh because those traffic cameras are moving, as you can see. It's a little bit shaky video, but this is what is happening outside right now. We also have some more new video as well. This is going to be from Cedar Keys. We're going to flip that over for you right now. You can see all of that debris that is being tossed. Look at those waves,
Yeah,
Tim.
that water is halfway up that home there. That is some severe flooding going on in Cedar Keys. And, you know, we're going to be seeing video like this throughout the day.
Yeah, the good thing is Andrew has told us from the beginning, even days before today, he was alerting us that we're going to see a lot of video like this, but this is not what we're going to see when that storm really comes toward our direction. We're going to see a little bit less of an impact. We do have more video that we want to show you guys. This is in Newport Richey, Florida. You can see those cars trying to go through that water. That's one of the things they tell us not to do, is this.
They've been advising people to stay off the roads all evening, all night, and you know, most of the video that we've seen, we have not seen a lot of cars on the road. These folks, unfortunately, decided to give it a shot.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're never driving in high flooded areas because these people, honestly, very lucky that their vehicles are even able to get through that water. A lot of times that's not what happens. Your vehicle gets stuck and then that water continues to rise and then you're ending up in a situation where you need to be rescued and things like that. So you want to make sure that you're staying home as you can.
Yeah, if you can stay off the roads, please do. But if you must drive, South Carolina officials have shared some tips for being as safe as you can be with severe weather.
They say if you encounter a flooded street or intersection, you want to turn around. You don't want to risk drowning in those high waters. You also want to stay away from storm damaged areas, including downed trees, those power lines, and just drive as slowly as you can. Every time I see those big puddles of water, I immediately stop. You know, I just go ahead and make the U-turn. I don't even want to deal with all that. Debris, though, that's a different situation for sure.
Yeah, that's just one more danger. But, you know, we should be familiar with it in our area because we get such severe storms throughout the year that we do experience flooding in a lot of areas. People should understand to stay away from, if you can't see the bottom of the water, it's not something you should be testing.
For sure. And I know we've been talking all day about power outages and that being an issue potentially in our area, a big impact that we might see. So you're going to come across those times if you're out driving that you may see those down power lines and things like that. Make sure you do not drive across those because we don't know if those are active or not.
Okay, well, another impact of the wind is the Talmadge Bridge will close later today as Idalia comes through our area. The Georgia Department of Transportation made that decision ahead of the storm. The department says it will close at 2 o'clock this afternoon. They will have to inspect the bridge after the storm passes before reopening it, and we will make sure to update you when that happens.
Also ahead of Idalia, the Georgia Department of Transportation removed a traffic light. It was just installed just 2 weeks ago. Now, you may remember they put in a temporary signal at that intersection near the entrance to the Hyundai mega site. That's on Highway 280 in between Aspen Lane and Olive Branch Road. GDOT says they'll send an update when they can put that back up. Want to get you to some new video that we're just getting into. This is from Clearwater, Florida. You can really see how much that water has risen. That car almost completely submerged.
Yeah, that water is almost going over the top of that car.
Yeah, this is in St. Petersburg, Florida. Again, we've been telling you guys this morning, we're not going to see impacts this badly here, but this is really giving you an understanding of how powerful Idalia was when it came through Florida.
Well, our First Alert Weather team has been working to get you prepared all hurricane season.
Now, earlier this summer, meteorologist Andrew Gordon went to the National Weather Service in Charleston to find out how they and the National Hurricane Center put together a hurricane forecast. Take a look.
From right here on the Georgia and South Carolina coastline to thousands of miles across the Atlantic, the First Alert Weather Team has you covered with any system all hurricane season long. But have you ever wondered how we make a forecast? I'll let you know, in coordination with the National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service. Starting with the National Hurricane Center, they have an entire arsenal of equipment to monitor the tropics, including technology thousands of miles above us.
You know, we've got the satellites, way up in the sky over Earth, looking back down at Earth, and we get continuous coverage of storms with that satellite data. So it doesn't really matter if they're located over the Gulf of Mexico, off the U.S. East Coast, or way over the Atlantic.
Once storms get closer to the coast, NOAA and the U.S. Air Force deploy the hurricane hunters to fly into and above these tropical systems. While in flight, these planes collect important meteorological data, such as peak wind speeds and pressure ratings that help determine how strong a storm is. That data then gets sent directly back to forecasters and ingested into the latest forecast model runs.
The forecaster is actually going in there, they're seeing all the different model data that's predicting or simulating what the storm may do. And then the forecaster is going through that system and essentially clicking where they think the storm will be at each day in the future.
From that point, meteorologists at the National Hurricane Center can make forecast graphics, such as the cone of uncertainty.
The cone, from our point of view, is meant to be a high-level look of what the storm may end up doing. Really, all it is where might the center of the storm move? And so all the hazards that actually cause damage and even death, that extends beyond the boundaries of the cone. So we really try to get people to understand, don't just look at the cone and make all your decisions off of that. You really need to be looking at other types of forecast information to understand what might happen where you live.
For the coastal empire and low country, our tropical alerts are issued by the National Weather Service in Charleston and Jacksonville. Both offices work hand in hand with the National Hurricane Center even before a storm approaches.
We have a group call with NHC. We talk about the latest forecast, what everyone's seeing, how we want to do our watch warning approach, what do we want to issue or maybe hold off on. Now, how do we customize that for Georgia, South Carolina?
Once an alert is issued, the First Alert Weather Team steps in.
That communication serves as the backbone for everything we do. So as the weather enterprise, we not only need a great forecast, that's step one, but we need to then communicate not necessarily just that forecast, but the impacts from that forecast and personalize it to each person.
No matter what this hurricane season has in store for us, one thing is for sure. The WTOC First Alert Weather Team will be here before, during, and after the storm.
Our weather team has been telling people for weeks to be prepared well before a storm comes. That's because they prepare well before hurricane season. It's really a year-round effort for them.
Yes, for sure. And they've been giving us a lot of tips, a lot of information, really walking us through this whole process as Idalia is making its way toward us.
Well, as the Low Country prepares for the impact of Idalia, local businesses are making sure they are ready for the storm.
In particular, marinas are taking measures to protect boats and their facilities from damage. And at Ripley Light Marina, they play a crucial role in safeguarding vessels during storms. Ripley Light Marina has over 2 decades of experience. The marina is trusted by many to store boats by dry stacking them until the owner is ready to set sail. We're told that the dry stack storage is very secure, and if need be, the boats that are stored on the water will be removed. Now, Patrick Creech, the general manager at the marina, explains the year-round preparation they use to secure that boat.
For our lift capacity and for safety reasons, the smaller boats tend to go on top racks, and then the bigger boats go on the bottom. That's more for our lift capability, but I mean, any size boats stored up top are just as safe as the boats stored down on the bottom.
And we want to show you guys some new video that just came into our newsroom from Clearwater, Florida. You can really see the amount of water that has accumulated there. Tim, this is also moving pretty quickly through it as well.
Yeah, and the flooding that we're seeing now seems to be a little bit more significant than we saw overnight.
Yeah.
So as well. And flooding along Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, Florida, also this morning. Look at that, heading right up towards that road there. It was really, Tampa was hit maybe as hard as any area.
Yeah, honestly, this is a really good image to kind of show that flooding level, because we all know what tulips look like. We all know how tall they are. So you can see that that flooding has really increased in that area since the last time that I saw it.
Well, let's take a look at some of the outage maps for different electric companies in our area. This is the map for Georgia Power right now. There are 1,638 residents without power in Bryan County in the Richmond Hill area.
Now, we got a chance to speak to Georgia Power yesterday. We also heard from them in the mayor's conference today as well, telling us that they have called in extra reinforcements in order to be able to restore power as soon as they can.
So the time to prepare is now. Making sure that you and your family have an emergency preparedness plan in place. Where are you going? Who's going? Making sure that you have an emergency preparedness kit with medications that you may need. Making sure that all of your devices are charged in case you lose power. Making sure that you have bottled water and non-perishable food items. Just there's small things that you can do to prepare now so that if you do experience an outage, you're good to go. I think the biggest thing is making sure that you keep safety top of mind and that you stay weather aware, making sure that you're tuning in to local media channels, just that you have kind of a grasp of what's going on weather-wise, and having confidence in the fact that the Georgia Power folks are out there and they'll get the power restored if outages do occur.
The South Carolina Department of Transportation says thousands of employees across the state are preparing for those incoming storms. And as for what you can do to prepare, Sean Skillman with SCDOT says the 511 app is something you should have downloaded onto your phones right now.
One of the things that we want to stress to the public is that you need to get the 511 app, all right? That app is going to keep you up to date with all the road news that you need. We have live traffic cams on there. We have when there's a slowdown. That's the best thing that you guys can do right now.
Again, preparations had been taking place all across the area. They're going on, but we want to go back to the news conference that you were at with Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, we spoke to Mayor Johnson about a couple of different things. He came on speaking about the things that he's most concerned about. We all know, he said, those intersections in those areas that flood often. He spoke about that. We also spoke about homeless community and how they're helping them as well. There's a lot of city leaders, honestly, there really repeating that message of safety and making sure that no one gets out on those roads.
If you have no reason to be anywhere, don't. We don't have a curfew at this time. We want you just to stay off the streets. And for those who have to be absolutely on the streets, we want you to be careful as you traverse the city, because different parts of our community will feel different effects at different times.
So that was Mayor Johnson talking about that. And then SEMA spoke as well. The city manager spoke. They're really looking at the riverfront to watch those water levels as they might rise as we get a little bit more rain. They also talked about CAT services, how those have been suspended, and they're not really sure exactly when they're going to be up and running again. So you want to make sure you kind of stick with us for any updates, especially if you're thinking about trying to plan your day tomorrow and you're like, I'm hunkering down, I'm not going anywhere today. But when you're looking for tomorrow, you know, we're gonna have to stay up to date with them on social media and things like that. We also heard from Georgia Power. We've been talking about power outages because we're already seeing those in our area. Georgia Power talking about they brought in people from their sister company and communities to kind of help them restore power as soon as they can. So we're going to see in real time if that preparation really worked out for them, if we start seeing those power outage numbers go down here soon.
How was the mayor's mood at his news conference? He looked very, very steady, very confident.
Yeah, he seemed he kept saying, you know, we've been through this before. This is a little bit different because it wasn't hitting us head on. Someone used the phrase, the hurricane coming through our back door today. So he was saying that there was different preparation that was needed, but he felt confident that his team and the city and the county were prepared for what was going to happen and prepared to keep people safe. He really was just emphasizing that people need to stay home. He's like, there's always those people who want to go out and see things or get in their car and still act like the day kind of is normal, but he really wanted to make sure people know that if you don't have to leave your homes, it's a good time to stay inside.
Yeah, and they're keeping an eye on those water levels. Of course, a few storms ago, the water actually crested the wall at River Street and flooded down on River Street as well.
Yeah, that is definitely something that they are keeping their eye on. The city manager mentioned that as well. We talked about homeless community and them having safe places to be. The city did think of them. They do have those services. We also talked about animals as well. You know, a lot of people, that's the last thing that they thought about is what they were going to do with their pets. There are places that you can take them as well. So the city, they are confident. They're feeling positive at this moment. But again, we could see a lot of that change as that storm starts to get closer to our area.
But the shelter that the city of Savannah has set up, no pets allowed at that one, right?
No, no pets allowed at that one, but there are ones that if you want to stay with your pet, I understand that for sure. You don't want to separate from your fur babies. There are places that you can go that will accept both of you. So keep that in mind as well.
How long did the mayor speak when he was down there?
The news conference, the mayor honestly had probably the shortest part in that news conference. I think he really wanted to give that time to Georgia Power, to Kat, especially the city manager. I think he honestly talked the most, the extent of that news conference. The mayor only talked a few minutes, but his messaging was very, very clear. You know, we're positive, we're encouraged, stay home.
Right. Yeah, and everybody did get an opportunity to get their information out there. And this is interesting, you know, this was going to be a virtual news conference. I think the mayor wanted to get folks down there so he could speak directly to everybody.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to get that message out. Didn't want there to be any delay in people getting information that they needed. We're actually getting some new news into the newsroom right now. Rincon has announced a state of emergency.
The mayor made that announcement around 11:30. There will be a curfew starting at 7 p.m. tonight. The city says there is a shelter open at Panora Baptist Church. So we've had state of emergencies announced in several of our communities, Rincon being the latest. And, you know, it's something that people absolutely need to heed and pay attention to.
This is actually another thing that Mayor Van Johnson spoke about as well. You know, Savannah is in a state of emergency right now, but there is no curfew. He said he didn't plan on putting one in right now, but that could change as things develop and we see more things.
Okay, so is that information that changed? Because we were told yesterday there would be a curfew.
I think that has changed, or at least they're trying to figure out a specific time in order to do that, but I didn't hear any specifics about a curfew.
Interesting. So. Okay, but there is that curfew in place in Rincon,
yes.
Where there was just announced a state of emergency, and that is 7 o'clock tonight. That curfew is in place, and that shelter again out in Rincon will be at the Panora Baptist Church. Yeah,
we've been seeing a lot of video in Florida. Here is some video from Georgia. This is in Lowndes County. You can see that damage, that tree falling right onto that home. You got some power lines down here on this road. Emergency crews already out trying to help people with that. This is the part that we were talking about. When you're driving on that road and you see those power lines down, you don't want to try to drive across those because they could be live. So that's very, very important.
Yeah, that is always a scary situation and something that you have to be aware of while you're out there. And you know, residents in that area who live in a mobile home were encouraged to seek shelter as well. One important thing to know, the American Red Cross has a find open shelter map online, and those in need can search the nearest emergency shelter. You can stay with an updated hurricane map with WTSC's First Alert Weather app.
Well, we continue to have team coverage all day long as we continue to follow the path of Idalia. We want to check back in with our Simone McKinney, who is in McIntosh County. Simone, it looks like the wind has kind of picked up since the last time we saw you.
Absolutely. So the wind has continued to get a little bit stronger. Like I said, it's been getting stronger within this hour. So at points, I feel like I need to hold on to this railing just to keep my balance. If you look just behind me, and actually right now you can feel the rain is starting to pick up again. Now, this has been on and off all morning. Around 9 a.m. this morning, that's when we had the last heavy downpour. But since then, it's been drizzling. This is actually the hardest rain I've felt since we've been out here since 9 a.m. So if you look just behind me, you can see that flag moving really quickly. That's just giving you an idea of how strong this wind is. The water is also moving quickly as well. Like I said, this rain that we're getting right now, this is the most rain I've seen in about 2 hours. All morning it's been on and off. When we first got here at 7, nothing. It was cloudy, but there wasn't any rain. And as the morning went on, around like 8 a.m., that's when we got a heavy downpour. And since then, this is probably the most rain that I've seen since we've been here in Darien. We got here again at 7 a.m. Right now, the biggest story is the wind. The wind is getting pretty strong, so you definitely want to be in a safe, sturdy place. That's exactly what the Director of Emergency Management for McIntosh County let me know. There are no local shelters, so make sure you are in a safe place. As this wind picks up, you can see the trees blowing in the wind. You can see that flag still going. I spoke with a boater earlier who said he himself is pretty nervous. He came back about 2 or 3 times while we were on the dock this morning just to check on his boat and make sure that everything's okay. This rain is picking up. So I guess the story now is the rain and the wind are both picking up here in Darien. Make sure you have a safe, sturdy place to be. I'm going to send it back to you guys as this rain gets a little bit harder in McIntosh County. Simone McKinney, WTOC.
Yeah, and McIntosh County does not have that strongest wind it's going to have in the day yet. We're actually seeing the eye of the system move now into Clinch and Eccles County. That's in south central Georgia. On the north end of this is where we have the strongest of the rain, the wind, still lightning in there. So we're watching the system as we go through the next few hours. It's going to be moving into our southern area, south of the Altamaha. If you guys live in Wayne County, Pierce, Brantley, the system's coming to you first. That wind is going to pick up. We have not gotten to that point in the day yet. Still looking at that wind picking up for the Savannah metro area as we go late afternoon into the evening. So late afternoon, things picking up a little bit here across the area. Of course, that hurricane warning, you guys probably know by now, it's in effect for today as we have a Category 1 hurricane moving across the area. So we're still planning on those impacts, even if it's a little quiet right now. Watching the hurricane force wind possibly move over Wayne County, Tattnall, going into Long County, Bryan County, Chatham County, up into the low country, late afternoon, early evening. Notice, though, this big yellow blob that doesn't even fit on the screen. That's your tropical storm force wind. So everybody getting that today. A handful of communities, more of a swath, will be getting in on that strong wind that moves into the low country around sunset. Power outages become more numerous during this time. And then that moves out of here as we then go into the early morning hours, but with power outages. Let's take a look at what we've got right now on your Fair and Fair First Alert Live radar. A little bit of a break for the south side of Savannah for rain. Heaviest rain right now over I-16 there, northern Bryan, that southern portion of Effingham. I know some people have been talking about a report of a funnel cloud, waiting to hear from the National Weather Service on that, and that was from earlier. So I see your pictures, just waiting to get clarification on it. Right now we're looking out over where this eye is. It's a miracle this radar side is still on. That's amazing. Gives us a really good view of this storm. Notice how all of this rain's mainly on the north and northwest side. That means that coastal areas not going to get a lot more rain coming up today. We've lowered those rain chances. But let's take a look at the severe threat. Still seeing this enhanced risk along I-95 up through the low country. That is 3 out of 5 on the convective outlook scale. Already seeing a few tornado warnings today. As for right now, I want to point your attention to a couple things. We haven't had that strong wind come in yet. This is all just leading into that. Right now, we're seeing the wind become more easterly in Waycross, northeasterly Douglas. That is feeding into where that low is. So we're going to see these sites start to get stronger wind gusts over the next hour or two. As it stands to 1140 today so far, we've already had wind gusts of tropical storm force strength for Brunswick and St. Simons. And even St. Simons, southern end, had a tornado warning earlier this morning as well. Right now, looking out over Tybee Island, still forecasting higher tides coming up here this evening because of the king tide. But we'll be having to watch to time out if we have an onshore flow during the time of that king tide, which is set to be 8:30 or so. Plan on power outages. I know it's been a long day already, at least for some of us. But power outages, I do think, will increase through the afternoon into the evening. So we're not done with that yet. Almost everybody gets in on tropical storm force wind today. That then correlates to a stronger, higher chance for power outages. And that's through going till about 2 o'clock this morning. So we're about done with the morning portion. We've had the isolated tornadoes. We've had wind gusts around 35 for some areas. We increase the coverage of that wind. As we go to the afternoon, the tornado threat starts going down a little bit, probably done in the next 2 hours or so. And then this evening, we focus more so on the low being over our low country communities and still some strong wind in that area. So we're talking about the storm surge potential. The forecast is for 2 to 4 feet. If we have more of an offshore flow, not so much. Onshore flow, it'll be higher. Kind of put that in between. Forecast for the tide 10.3 right now. That's about a foot higher than last night's, putting it in perspective, and of course major flood stage as that 10.5. Taking you through the afternoon, notice 1, 2 o'clock, this center of circulation not quite into the viewing area yet, but it's close. And that's when these stronger winds are going to start picking up mid-afternoon. 4, 5, 6 o'clock, moving at 20 miles an hour off to the northeast, that puts it into Savannah before sunset. Moving into the low country thereafter, and this is when power outages are going to start. After 5, things get sporty for Savannah, Richmond Hill, going into the low country thereafter. 7-day forecast, I know a lot of maybe unwelcome news today. How about something nice? As we go into the weekend, much nicer weather. Just got to talk to you about that a little bit too. Getting to that alert out of here tomorrow morning after the rain gets out, and we've got more weather for you in the WTOC weather app as well.
Well, we've got a couple of updates for everybody since Andrew was doing the forecast for us. We want to tell you guys, one, about Beaufort Memorial. They sent us a little bit about their closings today. So their physician practices are going to be closing at noon today, and then they're going to reopen on Thursday. Their Express Care and Occupational Health also is closing at noon today. And then outpatient departments and the radiation therapy, chemotherapy, all of that closing again at noon today. Patient financial billing, if you're trying to pay a bill right now, good for you, honestly. Yeah. But they are going to be closing at noon today as well. And then we also, Governor Kemp actually just tweeted that he will be doing a press conference at 12:05 to provide updates on the actions that the state is taking with Hurricane Idalia.
Right, and we also just got an update out of our newsroom that earlier this morning we heard most of the power outage, a large number of power outages coming from McIntosh County, upwards of 1,000 down there. We've been told most of those accounts have already been restored.
Which is the good part. This is what we were saying. People are, these agencies, they came prepared today, so they're working quickly, asking for those background, those other agencies to help them out so they can get their power restored, so you're not sitting there in the dark as we continue to follow this hurricane.
Right. And just because some people have had their power restored very quickly, we have all been told throughout the time that we've been waiting for Idalia to get here, there could be some extended outages. You know, some could go into the number of days. So just because some folks have gotten their power back very quickly doesn't guarantee that everybody will.
Yeah, and this is when it's really important to make sure that you had those flashlights ready, you had your generators filled up so that you're not waiting on that response time and you're sitting there pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, the hurricane plan that we are told about all the time heading into hurricane season, this is why we're told about it.
Exactly. So we want to show you guys some other information that's just coming into our newsroom. In Bullitt County, there is a state of emergency there in Statesboro. Mayor Jonathan McCollar made the announcement this morning, adding that the city hall and other city facilities would close at 11. He said, quote, "The storm forecast for our area has continued to deteriorate since last evening. Our initial plan was to keep city facilities open on Wednesday, but Hurricane Idalia has continued to gain strength this morning." He continues to say, "We feel that it would be in the best interest of our employees and visitors for us to close early." This is a constant thing that we're seeing in our area at this point.
Yeah, and you know, different municipalities time different parts of the day to make these announcements, or at least to study whether or not they should have a state of emergency, and we are seeing more and more come in line with those right now. Rincon just a few minutes ago, Statesboro and Bullitt County now. You know, we've heard them all around our coverage area.
Yeah, and they kind of gave us some insight on that yesterday. We were telling people, you know, we're going to get this update at this time, we're going to get this update at this time, and people are really making sure that you guys have all of the information that you need in order to stay safe as well. Again, we just want to reiterate that the governor did say that he was going to talk around 12:05 with the Georgia EMAHS and provide updates on the actions we're taking as Hurricane Idalia moves through the state. You know, state of emergency, they're going to be able to use those resources that they wouldn't normally be able to, which is honestly why we're seeing a lot of these other places do that as well.
Yeah, and you know, it is something that the entire state is paying attention to. I mean, you know, we are obviously focused on our viewership area, but you know, Atlanta as well is paying attention to what's going down here, and that's why the governor's going to speak here shortly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of things change throughout the morning. You know, everything kind of looked like regular. We started to see rain coming down over in Tybee. We started to see people at grocery stores trying to get those last minute things over in Hilton Head. Ryan has been talking to the people working on the beach, showing us those conditions in real time. Simone McKinney out there in McIntosh County. Last time we saw her, that rain was starting to come down pretty hard.
Yeah, and the first impact we saw, of course, was in Southwest Florida. The latest numbers that I heard down there, 130,000 people throughout the state of Florida without power in Florida. They said that it made landfall 125 miles an hour wind. That was the strongest winds in that Big Bend area in 125 years.
Wow.
The officials are warning that several areas around that region could be uninhabitable for months.
Well, we want to show you guys our latest power outage map right now. We, again, Tim told us the update that we had a little bit ago that some people are getting their power restored. This is specifically in that Richmond Hill area. Want to show you guys, we're going to zoom in and out here so you can get the best view of what we're seeing. This area, there's Richmond Hill High School right there. What are you seeing?
This is the area right around Richmond Hill High School?
Yes, this is Richmond Hill High School, Sterling Creek. Let's see what else we can zoom in here.
Several subdivisions and communities down there that are well populated. You know, a lot of homes there, so that, you know, a lot of people are going to be affected there as well.
I'm not sure if my microphone is on here. Kyle Jordan coming back in. Yeah, you're looking at the Richmond Hill power outages. About 1,600 circulated around Richmond Hill High School. Also, Coastal Electric was reporting earlier about 130 power outages in the southern part of the county, very close to the area where Andrew was telling us about the reported tornadoes that were down in the southern part of Bryan County. This is, gosh, probably an hour or so ago now. Got a message from my wife that she said in our subdivision on the Facebook page there that there were people talking about seeing rotation with the wind and the clouds, but nothing touching down in that area, kind of in the area around Myrtle Grove. If you're looking at the Ogeechee River down there in the Bend area, south of Fort McAllister Road along Highway 144 there in Richmond Hill. But again, the biggest power outages in Bryan County still circulating right there around Richmond Hill High School. That was about 1,600. But the good news is she said they still had power at last check, even though all of that was happening kind of right around them.
Yeah, you pointed out when the map came up, they actually circled your neighborhood at one point.
Yeah, it was a little scary when the first, I guess it would have been the second tornado warning there in Bryan County. The first one was centered kind of around 144-17, and then the area north, which is a lot of Fort Stewart land. And then the second one that came in that was in the southern part when they were looking at it and moving up 144, and he was circling areas around Port Royal Road and moving up 144, gets a little bit close into the area, maybe a little too close for comfort, but my wife said they got into the safe space. We were listening to Andrew as he was talking about it, and I called. She was watching on the app, so they were still able to sit into a bathroom in a safe space, no windows, and lock it down in there.
You are watching Local News Live. I'm Nicole Newman. We are following the latest on Idalia's track. Now, the storm is weakening However, it is leaving a path of destruction after it made landfall in Florida's Big Bend this morning, packing powerful winds and strong storm surge. LNL meteorologist Sandra Brogan is tracking the latest, and this hurricane is expected to head out to sea Thursday.
Yes, it is expected to be out over open waters by late in the day Thursday. However, we're still going to see impacts in the Carolinas, and we'll show you the forecast track right now and show you what I'm talking about. Now, the latest forecast track, the 11 a.m. advisory, showing sustained winds at 90 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast at 20 miles per hour. Now a Category 1 hurricane. It did make landfall earlier this morning as a Category 3 hurricane, but again, it is expected to, it looks like from the latest forecast track, maintain Category 1 hurricane status as it continues across Georgia, and then weaken to a tropical storm once it starts to make its way across South Carolina. This track continues to take it a little bit more towards the northeast as we get into early tomorrow morning. And with that said, by the afternoon, it should be, the center should be out over the open waters, but with that counterclockwise flow, we're still going to see some of those rain bands wrapping back behind it into the Carolinas. And again, this system is going to slow down as it moves over land and continues to weaken, but that also increases the threat for flooding because we'll have some of those heavy downpours kind of lingering over some of those same areas. And again, storm surge was a big concern for this system. We've already seen that. Earlier this morning, we were showing you coverage from the WCTV in Tallahassee, Florida, and they were showing video of a house in Cedar Keys. The water was halfway up on that house, so storm surge. But they've also added storm surge alerts up along the Carolina coastline as when that system starts to make its way farther northward. Still, again, like I was saying, that counterclockwise flow, the wind is going to kind of push that water kind of like a wall onshore. So we're still going to have that concern with storm surge as we look ahead to tomorrow for Georgia and also the Carolina coastline. So this is looping the past several hours, and you can see the heaviest of the rain now in southern portions of Georgia. We're starting to see some improving conditions in Florida. Still seeing some of those outer rain bands still stretching as far south as southern Florida, and could still have the potential for some heavy downpours with some of these bands. Also seeing some of this rain, continuing to taper off as we work our way from south to north across portions of Florida, but still seeing some rain and also some wind as well. But the strongest of the storm has now moved into southern portions of Georgia, but the outer rain bands reaching as far north as North Carolina. Here's Raleigh, North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, starting to see some of that rain moving in. And again, as we look at the larger picture, you can see some of these storms in the outer rain bands. We could still have the potential for some tornadoes to develop, because when these storms move from the water to over land, they slow down because of that friction with the land, so that creates wind shear, and so that's why we usually have these short-lived tornadoes quickly spin up. So tornadoes will be a concern for Florida up into Georgia for today as well. So definitely have a way to receive your weather alerts where you are. So flooding is a concern as well. Still looking at that potential for additional rainfall in portions of Florida. We could see close to ½ an inch in portions of St. Marks, which is where or near or in the Big Bend region, I should say. And then again, we are going to see that potential for rainfall to continue in southern Georgia. In fact, Valdosta likely to add 2 more inches or 1.5 inches to what they've already seen. And areas just south of Valdosta, I was looking earlier today, over 8 inches of rainfall already in that area, but going to attack on a little bit more as the heaviest of the rain continues northward. And then we could see Florence, South Carolina, and this is looking ahead through Friday morning, could see as much as 4 1/4 inches of rainfall. So this is a look at the wind forecast. Again, we could see tropical storm force winds with the system as it continues northward. Tropical storm force being 39 mile per hour to 73 mile per hour winds. And once we get to over that, that's hurricane force winds. But again, it is going to be a Category 1 or expected to be a Category 1 hurricane as it moves across Georgia for this afternoon. And so we are anticipating some very strong winds. We could still see some additional power outages in parts of Florida and also Georgia. And of course, we'll be monitoring that as well for the Carolinas late tonight and into tomorrow. Nicole?
Well, we heard that conditions in Florida are somewhat improving with the storm moving. a big concern right now is people who want to go out on the water.
Right, and some of those beaches in Florida, we'll probably have some sunshine come out later today. So it may seem inviting, you may be curious to see, access some damage, or, you may think the beaches look just fine, especially, when the sun comes out later today. But, don't get in the water because rip currents, a high risk for rip currents is there. So it's best just to stay out of the water for today.
All right, Sandra, thank you for that update. Well, we do have some more updates that we want to give you. Right now, more than 268,000 people are without power. Now, this is according to Power Outage US. Also, the Florida Transportation Department has closed the bridges that connect St. Petersburg and Tampa. And as the hurricane moves towards Georgia and the Carolinas, FEMA is warning people to stay vigilant, especially in flood-prone areas.
I think our biggest area of concern right now is, as this storm is moving inland, making sure that those people who did not choose to evacuate, that we have our search and rescue teams ready to support the state's already, really capable search and rescue teams that they have to go in and help support and help anybody that was stuck in harm's way, right?
All right, and as we continue to follow the latest on Idalia's track, reporter Cody Butler, who covers the Florida State Capitol for us, joins us from the State Emergency Operations Center with an update on evacuations.
State emergency management officials tell me they are right now working on some evacuations in Pinellas and Pasco counties, which is just north of Tampa Bay. They are using high water vehicles to get people out of their flooded homes and into shelters in this area. Meanwhile, Idalia hit the Big Bend region, which is a primarily rural area, and that means they don't necessarily have all the resources available that some of these more urban areas do, and that means the state has to step in and help, and many resources that the state is focusing on are right up here in the Big Bend. Taylor County, where the storm made landfall this morning, their emergency operations center actually had to evacuate as the storm strengthened before it made landfall this morning. And they are now working out of an airport. The state emergency management director tells me that this is what they plan for.
Even the State Emergency Operations Center yesterday, out of an abundance of caution, we sent a 20-person team over to Escambia County just in case we had more direct impacts from this storm and it affected our ability. You never want to put all your eggs into one basket. That's what these emergency managers do throughout the state of Florida. They are some of the best in the country. They're very, very experienced. So
we're being told that the governor is expected to give more updates throughout the day as the storm continues to move out of the state. In the State Emergency Operations Center, I'm Cody Butler reporting.
Cody, thank you for that update. And as he mentioned, we are expecting an update shortly from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This is about the state's response to Hurricane Idalia, and we'll bring it to you live when it happens right here on Local News Live. I'm Nicole Newman. For now, our live hurricane coverage continues from WTOC in Savannah, Georgia.
Leaves us and heads into South Carolina. It entered Georgia around 10 a.m. We're thinking that it's going to get to South Carolina between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. this evening. There's been a heavy impact in South Georgia with heavy rainfall and heavy winds. I know most of the people across the state of Georgia will not feel the impact of the storm, but for those that were in the line of the storm, it is very hard hitting. And we're certainly watching that as it continues to move through the state. We had multiple counties in the affected area that are seeing winds in the 70 to 80 mile per hour and some gust up to 90. We know by radar it looks like we may potentially have in some areas 9 to 10 inches of rain. The good thing is this is a narrow storm and is very fast moving, so it's not sitting on us and dumping even more rain than that at one time. So we're thankful for that. Just to give you some logistics on what Director Stallings has been doing in my direction, we've activated the State Operations Center, as you all know, early Monday morning to monitor the storm's progress and coordinate closely with all relevant agencies that I mentioned earlier, not only at the state but also at the local level, and we've certainly been in touch with our partners at FEMA. The state of emergency was issued yesterday, making state resources available to all local governments and organizations within the hurricane impact area. We have assets staged and our personnel are in the EOCs in the affected areas, and we're coordinating with our utility providers, and Director Stallings is going to talk a little bit more about that. Lastly, I would just say that we feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to get crews moving here as we move into the afternoon. We obviously have to make sure that the storm passes and this is a safe environment for them to be working. You're talking winds that drop below 35 miles an hour for folks that need to be up in bucket trucks. We certainly want to make sure our first responders stay safe. But as soon as those conditions are right for us to move, we have resources ready and able to do that. Lastly, I would just say when the storm came into our state in counties like Eccles and Lowndes, we've certainly seen a lot of downed trees. I mentioned the power outages, and there has been some flash flooding. So we're going to continue to watch that as the storm moves, but thankfully it is weakening now. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Stallings, and then if Will has anything, we'll let him brief you guys, and we'll do some questions. Director.
First and foremost, I want to thank Governor Kemp and the First Lady for their support, their quick action and turning us loose to do the job that we are trained and exercised to do. We do appreciate that. It's that quick response that allows us to fill a room like what you've seen here today with the state assets to do the job we need to do. With that, we are prepared. We've got pre-positioned assets all over the state. That includes State Patrol, DNR, Forestry Commission, Georgia Guard, we're ready, air assets, drones, search and rescue teams. We have tarps, MREs, waters, all the things that you would think that would be needed in a time like this. We have those pre-positioned and downrange. We also have our staff inside all of the local emergency management centers that are going to be impacted so that we can get those need responses quickly and in a timely manner. Something that we want to remind everybody, though, is that with all the power outages that we have, the trees that are down, it will take us a little while. We always remind you 72 hours is the time frame you need to be thinking before you can expect a true power response. If it's before that, then really we're very pleased, but it takes us a little while to get back into the area. We have to open up roadways, we have to clear right-of-ways, we have to assess transformers, get live wires that are down, disabled, so that we can get crews in there safely. As the governor mentioned, we do need those winds down below 35 before we can get folks up in bucket trucks, and so that's extremely important as well. We have shelters all over the state, so if you are if you had to evacuate due to the storm, we have shelters that are already standing. American Red Cross has got shelters up, and then we have some shelters that are being run by the counties as well. If you need anything, the 1-800-TRI-GEMA number is a number that you can go to that will get you service. You can also visit our website for a list of events. We have a banner scrolling across the top of ours that will get you to a lot of the resources that you might have. Short of that, we're just standing by waiting for the storm to continue to do what it's doing. We're kind of in that wait and hold pattern. But as the governor mentioned, we are hopeful that it's out of the state by 8 p.m. this evening, maybe 10 o'clock, and then that we can begin to assess. For those that were hit first, we will try to get to you first. Our goal is to circle in behind the storm and immediately start providing those resources as we can. With that, sir, we'll take any questions. Will, you have anything you need to add?
So, as the governor mentioned, it's a Category 1 hurricane right now. It's weakening pretty quickly. Hopefully will be a tropical storm here within the next few hours as it moves closer toward the Georgia coast. We will still see some heavy rainfall in the meantime and sustained winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour near the core of the storm and gusting higher, and then obviously tapering off as we get closer to the coast. But like they mentioned, hopefully it's out of here within the next 6, 7, 8 hours or so.
All right, Richard.
Governor, the last time a hurricane passed over this area, we saw unbelievable agriculture damage to Georgia's economy. Talked a little bit about Director Stallings with this. Are you seeing any of that now? Is this a different storm than Michael was 5 years ago?
Well, it's definitely different than that in a good way. Not that any of these things are good, especially if you're in the line. I have not been hearing from any farmers just yet, or Commissioner Harper in regards to any kind of crop damage. I mean, it's obviously a very critical time right now. Marty and I were down in South Georgia last week, and a lot of farmers were needing a little bit more rain to finish their crop out, but they were also worried about a lot of wind damage. And so we'll just have to see. I mean, I think I'm hopeful that it's a good sign that I haven't gotten calls, because if it was bad, normally I would, but we just don't know yet. I don't know. Have you heard anything in that regard?
Governor Kemp, can you talk a little bit about the evacuees, how prepared Georgia is? I know the Atlanta Motor Speedway is opening up in case we get folks from other parts, coastal Florida. What's happening here with pushing the metro Atlanta area?
So yes, Atlanta Motor Speedway did open up. Traditionally, that's more for RVs, campers, things of that nature that can come in. We do have shelters, though, that have been opened up, continue to open as that need arises. Our GDOT partners helped us monitor traffic. We didn't see a huge uptick in what would be normal traffic coming from Florida. They're a very resilient state as well. They were, I hate to say they're used to this by now, but they hold in when they can. So, but we're ready to handle any evacuees. Certainly our hospitality here in the state of Georgia, we have a great hospitality resource here. We look forward to helping however we can.
Yeah, I know I talked to Commissioner Raven at DNR yesterday, and we got state parks and other things available for people that need them, so I feel like we have a lot of resources. Yeah.
We're hearing some reports from the coast that honestly it didn't look like the tide is going out this morning. Are we worried about a significant storm surge this evening with high tide?
Thankfully, the storm is moving pretty quickly. Hopefully it's moving into South Carolina by the time high tide reaches it. I think along maybe the Chatham, Bryan, Liberty County coast, it may be a bit of a closer call. The NHC is saying 2 to 3 feet of storm surge is possible on top of the high tide. So if that lines up with the high tide, then we could see 2 to 3 feet of coastal inundation, which could cause some minor to moderate impacts for sure.
I think one of the good things is this storm is coming through our state, thankfully this time, not thankfully that it's coming, but thankfully it's coming during daylight hours, so it's a lot easier to monitor, especially for the general public, what's happening on the ground versus trying to do that in the middle of the night when it's dark.
This may be a question for Will. Do we see when it's going to hit Savannah and how well prepared, and what it's going to be like when it gets in the Savannah area and how well prepared Savannah is right now?
Sure. So it is probably going to be a tropical storm strength when it moves through Savannah between 6 and 9 p.m. tonight. At this rate, I would guess that it's probably going to be tropical storm strength with as quickly as it's as weakening. It will be a pretty tight area that gets that highest wind, though. This is not a wide core of the storm, especially with it weakening. So they'll get some heavy rain, some strong gusty winds tonight around sunset, hopefully out of there by 10 o'clock p.m. And like I mentioned, maybe some minor coastal flooding as well.
Which I think is good for you all to help us with out there, that even though this storm isn't as impactful as Michael, and that, you know, we were just talking about there's people already back out on the beaches in Florida, it does not mean that there can't be trees coming down late this afternoon, early this evening in places like Savannah, Chatham County, and power lines coming down. It's still a very dangerous situation that people need to prepare for as the storm moves through the state.
You already kind of touched on my question. Because this is decreasing and was a Category 1, now going to be a tropical storm, what advice are you telling people to make sure they don't underestimate this and the dangers that could still be associated with it?
Well, I think that's what you all can help us. I mean, listen, this is still a bad storm that's coming through, and when you have a lot of rain, you have the potential for trees to come down, and we just got a report of someone we know that a tree just went through their roof in Valdosta. You know, so it's a dangerous storm. People need to prepare. They need to be ready when it's coming through, and either, you know, move a county or two up if they have the ability to do that. If not, make sure they're in a secure location. Watch out for down power lines and other things of that nature, and just, you know, if they got an hour or two or a couple hours before the storm gets there, get a little extra bottled water if you get cut off or lose power, and just smart things like that. We got a lot of information on the website and obviously the phone number people can call. Yeah.
Has there been any federal response on the storm so far?
Well, that Director Stallings talked about, the FEMA administrator reached out to our team yesterday. We played phone tag, but yes, there has been federal response. We appreciate that. I don't know if you want to mention anything else on the federal side. Normally, we're dealing with them mostly post-storm.
Obviously, we're here in the operations center. Can you guys talk a little bit about the work that's going to be done out of this building today?
Absolutely. So we have emergency support function. As if you look around the room, you'll see them. They're anything from sheltering, mass care, logistics, planning, law enforcement, DOD, energy sector. So these are all subject matter experts that we bring into this room so that when a situation arises, it's immediately answered, immediately handled, immediately resourced. We have a database through WebEOC where the counties, as they see an issue arise, they immediately put it in, and it comes to this desk behind us. They will immediately get it to that group that needs to handle that response. It's a lot of communication going on in this room, a lot of talking, a lot of integral partnerships, a lot of blue sky day work that goes on in this room to prepare for these days.
Director, can you give us an example of how some of these subject matter experts can be brought into play?
Absolutely. The sheltering need, for instance, mass care. So we have our VOADs, or our volunteer organizations that assist, American Red Cross. So they'll work with public health. A lot of times we have folks that need to be evacuated, but they're a homebound patient. So we have to get a resource local to do a transport to get them to a shelter. They might need a specific need because of an illness or something, critical care need. So then we would work with the local department health coordinator there to make sure that their needs are being met while they're there. Along with that, a lot of times our seniors that are living at home have a pet that go with them. So immediately we'll turn around and partner with agriculture to find out where we can get a shelter close by so that once the storm is done, they can be reunited with somebody that's extremely important to them and they can go home safely together.
I think the other thing too, working, a lot of these folks work with our private sector partners when you're thinking about even if it's down in Florida where people are needing fuel, working with our fuel suppliers, trucking companies and other things to work the logistics out of that, the certainly state of emergency and other tools that we have to help in that regard. Anybody not?
Are there any injuries or deaths reported at this time in Georgia?
Not yet.
Yeah, none that we know of.
That was the question. And any specific damage areas yet? I know it's still very early.
Well, we definitely know in Eccles County that we've got a lot of down trees, power outages. We've had some road blockage on I-75 north, I think it was, that they were trying to clear and then the winds got too high, so we had to pull everybody out. We've got alternative routes that are part of the hurricane evacuation routes that people are using. So we know of things like that that we're responding to. I mean, I just had somebody send a video of a transformer blowing at Jekyll Island. So, I mean, you're going to have things like that happen. Thankfully, it's nothing to the scale of Michael was. All right, thank you all. We'll keep you updated.
All right, you just heard there Governor Brian Kemp giving us a quick briefing on where we stand right now. I think one big takeaway is that, like he said, this isn't going to be as bad as Hurricane Michael, which was in 2018. So definitely some good news coming out of that conference.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, they urged we could still see trees go down on power lines. That can still be a headache. And they've got crews ready to respond, ready to get out there, of course. But as he mentioned, they've got to stay safe, too. They got to wait for the storm to lighten up so they can get out, hopefully get everybody's power out and point out those big damage areas.
Absolutely. And some of those local counties of ours were ones that were mentioned by the governor today. You're talking Bryan, Chatham, Liberty. Storm surge, definitely a big concern here as well.
Yeah, so, you know, I know you're looking at it and you're hearing them say, oh, it's slowing down, or even checked with Chief Meteorologist Dave Turley, said, yeah, probably a tropical storm by the time it gets to us. It doesn't mean just throw all of your plans away and head out to the beach. This is still a serious event that can cause some serious damage if you're not careful.
Absolutely. Now, we've had crews all day tracking this storm for us out in the field to tell us what conditions are like. We want to send it out to our Tyler Mannion, who is live on Hilton Head Island. Tyler, what are conditions looking like right now?
Sam, good afternoon. We're out on the beaches of Hilton Head earlier, and all morning you've been hearing from our Low Country reporter Ryan Tismaneski. As you guys just talked about, we are keeping this team coverage going all day, and to do that, taking 12-hour shifts. So our shift, myself and my photographer, starting right now, will be with you out here on Hilton Head, bringing you live updates on the conditions of these beaches and this area all the way through midnight tonight, tracking Hurricane Idalia as it comes. Let's give you a look at what it looks like right now out on these beaches. We're inside Sea Pines, and you can see the waves are incredibly choppy in the Atlantic Ocean right now. Those white caps very apparent. This is not a beach that typically sees waves like this. This is normally a very calm, flat ocean and surf. You can even see way out into the distance, there are still white caps, even beyond what you would typically be able to view if you were just sitting out here on a beach day like the ones coming up this weekend. That obviously not the case today. We do have people out here this morning. We can show you folks clearly interested as we are dry at the moment and winds are just starting to pick up. We are feeling them. Just simply pull my jacket, if you will. You can kind of see that now as it comes through. Those are the winds we're looking at right now. Not incredibly severe just yet, but we are expecting it to only get worse. We're starting to get a little bit of moisture. I have a handy towel here that I'll be using to wipe the lens. Of course, it is humid out here, and we will be keeping you as informed as possible. But these winds, we know, only set to pick up. So the message right now from the town of Hilton Head is, if you can, just stay home. The emergency management director for the entire Beaufort County saying the same thing. If you are able to, stay indoors, relax, take the rest of the day to just watch what's going on through your TV screens. That's what we're out here to do, is to give you that look and to let you know where that storm is as it approaches your area. Our First Alert weather team doing that back in the studio as well. A very important note, we've been talking all throughout the last 2 days about the Talmadge Bridge and the fact that it's set to close at 2 p.m. today. Well, that is not the case for the bridges onto Hilton Head Island. That's a decision only set to be made by the South Carolina Department of Transportation. SCDOT has say on whether or not to close the bridges onto Hilton Head Island. There are 4 of them along 278 that come in sequence. And again, that decision is not going to be made by the town, local leaders, council members, anything like that. The decision is purely made and up to the South Carolina Department of Transportation. As we hear from them on if they're going to do that, we'll let you know. The county does want to let you know that they don't think it could be safe later on today to go across those bridges. So their message, stay off the roads, stay inside. The folks out here right now, probably not in any danger, but as this storm gets closer and over the next few hours, as these winds pick up, you have to make sure you're sticking with us, because our First Alert weather team will let you know when it truly is not all right out here. We know in other areas to my south right now, especially across that South Carolina and Georgia state line, those winds are intense, more so than they are here, and that storm making its way up to us in South Carolina over the next few hours. So if you're watching this, if you're on Hilton Head, if you're in the South Carolina area, don't come out. There's no reason to. We're going to keep you informed. We're going to keep you up to date. Let's give you another look at what this ocean looks like, because the message from lifeguards, Shore Beach Service, who takes care of these beaches over the last 48 hours, has been stay out of the water, let alone right now. As these winds pick up, so do the waves. I'm going to wipe the camera again just to make sure that moisture's not getting through to you. One of the things they're concerned about is riptides. This is not a place, like we talked about earlier, that gets many waves. It's also not a place that gets very strong riptides, but that is completely opposite today. I spoke to the man who leads Shore Beach Services yesterday, and he said even at that point that they were warning people to stay out of the water. That was even when they had lifeguards on the beach set up in stands. Let's take you up the beach, show you what it looks like now for comparison, because those big beach towers, those lifeguard towers you're used to seeing out here on the beach of Hilton Head, they're gone. They're nowhere to be seen. They were brought down and brought up the beach as far as they could, and even in some instances brought to a storage place to be taken as far away from these conditions as possible. So again, this is what the beach looks like right now. Typically, that's covered in chairs, it's covered in umbrellas, it's covered in lifeguards. That's not the case right now. All of those things have been tied away in safe, secure locations to keep anything from becoming a possible projectile. Now, as we said at the beginning of this little live hit, we are going to be out here until midnight tonight, giving you all the updates, bringing you these live conditions as they continue to progress. You can stick with us. We'll bring you into the Hilton Head conditions. We'll bring you into the beach. We'll bring you into the ocean. We'll bring you into local businesses, show you what they're doing. For now, send it back to you guys, Sam and Haley in the studio.
All All right, thank you, Tyler. And as you could tell, the wind was even picking up throughout the time that he
Yeah.
was just out there in those quick 2 minutes. So, I mean, the big message there is definitely to stay home. You could see people starting to mill around on the beach. You know, officials say to definitely not do that today.
Yeah, that temptation is there, right? You're thinking it's not so bad, but if you don't keep it locked in, you know, here on WTOC or with your First Alert weather app,
Right.
you could walk out and find yourself caught in a bad situation at any moment in time. And, you know, we saw there on the beach, they're taking precautions, right?
Yeah.
They're doing their part. We got to do our part.
Absolutely.
All right, well, our Flynn Snyder, he is joining us live in Savannah right now. He's going to give us the latest on the current conditions down there on River Street.
Yes, Sam Haley, good afternoon. We are here just outside of the Plant Riverside district here on River Street in Savannah. Wind coming in waves at this point. We're at a little bit of a lull right now, but I can feel that wind picking up a little bit. What we've seen so far is a few handful of people walking around trying to get a lay of the land for themselves before conditions are expected to deteriorate a little bit later this afternoon. I want to give you a look at the water because this is what all eyes will be on as we head into the afternoon and early evening hours. Savannah officials tell us that River Street is one of their main area of concerns because of that potential for flooding. Right now, water levels look good. They look pretty much about normal from what River Street typically looks like. But they said that last night around high tide time was when the water got pretty high close to the railings here on River Street. So certainly will be something that crews will be watching out for, city officials will be watching out for as we approach the afternoon and early evening hours. You can see, though, that the water is a lot choppier than it typically is. I mean, it's usually pretty calm here on the Savannah River at Plant Riverside, but it is a lot choppier than we see. That's causing officials and several businesses, if we walk over here with my photojournalist Ricardo, we can show people how businesses are taking precautions against this expected potential for flooding here on Plant Riverside. We are here at the JW Marriott, right at the base of MLK and River Street. And what they have are these alternative sandbags that they are placing all across buildings, several of the outdoor restaurants that they have here as well. So these will be placed all around the buildings today. Certainly a lot of the shops closer down towards the Hyatt portion of River Street as well. We're also talking about transportation, getting around today. The officials are asking you not to do so. They say if you don't need to be out on the roads, don't be. There's no reason to be today unless absolutely necessary. We heard from city officials a couple hours ago. We heard from city manager Jay Melder, who told us that fire and police will be responding to all calls as long as it is safe to do so. But as we told you yesterday, we spoke to SPD's emergency manager. He says that there becomes a point when the tropical storm force winds become sustained that it's not safe for officers and firefighters to be out on the roads. Right now, we haven't hit that point yet, but they say that is a possibility, so something to just be mindful of. You take a look behind me. We've been talking about the Talmadge Bridge. We learned at 6 o'clock yesterday that that bridge will be closed to vehicular traffic at 2 o'clock today. That's from GDOT, of course. That is the one of the main ways people get into South Carolina from Savannah and vice versa. And then across the river here, as we look over onto Hutchinson Island near the Savannah Convention Center, City Manager Jay Melder this morning said that crews are stationed on Hutchinson Island as well in case they do need to respond to anything Talmadge related or close to River Street here as well. So crews are geared up. They're ready to go. We haven't heard of any serious calls right now as conditions have not really deteriorated yet like we are expecting them to later this afternoon. But City Manager Jay Melder said, look, the threat is very real from this storm. We heard from SEMA Director earlier. He was talking right as a couple of tornado warnings came through our area. It just really goes to show you that, yes, the threat is real. Even though the storm is projected to weaken as it comes to our area, the threat is still there. We're going to be keeping tabs here on River Street. Take a look around the city as well, see how people are preparing and gearing up for Idalia's arrival. But for now, though, we will send it back to you, Sam and Haley, in the studio.
Thank you, Flynn. I think the thing about River Street is that area is no stranger to storm damage, right? Those parking lots flood very easily. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on that water level right there against some of those parking lots and those barriers, because that can very quickly change pace right there.
And it can pop up like Flynn was talking about, our meteorologists have been talking about, when you mix in not only a storm coming through, but high tide, we get the supermoon. I mean, it's a dangerous combination, and floodwater sometimes doesn't seem like a big deal until you find yourself in it, and you got to find a way to safely get out of that. So as we've been saying, best case, stay away from it. Don't be tempted to go down there.
Yeah, because you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you're driving and then you're stuck
Yeah.
in standing water, because you never know how deep that water could be. That goes very much for River Street as well. So we want to go live now to Shay Schrader, who is live out on Tybee Island. She's been there all morning. Shay, what can you tell us now?
Yes, I'm here on Tybee Island. We still have sand at Memorial Park that a couple of people have showed up to start getting those sands into bags to start prepping their flood for the hurricanes. And joining me now is the Tybee Island resident, Thompson Moore. Thompson, thank you so much for doing this. Doing really well today, trying to keep my hat on my head.
I hear you.
Now, what was it that you called this effort right now a couple minutes ago?
Oh, we like to call it the Hurricane Hustle.
Yeah, the Hurricane Hustle.
Yeah.
So what made you wait so long?
Well, that's a good point, you know, things constantly change as these kind of storms approach, and we've had a lot of responsibilities, as mariners. We got a lot of boats in the water. We have friends and family that have these coastal kind of situations, and so we tend to come together all at once to really help one another. And, as you see, you got some good resourcefulness here. We got one of these cones flipped upside down and ready to pack it up and go save some houses, and we're almost out of all these bags, and here we are.
It looks like you guys are doing it pretty efficiently. I'm going to step out so our photog Eli can get a nice shot of this. But I know that you said that you're a mariner. Why? I'm going to step across the frame here. Why is it so important for you guys to get these sandbags loaded up and ready to go?
What happens is, the tides kind of rise, water gets held in, and what's happening right now, our moon cycle is rather full, and so we have a lot of water, and the way this storm has kind of moved hasn't really been the best situation, or I guess kind of a compound situation here where the winds are going to hold the tides in. Things are going to kind of come up a lot higher. It's kind of really imitating what one of our more serious storms have done in the past. And so now we're just trying to keep the water out and keep the good vibes in.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very good to be prepared. And the city of Tybee Island is offering this sand to residents of the island. And just looking right now, there is still plenty of it left. Definitely not the amount of sand that we saw here yesterday. There were lots and lots of people lined up to get their bags prepared, but there is still a decent amount of sand left. So if you have not made those preparations, if you have not gotten your sandbags, you do still have the opportunity to do so here at Tybee Memorial Park. We are expecting conditions because of Hurricane Idalia to deteriorate here on the island within the next couple of hours. We've seen people making last-minute preparations all morning. We've seen people getting water and non-perishable food at the IGA market. Now we see people getting their sandbags ready. There is still time, but not very much, because again, we are expecting these conditions to be coming in within the next couple of hours. This storm could bring with it flooding, hence the sandbags. There could be power outages. We do know that Georgia Power is on standby here on the island to restore power if it does go out. We also know that within the last couple of hours, the city of Tybee Island has declared a local state of emergency here on the island. There is no curfew in effect, but just be aware that the recommendation is that you stay home and you shelter in place. So again, if you haven't prepped your home yet, there is still time and there is still sand here at Memorial Park, but there's not a lot left, and the clock is ticking for when we are expecting Hurricane Idalia to come through this area. So you want to make those preparations sooner rather than later. For now, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Haley and Sam in the studio. Live on Tybee Island, Shay Schrader, WTOC News.
That was a good little tidbit of advice. Keep the water out and the good vibes in. Definitely high morale going on Tybee ahead of this storm. But we want to send it over to meteorologist Andrew Gorton for a look on the latest conditions. Andrew.
Yeah, good vibes. Let's hope we keep them going. But this is the center of circulation, and this is going to be moving into some of our southern communities here within the next couple of hours. Now, it is weakening a little bit. That's the good news. Cat 1 strength right now. But pointing your attention here to the northern portion of what's left of the eye, moving into Alma, some heavy rain, some wind picking up in this area. Let's take a big picture so you guys can see what's going on here. This system's going to be moving across the coastal empire as we go through the afternoon and evening. Likely going to be a weak Category 1 hurricane here as we get into this evening to a strong tropical storm. Right now leaning towards still that low-end Category 1 strength. We'll see not a big difference there, 5-10 miles an hour. Right now, we are still getting a lot of rain across the low country and the coastal empire. Lots of our inland areas getting in on that moisture. Right now, the sustained wind, 15 to 30 miles an hour. Notice closer to that center of circulation over in Coffee County, closer to 40 miles an hour. We've seen these wind gusts start to creep up, and of course it makes sense right along our southern areas where it's by that center of circulation, wind over 50 already. So that's what's coming our way. As it weakens, though, maybe seeing less of those. That's the good news. Hurricane warning, though, in effect, probably woke a lot of us up this morning. I know that maybe not too thrilled about that hurricane warning. Doesn't happen all that often for our area, though. Let's take a look at that wind field as we go into the evening. It's shrinking, but I still think the potential is there for wind gusts over 60 miles an hour through the afternoon into the evening time frame. Later into the low country, maybe just after sunset, moving out of here thereafter. Power outage potential still going up as we head through the afternoon, but it is slightly weaker and maybe a little quicker than what we were looking at the last couple of days. Still looking at a good chance here of tropical storm force wind staying out of range, meaning you go ahead and bet on the likelihood of getting wind 40 miles an hour or so. Current view out over Tybee, pretty gross out there right now. The wind for you guys picks up later on here today as that low gets a little closer to us. We're past the morning, so let's get into the afternoon. Tornado risk is going down. That's the good news. I think we'll see some isolated gusts, still 60, 65, not out of the question, especially near that center of circulation and also along the coastline. Maybe bringing those down a tiny bit. We're not really changing the impact, but tweaking this as the system weakens as it pushes inland. We've also been talking about the storm surge, the forecast 2+ feet. Right now, still seeing that latest forecast from the National Weather Service of a 10.3 high tide, about a foot higher than last night for tonight, Tybee Island. That'd be after 8 o'clock. Future radar shows the center circulation over our area here late afternoon into the evening. This is at 5 o'clock. Now, this is the low, so you might get in on some strong wind gusts but not have the rain. It's not a thunderstorm. You don't have to have both. Perform a little differently. They form differently. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to have that heavy rain to have the very strong wind that could cause the power outages. Now, as we get closer to midnight, this storm, this hurricane, maybe a storm at this.
You are watching Local News Live. Governor Ron DeSantis is scheduled to give an update that is scheduled to get underway in just a bit, and this comes as the Florida Highway Patrol is reporting the first deaths related to the storm. Let's go ahead and listen into this update.
Power in all affected areas, and they have started doing that as soon as it was safe to do so. So those restoration efforts are ongoing. We do anticipate you could have that these power outage numbers could go higher, but the restoration numbers are going to go higher as well. All 8 urban search and rescue teams are deployed. Our National Guard has folks in places like Taylor County. They're getting on scene there to do things like clear major pieces of the roads and get debris that has been knocked around. So there's a lot of moving parts there, kind of at ground zero. So we've got a National Guard unit there. General Haas going to talk more about that. Coast Guard is active, including with rotary wing assets. Florida Fish and Wildlife has both boats and vehicles en route to the affected areas. And Florida Department of Transportation has been conducting cut and toss operations, starting at the southern part of the state as the storm moved through southwest Florida, clearing those roads and then moving all the way up north. And so they are en route to clear all the way up to Taylor County. Right now, Tampa Airport is going to reopen for incoming flights at 4 p.m. By 3 a.m. tomorrow, it will be fully reopened. Gainesville Airport will reopen tonight, and Tallahassee Airport will reopen first thing in the morning. The ports in Tampa and Manatee are currently undergoing assessments, and when those assessments are concluded, they will be able to resume operations, assuming all is well, which we anticipate it will be. There are, as of now, no confirmed fatalities, and those fatalities are things that get confirmed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement through medical examiners. We do not have any confirmed fatalities yet. If you have any questions about how things are unfolding in your area, you can go to floridadisaster.org for updates. The Florida Division of Emergency Management will continue to update that website with all the latest information. We have really good retail in terms of all the counties, I think, other than the Big Bend proper, the Tampa Bay area. Things are good. Leon County is doing well. We're still assessing what is all going on the ground in the places that had the initial impact. And so we're probably going to be, I'm probably going to try to get down to some of those counties today, but we got a lot of people that are going in, offering assistance from the state perspective, helping these counties be able to stabilize the situation. So for more updates on this, I'm going to bring up Kevin Guthrie from the Florida Division of Emergency Management.
All right. Thank you, Governor. So far right now, the biggest impacted area that we have, following up on what the governor said, is seems to be in Perry. Right now, we know we have a couple of businesses that have caught on fire, a few that have roofs knocked off of them, maybe potentially one collapse. We're getting some conflicting information on that. But we do have crews that are there working hand in hand with Taylor County Sheriff's Office and Taylor County Fire Rescue. So that's going on. Madison County is another county that has been impacted. They have a lot of debris on the ground. They have about 99% power outages in that particular county. So again, we do have resources heading in that direction. Again, I'll let General Haas talk about that. He's got one of his task forces heading in that direction as well. So other than that very specific detail, we continue to search, secure, and stabilize areas that we can do that in. Most of what we're doing here in the Big Bend area is initial search. I will say this, I know we don't have anybody from the CFO's office here, but in search and rescue in Fort Myers, we were able to clear a lot of houses very quickly because of the footprint of Fort Myers. Up here in the Big Bend, you may have two houses that are on a 5-mile road. So that is going to take a very long time to clear those. Now, we have more than enough assets, more than enough resources to get that done in a timely manner, but I just want to go ahead and set expectations. Some of this is going to take longer than what we experienced with initial search and rescue in Fort Myers, just again because of the landscape. We're going to have to do a lot of tree cutting and a lot of push emergency access to get into those areas to then do the securing and stabilizing, but we are working through all of that. We have maintained communications with all of our counties. We did have a couple of 911 centers that went down briefly for about 20-30 minutes, but again, all 911 calls have been answered. There are some minor backlogs in Taylor County and Madison County that, again, local officials are working through, and then we are supplementing those resources to help them get through those calls as quickly as possible. I will reiterate that even though we have 911 calls, there is no one in distress that has not been taken care of. The ones that were in distress, we got folks to immediately. We have a lot of people that have called 911 saying, I'm entrapped in my house, I'm okay, but I need help. So they are 100% okay. We're going to get to those folks just as fast as we can get our emergency access teams into them. The State Emergency Response Team will continue to work around the clock to meet the needs of all the survivors, support our first responders, and initiate an efficient recovery process to communities impacted by Hurricane Idalia. We are actively working with our law enforcement partners to continue to conduct search and stabilize, as I've already mentioned. We have a recovery team that's already in the EOC. We, here at the Division of Emergency Management, we activate our recovery team the exact same time that we activate our response team. So our recovery team has already been working for several days getting ready for this. They are already conducting windshield assessments throughout the state of Florida. We will go into the next phase of this will be individual damage assessments, initial damage assessments, where those are done at the local county level in a little more detail to get numbers that will then roll up with us. We already have FEMA that is standing by ready to do what we call joint damage assessments. So they have teams here already ready to go for that. So you're going to see a very, very quick response on the recovery side of the house to do individual damage assessments and what's also referred to as public assistance damage assessments. That's where we check public infrastructure, city, county buildings, things of that nature. So again, all of that stuff will be unfolding most likely as soon as tomorrow, so that we could get the recovery process jump-started here in the state of Florida. As always, we could not do that without the leadership of the governor and the objectives that he sets for us. So again, Governor, thank you so much.
Okay, General.
Good morning, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership and support of your Florida National Guard. Director Guthrie, thank you again for the great work your team is doing to protect Florida citizens. As we continue to assess the damage landfall caused across the state of Florida, our thoughts and prayers remain with the impacts of the storm on the folks. Florida National Guard is fully mobilized with approximately 5,500 soldiers and airmen supporting hurricane response efforts. Post-landfall, Guard elements have been providing support to our state and local partners with mission sets including reconnaissance, search and rescue, damage assessment, and route reconnaissance operations. Our 53rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team is heavily engaged in Florida's western coastal counties, primarily conducting ground search and rescue and route clearance operations. In fact, Florida Guardsmen are conducting high water vehicle rescues in Hernando and Taylor counties. Likewise, our 164th ADA Brigade is conducting similar missions throughout our central and northeast counties. We maintain additional immediate response forces available to rapidly reinforce our presence and capabilities in areas with greatest need, like Taylor County. We are embedded with each of our impacted county emergency operations centers and remain ready to provide support as requested. As briefed earlier, the Florida National Guard currently has 2,400 vehicles, including high water and high mobility vehicles, 14 rotary wing aircraft conducting planned urban search and rescue operations this afternoon, and 23 small watercraft on hand to support riverine operations as needed. Additionally, Florida is receiving assistance from other state National Guards. We are expecting 2 truck companies, one from South Carolina and the other from Tennessee. And we're also preparing to receive 3 UH-60 helicopters from Kentucky. At the same time, Maryland, Tennessee, and Colorado are standing by in case we need additional air assets. We remain grateful to our fellow Guard states for their assistance and support. Your Florida National Guard is prepared to accomplish any mission required by the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and we stand ready to support our state, fellow citizens, and our neighbors in need. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your continued leadership. Thank you, Director Guthrie, for your continued partnership as we respond to this event. Several days ago, we began preparing. We've had our crews and equipment staged for the last 36 hours. Immediately after landfall and the storm passed through, we began pushing those crews into the impacted area. Over 700 crew members, which includes 100 bridge inspectors, 1,100 generators, and 250 pieces of heavy equipment. We've been moving these resources into the impacted area so that we can quickly address any needs, get the cut and toss operations taken care of, and support the life safety mission. In the main area of impact, we have nearly 1,000 bridges that have to be inspected, really focusing our efforts close to the coastline initially. We have several major roadways that go over the Steinhatchee River, the Swanee River, and others. Right now, State Road 24 going into Cedar Key is impassable because of high water. State Road 51 going into Steinhatchee is also impassable because of high water, but our bridge crews are inspecting most of the bridges as we speak, and we'll be finishing those operations within the next hour. We've made a lot of progress. We're going to continue to do so. We've moved the generators that are needed into the area. Most of the traffic signal assessments have been completed. We have about 50 locations left to complete, and we will be deploying generators for those traffic signals that need power. As we continue to respond to this storm, all 13 of our traffic management centers across the state will continue their 24/7 operations, inputting real-time traffic data into Florida 511. Again, that is the most accurate and timely information you can get for traffic at florida511.com. We have 185 road rangers that are continuing to patrol our interstate system and responding to motorists as needed. One thing to remember, there is still high water in a lot of areas of the state. If you see water overtopping a road, please do not drive through it. If you see water, please stop, turn around, go a different way. It can be really dangerous to drive through flooded roadways. Thank you again, Governor DeSantis, for your leadership and support as we respond to this event.
Okay, so we're going to have, all these assets are in motion. So you're going to see a lot of efforts at power restoration. You're going to see the roads cleared in the really significantly affected areas. That's going to just increasingly happen. And we're going to do whatever we need to do to help these local communities get back on their feet. Any questions?
What time did the I cross into Georgia?
That's a good question. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I think it was probably within the hour, within the last 30, 40 minutes.
This morning, at what time did it become too dangerous for people in that Big Bend area to evacuate?
What would you say?
Probably the last evacuations probably happened somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m.
And do you have an idea of how many people might have stayed in the house? I know with Ian there was a form families filled out.
Yeah, so on this particular one, we did door-to-door because it was just a little bit different scenario with much less people. So Florida Highway Patrol and local sheriff's office agencies, again, down in Levy County, had about 100 people that stayed in homes. And then anecdotally, but up into Taylor County, it was more in the 50-ish range that was confirmed. But I'm sure other people did stay as well, but a little bit different way to do it.
Would you say that the Florida or Tallahassee has dodged a bullet with
Well, I think if you look, if we were sitting here last night, we had a track that was bringing the I maybe into Leon County, and then they shifted that this morning. And so I would say Leon, this was from where we were when it was going there. This is the shift Leon wanted for sure. I mean, you go out there. I mean, I've been out. There's been rain and wind. There's some debris, but nothing. I think like if that wall would have impacted Tallahassee, I think you would have seen significantly more damage. So that bend northeast really helped Tallahassee and Leon County.
Is there any kind of bridge damage like we saw during Ian, Sanibel Island, like we saw there?
So I'm going to let Jared come up. I don't think we've identified that. There are. Of course, in the Tampa Bay area, some of those bridges were closed, some because of water, some because of wind, but structurally, I haven't got any reports that they're problematic. And then as you get in closer to kind of the ground zero, those bridges are not passable, but that's primarily because the water is overflowing. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's accurate, Governor. I'd say we're still in the process of doing damage assessments. We haven't seen anything anywhere close to what we saw Pine Island, Sanibel Island. For the locations where there's still high water, we have to wait till the water recedes to really find out what's going on there. But we have not seen any major damage yet.
Are you seeing any significant river flooding inland, whether it be the Swanee or I guess it could even go over to St. John's if there's enough rain over there?
I'm sure we are.
Yeah, so short answer is we're starting to see some reaction. All of this rain is going to have to drain into those basins. So usually what happens in these incidents is we don't see the actual river action for 24, 48, sometimes as much as 72 hours after the fact. The St. Johns River is a very, very slow responding river. If you remember back during Hurricane Ian, that almost took 45 days to correct itself on that particular body of water. So again, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to completely react and then obviously go back down.
I will say, I mean, the one thing of this, the storm moved a little bit faster than some of the other ones have moved. I mean, some of these things will just dump water and they go, so slow. This one moved a little bit faster, which is, at least when you're talking about the flooding, is a little bit better than when they're slow.
Is speed the reason that
What does it look like for recovery for some of these counties that were hit, particularly Lake Taylor and Sewanee? I know that Calhoun County was still a mess 4 months, 5 months after Michael.
Well, we're in the process of doing those, of course, stabilize, rescue, recovery, whatever needs to be done right off the bat, power, save lives, all that. That's without saying. But then there will be damage assessments to see what all we're looking at in terms of damages in each of these counties. There is going to be debris, of course. That's going to be something that's going to need to be done. These counties are not going to be able to afford that on their own, of course, even with a 75% cost share with the federal government. And so I would imagine that the state would want to help these fiscally constrained counties. The legislature has typically wanted to do that. We may be seeking better cost share as well. But yeah, there's going to be things that are going to need to be taken care of. And these are the counties along that Big Bend. They just have very small budgets, and expenses like this are not things that they could absorb the way some of our wealthier counties could.
I just saw actually that there was an oak tree that fell on the governor's mansion here in Tallahassee. And is your wife and kids okay?
We're fine. In fact, she called me probably about 45 minutes ago and told me this is a really, I guess, ancient oak tree split in half, and part of it fell. I don't know that it fell on like the residence per se. I think it was a little bit off to the side. So that's going to be cleared. I don't know if they're going to have to cut down the whole tree. If they do cut down the whole tree, that's just going to be more room for my kids to hit baseballs in. And so in some respects for us, even though the tree was nice, we'll probably make do and just be quite all right.
Can you comment on some of the healthcare facilities in these smaller counties? Did any of them have to close for patients?
So I'll let Kevin do. I've spoken with a number of the main chains who had closed hospitals in the Tampa Bay area. They're all doing very, very well. Most of them are, going to be reopening today if they haven't already done that. And of course, they have a footprint further up into the Nature Coast. Do you want to talk about the others?
Yeah. So we did have a couple of assisted living facilities and nursing homes that did have to do some evacuations, but they did that as a part of the evacuations that we called for 2 days ago. To date, as of this minute, there have been no reports of any issues inside the health and medical industry, whether that's assisted living facilities, skilled nursing facilities, nursing homes, or hospitals. So everybody is reporting what we would call green, and they're good to go, and everything's all right.
And just as a follow-up, do you know, give or take, how many patients would have had, residents would have had to be transferred?
Yeah. I don't have those numbers right here. We could get with the Agency for Healthcare Administration, Secretary Weta, or even Secretary Latipo and figure out what those numbers actually were.
Can you kind of talk about the discrepancy between some numbers that are being reported on fatalities and citing FHP and you saying that there's no fatalities?
So there's a process for confirmed fatalities that just goes through law enforcement and medical examiners, and then they do that. And so that has not been done yet. Where we've had a confirmation. Now, I know there's unconfirmed reports. Those may end up becoming confirmed. And then, of course, we deal with this in every storm. What is a fatality that is a direct result of the storm versus what would be something where, you have a fatality that's unfortunate, but may not necessarily have a causal factor with the storm. I mean, for example, in Fort Myers Beach, people, there were fatalities because of that storm surge, no question. Well, if you're out the day after the storm and you're picking up debris from your yard and somebody has like a fatal heart episode, does that count as a storm-related death? So they always argue these things backwards and forwards. But when there are confirmed fatalities, those fatalities will be put out by the authorities. But there's just a process that goes through with that. Now, the unconfirmed, I think there have been unconfirmed reports of traffic fatalities. And that may be storm-related. It may be not. Obviously, it was happening within the time that the storm was either approaching or was on target in these various parts of the state of Florida. Okay, we'll have more updates as the day goes on. We probably will end up visiting some of these areas as soon as it's safe to do so, and we'll be assessing on the ground and mobilizing any additional resources as is necessary. Thanks.
Do you have another briefing tonight, sir?
Probably, yep.
Listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other state officials there in Florida giving an update on the state's response to Hurricane Idalia. Now, one of the things that you were just hearing going back and forth, well, I want to give you an update here about these power outages. Now, this is according to Power Outage US. This is up-to-date information here. More than 281,000 people still without power. Now, that number is anticipated to go up, but we did hear Governor DeSantis say, hey, you know what, crews are out, and now that the danger of the storm has passed, They are out assessing the situation and trying to get people their power restored as quickly as possible. In the meantime, the Florida National Guard has been deployed with help from other states as well as additional states on standby to help with the clearing of road debris as well as any search and rescue. And again, specific search and rescue attempts are underway. Now, these are for the people that didn't evacuate their homes. Now, in a situation like this, of course, you're seeing the conditions here that some of the areas there in the Big Bend experience when Idalia made landfall, that they have to make sure that the area is secured for them to send their crews in before they are able to go in and rescue those people that are potentially in distress. Now, we did hear one of the state officials mention that the 911 calls, some of their 911 calls in the state did go down during the course of the storm for about 20 to 30 minutes. There is a backlog right now as those centers have come back online, and they are going through and working through those calls. The good news, they say, is that no one is in any immediate danger. And you were just listening to that exchange between Governor Ron DeSantis and a reporter. We are getting conflicting information, so to speak, about the number of deaths. We've heard Governor DeSantis say there aren't any confirmed fatalities. However, Florida Highway Patrol is reporting that 2 men, a 40-year-old as well as a 59-year-old man, both passed away earlier today in weather-related storm crashes. However, you heard Governor DeSantis talk about how there's a process in working with state medical officials to confirm whether or not it was related to the storm. So right now, there are 2 people who passed away in storm-related crashes. This is according to the Florida Highway Patrol. However, there is a process that has to happen before it can fully be attached to Hurricane Idalia. Some other changes that are happening. The Tampa airport, if you remember, this was closed prior going into the storm as a precaution as we were anticipating Idalia's landfall. It is going to open this afternoon around 4 p.m. for incoming flights. However, it is expected to be fully operational by business hours tomorrow. Other nearby airports also expected to be fully operational. We heard that there were some stoplights that were out, and we heard the state DOT officials say, hey, you know what, we're going to be bringing generators back out to those areas to make sure that those intersections are safe. Now, one of the things that we've heard emergency officials stress, Sandra, is about how quickly this storm has been moving. So that's the one good thing that they've been stressing. We know that at 7:45, it made that landfall at Keaton Beach. Can you kind of take us through the timeline? We heard Brian Kemp, or Governor Brian Kemp, rather, and respectfully, say just after 10, it entered into the southern portion of Georgia. Kind of take us through that timeline of the storm's track.
Yeah, you know, like you said, it made landfall at 7:45 this morning, and since then, at landfall and since then, the forward speed of the hurricane has been pretty much in the 18 to 20 miles per hour. But of course, those maximum sustained winds have been coming down, showing that weakening, because it did make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. Now it is a Category 1 hurricane and still moving towards the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. Sustained winds now at 80 miles per hour. So I'll put the forecast track on there for you and show you that the forecast is still projecting it to remain a Category 1 hurricane as it moves across Georgia. And it is expected to start to make its way into southern South Carolina by 8 o'clock this evening with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. From there, it is expected to move across South Carolina, weakening to a tropical storm as it does so. But it is expected, as it starts to make its way back out over the waters during the afternoon on Thursday, to have maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, and then from there it will continue to move out over those open waters. But it's still going to bring impacts to the Carolinas for tomorrow, even over those open waters, because that counterclockwise flow, those outer rain bands are still going to rotate back around to the Carolinas. And with that said, because the system is moving at a pretty good clip now, but I am anticipating it to slow down a bit as it weakens, as it continues over land. And with that said, it's going to allow some of those heavy downpours course, kind of linger over those same areas. So flash flooding, street flooding, that is going to be a huge concern. Of course, storm surge, that's a big concern with the system. And if you were watching us earlier, WCTV was showing video of water that was halfway up a house. I believe that was Cedar Key. So again, we've already had some flooding with the storm surge with this system, and we have storm surge alerts even along the Georgia coastline, Carolina coastline, because again, as that storm continues to move northward, that counterclockwise flow around it on the eastern side of that storm, those winds are still going to help to push that water up against the coastline. So that's where they could see up to 6-foot storm surge across portions of the coastline of Georgia, South Carolina. And where you see the blue, that's where they could see up to 3-foot storm surge. So here's where the system is now. You can see that the heaviest of the rain still across southern portions of Georgia. I believe Valdosta already reporting a little more than 8 inches of rainfall, Valdosta being in southern Georgia. So this is going to continue to move northward. Those outer rain bands extending as far south